ancient walls, glory fleeting shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Face the shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers scatter fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Across the seas where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the cave where lines are laid. Ghostly tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleet in shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense.
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
I have brain damage.
Hi, Vincey. How are ya? Oh, that's way better. Had to adjust all of my sound alert volumes down. Wind up with a freaking major migraine after every stream if I left them that loud. We'll see how bad the fan whine makes it. You guys can hear, you guys are hearing the in-game sound, right? You guys can hear that, I hope. Hopefully you can hear that. I'm going to turn the sensitivity down just a smidge on my mic, too. Okay. Let's go kill some robots. Let's go shoot a bunch of robots and buy new stuff.
Mayor, I'm doing good no in-game sound though.
Oh my god, that is fucking blowing my eardrums out. Holy shit. We're gonna make an adjustment on that one. Oh my god. That's way too loud. We're gonna TTS. Holy fuck. It's like someone yelling right in my ears. Oh, thank you for the redeems, by the way. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was excessively loud. Oh my god. Ermagerd.
Sound good on my end. Turn up in game sound.
Oh my god, it's still so fucking loud. Fuck that. I cannot afford to go deaf.
A gentle rain fell on the city, refreshing the streets and parks.
Okay, that is way too loud. I can't.
A gentle rain.
How the fuck do I get that turned down? Jesus Christ. I have it turned down to 10%. Why is it still so fucking loud? Like the volume doesn't work on it.
A gentle rain.
A gentle rain fell on the city.
Why does it have to be so fucking loud? Oh my god. That is insane. That is just crazy. Oh, looks like I'm going deaf. If um god damn. I don't know. If I can't lower that volume and I start to get a headache from that, that's getting fucking removed. You guys will have to pay fucking money to put that one on. That's painful. It'd probably be fine if I wasn't wearing a headset, but with Daisy, I have to wear a headset. So okay, now let's go.
Back.
Yeah, it's still loud as fuck. I turned it down to 10% and it doesn't change the volume. So I don't know. Where is damn it. That's something I don't like about these sci-fi ships is you can't just go up to it and get in it. You have to.
Salt, guess what your number one on my recap watched you for 112 hours.
Wow. That's quite a bit, dude. Get in. Thank you. Wow, my ship is muted. That's a lot of time watching my dumbass. Ooh, I feel a rainstorm coming. My knees are saying, fuck you. It's gonna storm. Which I don't mind if it's gonna rain, but as long as it doesn't snow, I think I'll be alright. I don't know if you guys can hear this either. I I have a fan line. It doesn't seem to be showing on my soundboard. So there's a horrible fan line going from my PC. It's raining there, but not hard. Yeah, see, I don't mind if it rains. I don't mind the rain. I like it when it rains and we get thunder and lightning and stuff like that. I enjoy that. I just hate it when it snows because then I got to go out and deal with the snow.
Time well spent, Salt, but I'm currently fighting sleep, so. Lurk, PS, there is no in-game sound still.
Well, that's just the ship, is all. There's in-game audio, but I'm flying, so you're really not gonna hear anything. I don't know why my in-game audio is down. Normally, the ship has its own sound to it. It's, but for some reason, it kind of, I think it double clicked on something and like did some weird mute hack or something. I don't know. But I mean, the in-game audio works. I'll show you here in a second after I hack my ship. Hack my ship up. Yeah, see, there's audio. Can you get in for me, please? See, you guys can hear that, right? Oh. It was muted for some reason. I don't know. Weird. Modded vehicles will do that to you, though.
Now there is some.
So that's. And it's a little delayed because the audio's running through the streaming PC as opposed to the gaming PC. So, but I kind of have to do what I have to do to make it work. You know what I mean? I mean, I can always revert it back and run it through my external speakers, but then I don't get all the when people do the sound alerts and all that shit. It doesn't go through my headset if I do my headset on the gaming PC. I don't get the audio. I don't get all of my audio. So, and I like getting my audio because then I know when shit happens. And my audio is only delayed by like half a second or something, so it's not really that bad. lunch meat. I got some lunch meat. I feel the earth move under my feet. Oh, shotgun races. Horrible. Ooh, that shotgun is loud. That's a little better. Ooh. Do, 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 do. Gold. We love gold. Silver. Silver and gold. Hi, Anthony. Cherno. We're on Cherno. I died doing something stupid over the weekend, and now I've got to recoup everything that I lost. I mean, I got most of it back, but right as I was getting everything back, my death cross despawned on me, so that kind of sucked. Saying. I fucking hate that bullshit. Mhm. Okay, where's it putting my fucking... Click, click, click. Die, robots. Although, can they really die if they're never really alive? Well, there's a difference between being alive and being self-aware. Johnny Five was not actually alive. He was not a living being. A living being indicates that you have certain attributes, like a human or an animal is alive. You're self-aware. You have a circulatory system. You have to be born to parents. You have to, there's certain criteria that have to be met. If something is built and is easily replaceable and repairable, does that make it alive? No. But Johnny Five was just self-aware. He knew of his own existence. He knew of his own values. But was he really alive? I don't think he was alive. But Johnny Five is alive rhymes, whereas Johnny is self-aware does not. So, come on, you fucking dick. Get over here instead of over there. That fan line is just fucking with me. Bad. Mm-hmm. Whoa, what's that? Oh, shit. That's one of the fucking collectible ones. Um, Pokemon, Pokemon. All right. Oh, that fan line is just, ugh, horrible. Oh, Right in the eyeball. Aim for the eyeball. Like that one. Boop. Or the side of the head. Oops. I mean, side of the main cranial control unit. Boop, 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 boop. 574 kills. Come on, give me the good robots. Give me the bigger bots. Give me the gigabots. We want the ones with gold on them. Gold and silver. There we go. That will help. This shotgun, not quite as effective as the other shotgun. The other shotgun's a black market shotgun. And it one taps everything. Boop, 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 boop. I love the fact that they shoot tracer rounds. Wonder if they lowered the range. The bots here. Possibly. Okay, that fan line is horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Oh. Oh, so much better. Rid of fan. Uh, Steamed hydrate. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I can only take so much of that fucking. That is just it's killing me. It was working before. Hang tight, chat. I'm gonna swap headsets real quick, and I'm gonna see if I can't make something other than my crappy headset work. See if the old Corsairs will work. Looney said I had to do something. Oh, might help if I turn the power on to the headset. Might help if I turn the power on to the headset. Yeah. Um. So it's detectable. Yeah, it's usually a good spot. Did you turn the power on? Okay, that's... Is that going through there, though? Don't want it to go through speaker, so... Um... Output devices. The fuck? I know I didn't just push. Oh, troubleshoot. Hmm. Why is this not? Oh, crying out loud. Oh, fuck. I'm doing it through the wrong one. Duh. Wrong PC, genius. Ugh. Well, looks like we're just playing through the speakers tonight then. Fuck it. I can't take that fucking computer wine anymore. Turn up our audio back up to where it was so that I can hear shit. And we will make do that way. At least the fan whine through my external speakers is much quieter than right in my ears. So we're gonna run it that way. Sounds good when you're shooting though too, so however, little delayed. Makes me wonder, can I and that's bullshit. That's damn it. Okay, well, fuck it. Well, it is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. Just gotta be extra aware of my surroundings. So close doors behind myself so lots don't come in and beat the fuck out of me. I think what I need is an audio mixer and the other thing to go with my pedal. I think I have to have those to make all my fucking shit work together. I don't know. Something like that. Button. Hey, Turtle. How are you, sweetheart? How you doing? What are you doing up at this time of night? Wilding out and being crazy? Just got done gaming. Nice. What were you playing? We're gonna clean up our bot mess here real quick. Because the server's restarting in 10 minutes. Too old to be out and about being crazy. Oh, Hogwarts Legacy. Nice. Was you being a good Hogwarts, or were you being bad like Sci? Being a Slytherin. Or were you Gryffindor right in the middle somewhere? Trying to get my audio fixed on here, but I think I need a soundboard or a mixing board or something. Some other shit. Stuff I don't have money for. Oh, Ravenclaw. Around and going to try to use more potions and plants. The biochemistry. The biodiversity and the um I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say. I don't know. I'm not all that bright sometimes. Uh, have a hard time thinking sometimes. And throw it in using. Ooh, guardian plants. Pack plants. The pumpkin ones are nasty. Just chomps them to death. Well, that sounds pretty cool. You just have to remember to use them. Yeah, that might be helpful. That might be helpful. Remember to use your items. 2 minutes to restart. Okay, we have to log out right here, right now. Sci-Fi Zombie Life. I don't know about Sci-Fi Zombie Life, but Sci-Fi Alien Invasion's going pretty good. Haven't really seen any aliens yet. It's just robots so far. Oh, working up in the difficulty, huh? Making your bosses a little tougher to fight. That's okay. Whew, time for Tums. Ugh. Acid reflux burp. Oh, that's gross. Time for my dose of hard chalk to absorb that stomach acid. First made boss and he almost kicked my ass. Yep. I did a boss fight on here. Not really a boss fight, but I opened a safe store and dragons killed me. So I lost some gear over the weekend or over the my days off of stream. So I got most of my gear back, but my armor despawned. Just my cross despawned just as I was getting everything back. Took me a little longer to get back over there and sneak up on top of the safe store where I died because I got chased off twice. Once by one of the wolves and one of the dragons. Yeah, I got my 1,000 slot bag back, but I lost my books that had my stuff in them. So now I gotta start my collections all over again, which isn't really too bad. Just more running around. And I lost uh 2 ships over the weekend. That was 20 million. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. I don't have gear fear, so I'm not too worried about it. I can get all the stuff back. And I still got the shotgun out of the safe store. Because instead of running out and going up on top first, I took all the stuff out of the box first so that it was on me. And I was gonna try to get out of there without having to fight the dragons. And couldn't quite do that, so I had to fight. But the gun didn't come with any mags. But it's a higher level black market gun. It's a shotgun. Should do a lot more damage. And I've only found one of the orange boxes. And I still don't know what comes in it. Which is something I should probably do. I should run over there and see if I can open the orange box and see if there's something in it. I've got plenty of the orange key cards, so I don't know. We can try that out. Should probably try that. We should do that. I think it has I don't know how to activate the little bear thing, or if they're all just random. You got to look for the beam that's up in the sky. Okay. We're also gonna listen to I don't know if it's gonna be a scary fairy story, but called the Dewdrop Cafe.
I could not have found myself on a map if I tried, but perhaps it was just as well, because I couldn't have found the Dewdrop Cafe on a map either. For over an hour, I
Ooh,
wandered
look at
up
our
and down the city
temperature, man. We're
coming to an exit,
dying.
any sign of civilization.
Dying
The
from the
road was
heat.
edged with thick woods, covered in lush kudzu. The only illumination was my car's milky yellow headlights. I was on my way to my sister's wedding and wasn't in the best state of mind. But I reflected one never is when attending a wedding, especially alone. I watched the murky midnight landscape flow past the car window like a dirty river. Lights and colors were hazy, and almost everything was tinged green. I hadn't anticipated the length of this drive. If I'd had to ballpark it, I would have said the route from Pensacola to New Orleans was 2.5 hours. I'd been going for almost 5. How much further would I have to drive down this endless dark highway before I saw anything? Anything at all? I thought about pulling over to get some sleep. Beyond my headlights, beyond the edges of the rain-slick road, there was only a wild blur of trees and vines and shadow. I started looking for a break in the heavy wall of vegetation where I could pull in behind the truck.
Yeah.
There had to be some kind of dirt road or
Uh,
trail,
I'm
anything.
kind of partial to Fatals. Fatals has a good one. It looks kind of like a tablet, and your character does an animation, and then it like boop pops your vehicle out. It's pretty good.
Someone's house? I pushed my curls over my eyes, squinted. My interest was certainly
Um,
I had been dubiously led astray by boredom before. The source of that light could be a charmingly secluded bed and breakfast.
It's a
Shotgun toting holy rollers.
it's a much better animation
As I reached the lights, and the rays fell
than throwing a piece of paper. And when you pack your vehicle, it does the same animation, but then all of a sudden, boop, your vehicle's gone and it's loaded into that tablet. And you can't drop the tablet either. So,
I hesitated, then directed the truck down the dirt road. What the hell, I thought.
like if it's in your hand and you got hit or knocked out, it immediately goes back into your inventory as opposed to on the ground.
Its thickening cluster of shells. The oak tree limbs closed ahead, lacing through and through.
Oh,
I was passing
the ship from Firefly.
funnel. When I lowered my window, I was struck by the deep, intense.
I'm trying to remember if there's a server that has a ship skinned like that on it.
It seemed
I don't think there is. Somebody should do that, but
venomous nectar, sliding around my eyes with thorny tentacles. Suddenly, the headlights met the
I kind of always wanted to make the Millennium Falcon.
tavern-style sign.
Wanted to make the Millennium Falcon on Space Engineers. Wanted to build my own.
The cafe was a little building with a high-eaved roof and many windows. The walls
Well, Serenity is the movie, the like very last thing that they ever did for it, which was supposed to bring closure to the entire series and the show and all that, which it didn't. It was a letdown.
I felt drawn to the quaint place. Jasmine vines twined through the rocky facade and around the lantern sconces on each side of the door.
I also wanted to build the Enterprise, but then I started looking at it in life size. I was like, oh fuck, this would be fucking a decade long thing. To make any one of the Enterprises. I'd be at it for a decade trying to build it by myself. I would have to have blueprints and just mine ore. I'd have to have automated mining systems, and it's just it would. I looked at doing that. That's way too much. And even if I built it, I don't know if I'd be able to move it because it uses actual physics for thrust and maneuvering. I might be able to build it, but I might never be able to move it around. If they came up with a different propulsion system, so like if you went to, say, a ship the size of the Enterprise, and you could make the actual power nacelles, so that you have those two power cells and they control all of your movement and everything. then it might be feasible to
Floral scent inside repeated as
do something like that.
the walls were the same inside as outside. Bare river stones with vines. Leaves were lined
That, like, could you imagine building a Star Destroyer all by yourself?
cabin under the sconces. This was like a cave, I thought.
I mean, those were huge, huge ships.
The far corner,
Basically the size of a moon.
fountain bubble, and glass globe terrariums.
Could you imagine building something that big all by yourself? I can't. I mean, it could be done, but oh my god. Yeah, it would probably drive me nuts. You'd have to have a blueprint and you'd have to have automated building systems for it. Yeah, 1,600 meters. That's the length. I think it's gotta be longer than that. 1,600 meters seems short. Because that's only 1.5 kilometers. That's like 2 of those runways. I mean, I think the Enterprise is longer than that, isn't it?
Before I could inquire as to why, the young waiter hurried out a nearby door, leaving me totally alone. I sat quietly, my hands in my lap. I was confused by this, of course, but I let the confusion roll through me. I looked around the cafe once more. Something struck me as familiar about it, as though I had seen it before. I tried to shake off the feeling, glancing down at my watch. Past midnight, the witching hour, I thought.
This is the only one that I've found that the orange card opens. Which one? Which one what?
A strong sense of tranquility, peace. It was like being out in nature, like being in my parents' lake house, like catching fireflies in fields and rushing through whispering grasses. Child again. I wanted to close my eyes, but I was not sleepy anymore. Soon the young waiter was back. Polished plank made of wood, carved with words and edged with moss. Have a look, won't you, sir?
Cheeseburger.
Sure. I took the plank, light as paper and smooth to the touch. The menu was double-sided, with one side in English and the other side in strange runic letters. I took a moment to study those and ran my finger over their sharp.
I'm pretty sure the Star Destroyer is longer
What
than
is this? I asked.
the Enterprise.
That's Futhark. Futhark? I nodded. Okay. I made a brief mental note to look that up later and scan the English side. Most of the dishes appear to be vegetarian.
See, I can open this with the orange card.
Squash flour salad, honey
I just don't know
rose petals, pumpkin
what to
seeds,
do.
barley bread with butter, blackberry scones, roasted watermelon, rosemary lavender cookies, and a number of other dishes much more bizarre and harder to pronounce. To drink, there was coffee, some heavenly tea and magic, along with spiced cider, blueberry mead,
This, I mean,
bottle wine, and honeyed milk.
am I supposed to
Tastes were
use an
overwhelming,
orange
and
key
the
card
description of
on
some of these things
this?
made me unbelievably hungry. Coffee, definitely, big cup. And, what would you recommend? I asked. Their questions seemed to confuse the waiter. What is it you most like? To sing? To dance? Or to sleep? What? The waiter was patient. To sing? To dance? Or to sleep? I laughed outright. Dance, I guess, I said. The waiter nodded, taking the menu. I know just the thing. Then, with the slightest hollowing of the waiter's cheeks, I knew he was male. Once again, quite impossible to know why, but I was certain.
Brian, give me all the goodies.
I jumped, but the
I said,
youth
give me all the goodies, man.
red-capped mushrooms. I stared, then looked under the table.
He's not gonna give me
There was a
anything.
small ring of the little
Butthole.
fly around the table. A small mound.
See, and I can. It's the only thing that I found that the orange cards open and they don't.
When
It
I
doesn't
glanced up,
give you
the
anything.
waiter was gone, and I was alone once more. I chuckled. What the hell? I whispered. But I was in a remarkably good mood. There was music outside and laughter. It seemed to rise and fall, like whispers carried on the wind. I tried to focus on the music, but it escaped me. Ribbons through my fingers. Feet on the dance floor. A woman squealed with delight. I looked around the room, sure the waiter was gone. Then I lifted the curtain just so and peeked out. It was a vast courtyard, illuminated by a shimmering branch. Clothed in masquerade. Silky slips, gossamer and satin. All to do with nature. It was the master was covered in lustrous raven feathers.
Really like this shotgun though.
Man, whose hands had great antlers painted gold. A woman in a lilac silk sheath of a gown and pure silver mask stopped to catch her breath and turned to see me.
Shitty thing is you can't skin those butts.
Raised her eyes, impossibly pale. A jasmine flower fell from one of her blonde braids. She raised a hand and waved at me. I was transfixed and leaned closer to get a better look. I nearly fell out of my chair when I heard the waiter cry out again. Sir, please don't do that. The waiter pulled the curtain from my hand and arranged it fretfully over the window again. I felt dazed,
Purple Deagle.
as though I'd just woken from a deep sleep in a vibrant dream. I had to physically shake my head to rid myself of the sensation. What? I managed. Why? The waiter set down a large bowl of pumpkin soup and half a loaf of fragrant rosemary bread, but still held the cup of coffee in his hand, clutching at it with the longest white fingers I had ever seen. Sir, did they see you? Did they notice you? A girl. She saw me. But what's the big deal? The waiter shook his head quickly, pursed his lips. His expression of pure dismay was almost comical, like a child's. He put the coffee down in front of me and crossed his arms over his chest. Please, sir, I'm telling you this for your own good. Whatever happens, whatever they say, no matter how much they tap at the glass and call you, do not go out there. Do you hear me? Do not go out there. With that, the waiter the tip of his nose, and then quickly left the room. Now I was uneasy again. I picked up the curtain and pulled it aside to find the girl was gone. Now a man was staring at me, clad all in muddy brown, with a tree bark mask and squat red acorn.
Ooh, Captain America bowling ball.
His mask only came to the bottom of his nose, and I could see the man's wide smile and sharp little teeth. Spooked, I dropped the curtain and turned to my meal. The pumpkin soup steamed up my glasses. I hadn't realized how cold I'd been before then. I laid a hand on the rosemary bread, warm as a hearthstone. Then I dipped the fluff of bread into the soup and ate it. I was dizzy again. The soup was heavily spiced, and along with sweet earthen pumpkin, onion, garlic, nutmeg, and allspice, there was something bitter. Beyond this, I couldn't tell. There were too many layers to it, and the bread was the same rosemary and black pepper, thyme, honey, butter, and that same bitter ingredient. Impossible to really dislike, I noticed that despite the intricate flavors and numerous spices, and there was no salt. But I didn't care. I ate greedily. I was finished before I even took notice of the coffee and found it hot and rich. It had chicory in it, New Orleans style, cinnamon, and almost too much sugar.
Oh,
Its warmth filled me with contentment, and I could almost forget the sight of so many people dancing in a circle, and one man with sharp teeth staring only at me. I sipped at my coffee for a while longer, wondering where the waiter had disappeared to. I was totally comfortable again and felt a peculiar pang of sadness when I thought that I should leave soon. Then there came the lightest rapping on the window frame. I eyed the curtain warily. It was, I asked her, surely someone had come. Something scary, long teeth, made sense.
yeah.
I had lifted
Yeah, and see, I don't know where any more of those are at. And I've got, a dozen of those freaking orange cards. Be nice if they would mark them on the map. So you could go, oh, okay. I died. I need some starter gear to get back to my fucking shit or something. Even though every time you respawn, you get one of these, which is a fast travel ticket. So you can go from you can go from wherever you spawn at. You can just fast travel right to the trader or to a couple of different locations around the map, whichever is closest to wherever you died. Or if you're in like how I got trapped on top of that safe store, and I wanted to try to get out of there, but I couldn't. And what I should have done was fast travel. I should have taken everything from inside the safe store and then just hotkeyed my fast travel ticket and just bounced out. And not worried about the three dragons and the two wolves. See, and that has a blue safe store at it.
We'll forget this.
So it's not gonna have an orange fucking crate there.
Waiter? Hello? The waiter appeared from under the bar. His white curls sprinkled with beads of water.
And there's some other stuff here, like this thing on the right. I don't know what that is.
The waiter shook
I don't
his
know if that's somebody's base, or is that like a point of interest? Is that like a black market?
What is your name?
Not sure what that is.
My stomach. You want to know that?
C1701, 288.6 meters. Yeah, see, that's pretty big.
Grand. The waiter lowered his eyes with
B is 511, 524.
What is it you want most?
E,
Don't think, just speak.
yeah,
I was about to drop a 20 on the counter and the hell with it when a word came out of my mouth against my will.
two shooting
Blood.
class.
I covered my mouth, astonished.
Yeah, see, those are pretty freaking long. Those are big ships.
Then you are free to go. Take this. He pressed a thin piece of paper into my half-opened hand. Directions out of these woods.
Okay, now how big was? Yeah, I like Star Trek too. I love Star Trek.
I hurried out the door. The air
I
outside
like Star Wars a lot, just for the sheer sci-fi of it. But Star Trek, I love what Gene Roddenberry came up with. His idea of what mankind's future had in store, so epic. But like Star Wars, Google the length of a regular Star Destroyer. How big was a regular Star Destroyer? Because basically those were fucking pretty big ships. And I want to say they were bigger. Was Janeway spelling ship? What? Voyager? Voyager? Beecher? Voyager? I always forget to put that in drive. Oops. 1,600 meters for an Imperial Star Destroyer.
And I would not ever. Just had bad luck. It would pass. Somehow or another, it did.
Janeway? Janeway's right.
We both headed to college. Mimi was engaged, and within a few months, she was here.
Captain the Intrepid class, USS Voyager. Yep.
Held under a large white tent on the lawn, under ancient oaks and Christmas lights and violet skies. Bess danced to the folksy music of a live band. I sipped strawberry champagne at the family table, while Amy twirled round and round with her husband Brian. When she saw me watching, she waved at me. She was definitely drunk, I thought. She raised a glass to her.
1,600 meters seems short for Star Destroyers. That doesn't sound right. Seems more like it would have been more like 1.6 kilometers. Well, I guess that would be 1,600 meters would be 1.6 kilometers. But I mean, they were huge ships.
Colin, he said. Yes,
I don't know.
you're one of Brian's uncles? One of six. So, great wedding, huh? I'm Ronnie, by the way. I shook his hand. Then something occurred to me.
344 meters.
You
Or
grew around here, right?
starship classes
Born and raised,
can
Louisiana?
make planetfall. Yeah.
Have you, ever heard of this
Yep.
place called the Dewdrop?
Because they were
Hotel?
true
Ron
exploration
leaned back in his chair, the
ships.
eyes
They
narrowed.
were designed to make
Sounds familiar.
planetfall,
Describe it.
to land on
I briefly went over the
planetary
details,
bodies.
the rocks, the stained glass, the earthen floors, and wrought iron tables. It's a bit cave inside, I admitted finally. Ronnie stared at me for a minute. Then, slowly, he asked. The waiter was a kid. Maybe a girl, maybe a boy. And you thought you spent a few minutes there, but when you checked your watch, a lot longer had passed? Yeah. I leaned forward, a little
Yeah, the
jolt.
Millennium Falcon's not a huge ship.
Dream or a nightmare.
And that's actually been built
So good to have
by
you there.
people on
You drove a long way
in space engineers because it's not a huge ship.
Ronnie looked puzzled.
And the information on it's a fairly basic stuff
Somewhere outside
type
Salem.
of ship.
Hey, Ronnie! Someone called from the dance floor. Ronnie got up, and I was left staring at the chair he'd left behind. Massachusetts, I thought. I had a feeling that place wasn't a chain. Soon the music changed.
See, the shitty thing about this server is they want you to pack your vehicle, but like if you have guns and shit that you don't want to sell, you should be able to stick them in your ship, or they should give
I didn't spot my sister.
players a locker. You should be able to go to a locker in here and go, okay, this is the stuff I don't want to sell, so that you can just go over and sell all your shit and be done with it. See, like I have one of these with mags, and I don't want to sell it. Yeah, superstar destroyers were fucking super huge. That's like the entire length of the DayZ map from kitty corner to kitty corner, or actually longer than that. That's pretty damn big. Oh, somebody was running around with all the Bryans.
She was so still, she was waiting. A couple passed in front of her, obscuring my view for a moment. I craned, but when the couple was out of view again, she was gone. I saw her the rest of the night, and she always disappeared before I could approach her or speak. She was dancing under the trees last I saw her, dancing, far beyond the tent on her own, even as the band was packing up. I thought dimly of what the strange waiter at the cafe had asked me. What is it you most like? To sing? To dance? Or to sleep? Dance. On the road the next night, I thought of her. The way her white cheek was gold struck by the Christmas
Oh, for
lights,
fuck's sakes.
the shine of her waist-length hair, the silvery shift of her graceful limbs in that dress. Why had she been at the wedding? If she had followed me, why hadn't she spoken to me? Why did I wish I had...
This is the regular trader.
I had better directions.
This has nothing to do with
Got lost again. This time,
shit.
at midnight, the forest edging the road changed. There were no more magnolias, myrtles, southern pines, or kudzu. The forest was lit with such color it seemed aflame. Trees were bleeding red, winking gold. Their lights were broad and star-shaped. When I lowered the window, the air was brisk and smelt of smoking fires. I glanced at my watch. Midnight again. I wanted to pull over and touch the trees. None of it felt real. Bonnie's voice was in my head. Massachusetts, somewhere outside Salem. rubbed my eyes fiercely. It was happening again, wasn't it? I was lost and helpless, and I knew the road would lead me right back to the Dewdrop Cafe. And perhaps, just perhaps, after her. Sure enough, after a few more minutes, I came upon the same shafts of light, the same loopy tunnel, the same shell road, the same river rock building. The door was open, no one was there. I drove up as though magnetized. I left the truck, my feet pulling me to the door. The cold autumn wind surged at my back, pushing me forward. The scent of roses and jasmine assaulted me again, so gently, spreading cool fingers over my face and neck. It was warm in the cafe. The moss was slightly thicker on the wall stones, and the curtains in the alcove were open, but nothing else had changed. It was as though I had never left. I breathed out steadily. There had to be some method to all this, but I couldn't make sense of it. I turned. The blonde woman smiled at me. The door was still open behind her, but I hardly noticed. I could not speak. "What is it you wished for?" she asked, taking my hand and
Oh, Looney.
"What is it you desire most?"
Looney's trying to shoot me with a shotgun.
You said as much. Her
Looney's
voice
wilding out and
was
being crazy.
soft as sugared petals, fresh as a mountain stream. I ached when she stopped talking, absolutely ached. She plucked a flower from her hair and tucked it behind my ear. The brush of her fingers against my face made me shudder. The cafe was filled with the smells of pumpkin pie.
Who's this
and
guy?
waffles. I could have fallen asleep.
Oh, he's got quests.
What is this?
He's an AI dude.
Whenever you want it to be. Come with me and feast every night. Dance every night. You never need bother with this world, its death, its pain, or its fear ever again. She slid a finger under my chin. We can go from here. We can go to meadows untouched by man, to forests flooded with fireflies, to mountains that pierce the skies. Her laugh was tenderly indulgent. It's time for you to make a choice. Choice? Yes. Will you come with me? Will you mind? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to feel. I pressed myself into her neck, taking in her honey-berry scent. I was at the lake again with my sister, jars full of fireflies, and my mother called us back inside. Blueberry pie and laughter, the drowsing quiet of an autumn night, a fire in the hearth sputtering, crackling, going out. Would you like to know such a world? Always? The Fey woman asked. You can have this and more. Come with me and never leave. Never return to this world of loss and pain. Yes, I wanted to say yes.
That gun I can't
Lost, even
get
when I knew
fucking
where I
mags
was and
for,
where I was
which is
going.
stupid.
But then I thought of Amy. I pictured her in her wedding dress. No.
It's irritating because that's level 8.
And tried to look away from her. I couldn't. I want to stay with you, but I can't just disappear on my sister or my life. The woman rose and the color of her eyes
motherfucker.
light. She turned
Yeah, hey, bitches.
Wait, I called. Wait. I'm never gonna find anyone on my own, am I? There's only you. She stopped, but did not turn. I'll tell you my name, if you want it, I said. Colin. My name is Colin. The woman's laugh was sprightly, and when she changed. Her cheekbones were high and sharp. Her eyes glistened black and iridescent. Her ears pierced through her hair, night-white, and her lips were bloody red. Colin, she she repeated. That she was
Oh,
gone.
that's ag.
I was out the door and back in my truck by dawn again. I laid my head on my steering wheel, breathing in the scent of worn, beaten leather and faded cigarette smoke. When I raised my head, I was in Louisiana again. The dawn was unfolding behind my truck, an empty forest clearing. Soon, the road unfurled before me. But I wasn't headed home. I was headed to New Orleans to see Amy one last time. And after that, to Massachusetts.
Should probably.
Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed that story. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I'll be around for the next hour or so and
Probably sell off a bunch of the shit I don't need. Do I need 50 guns? Probably not. Love to find another yellow key card. That would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool. Oh, for fuck's sakes, I got 2 guns all the way back. I have that one. This. Yeah, see, I think that one's a low-level gun. Not a black market one. They have the same guns at black market, but they're like super high tier. That's not one of them. I'm gonna sell all 3 of those too. So junk them. I should probably sell a couple of those too, because they're just not worth it. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Now that I've worked out the minutia of how to hit the safe stores, grab all the shit, and then just bounce out with the fucking fast travel ticket. We could probably do a couple of the reds. See what we can get out of those and not worry about the dragons and shit. Just be quiet, take all our shit, and then fast travel. Boop. Just kind of cheese it till we wind up getting like a really good gun. A really, really good gun. And then we can kill the dragons. Gotta have something in your hand, ding dong. Can't craft nothing if you don't have it in your hands. Yep. Hit the safe stores. Because I have 2 red key cards. So we could go do like the one safe store that's right by here that got me killed last time. And just hotbar the fast travel ticket. Close all the doors behind me. Open the vault. Take all the shit and then just hotbar the fucking fast travel ticket and take off. Just cheese it on out of there. Gouda. It's a Gouda. Gouda cheese. We're gonna make some can. Craft some aquamarine. Not with the cheese jokes. I don't know if I can remember. If I can camembert it, Anthony. Camembert cheese. Are you trying to make a joke? Look at all that. I have all these orange tickets and need to get a new booklet to store my dude. Although I might leave that dude out because then the shit won't fall out of it, I think, at restart. I mean, they're just orange key cards, but need to get another one of those books for storing collectibles. Remember? Books. It's Polaroids. Tags, cases. That you can't buy, but did they change it? They changed it, didn't they? 500 slots now was 1,000 slots. Forever, but never had the opportunity. Well, there you go. You had the opportunity tonight and you went for it. Where's the other cases at? There should be a case that those get connected. But you put the collectibles items in there. I don't remember where I got that from. Oh, and Black Market has the other sci-fi armor and shit. Those are at Black Market. Oh, and we need to buy a drone tablet. So we can collect our daily rewards. Which the daily rewards you get like $1 million and some other shit. That was 1,000 slots. Or maybe I'm thinking of one that was up at, oh, maybe that's up at Black Market. Probably at Black Market. Oh, I've got guns that I gotta sell too. You're goofy looking. Like the other AIs, dudes. We say interact with you. Let's see, that one. Sold, that one gets sold. And sold. Oh. Mags. Reload mags. Reload mags. Should probably sell shotgun. Shotgun's very ineffective. I don't know, the black one. Batteries. I need a battery. Need at least one battery. Nice thing about this server is you don't need NVGs because at nighttime, pretty close to the same as daytime. So batteries. Batteries. You fucking prick. Buy it. I cannot stand that. Fucker. Oh, that's so annoying. Laziness on their part. Order my delivery. But they need to make this attached to like your radio spot right there. Oh, and I lost a whole shitload of fucking stems too. That kind of sucked. Our food, oh, our food. I don't need that. I don't need that just yet. like I have to be outside of the trader itself for the drone to deliver. Like we're near a black hole or something. Black hole is sucking us in. No, we gotta wait. One way or another. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you one way or another. Funny thing is that song's basically about a chick who's a stalker. Yeah, look, if you listen to it, listen to the lyrics of it. She's basically stalking someone. But I mean, it came out in the 70s. And back then it was called, imagine my fingers doing air quotes, infatuation. Which in today's terms is stalking.
In the fall of 1977, one man spotted hunting in the Midwest that shook him to his core. It wasn't that he didn't recognize it, he had seen similar things like it before, but that had only been in the movies. What he saw that day wasn't a movie. It was real, and it absolutely terrified him. Now, later on, he finally felt comfortable enough to share his experience. And that's when he learned that he was only one of thousands of people all around the world who've seen something similar. A shape moving beyond the trees, half an hour
Like if you need
galloping,
a wrench
half
or
an
medical
hour
supplies,
lying in wait to claim its next victim. You won't
you can
always
order
see
that stuff on here.
In
So like if
November
you're
of
pinned down
1977, a
somewhere
man who preferred to
and
remain anonymous
you really need like
said
some
he
stems,
picked the perfect place to
you
hunt
can, you can
just
order it
outside
with a
of
drone
Minnesota
and it'll
on what
deliver
was
your
called
fucking
the
shit.
old gunnery range, but in reality, it was an old United States Air Force training area near Old Bissonnet Road and M65. After it was decommissioned, the gunnery range quickly repopulated with local wildlife, making it a favorite for local hunters. The community of Oscoda, Michigan, sits close to Saginaw Bay. Here, along the shores of Lake Huron, thousands of untouched acres of land support a
Or
diverse
like if I
array of
got
wildlife.
trapped by
And it
a
seems
dragon,
something else, something that is
my
only
health was
supposed
like
to
super
exist in the
low,
movies, Well,
could
on this
order some
particular
shit
day,
to
Ned set out with his
help
cousin
me
to the
get out of it.
he needed.
Or,
Parked his car and
like I
headed
said,
out
you
into the
pull out your
forest,
fast travel
searching for
ticket
the
and
perfect
just
hunting spot
fast travel.
his cousins set up elsewhere. And they all agreed to meet back up on the road a little later.
I hear it.
And after searching for a little while, Ned found a
There it is.
spot to
Boop.
set up. It was this cluster of jack pines that not only gave him some cover to hide himself, but was also strategically located near a deer trail. It would be the perfect place to lie in wait for an ambush.
1 million dimension
Who would be
afterlife
ambushing who?
server
And so Ned settles
currencies.
in, and he's just listening to the sounds of the outdoors
Whoop.
and enjoying the
Pretty
fire
cool, huh?
roast, the
You don't
leaves
get the
they
case though,
tumble down around
which
him.
kind of sucks
But above
because
all else, he's keeping his
the
eyes
case is
and
1,000
ears wide open because
slots.
he doesn't want to go home empty-handed. Now, not a lot happens for a while, and Ned is wondering why he hasn't seen any deer. He knows they walk right by here, but it's been so quiet. He's starting to second-guess himself. And at this point, it's around 2 in the afternoon when he hears something that makes his ears perk up. Something big is moving around behind him. It has to be a deer. So as slowly and as smoothly as he can, he sits up and gently looks over his shoulder. But as he looks, he notices something. The noise sounded like it came from right behind him, but it somehow manages to stay just beyond his line of sight as he cranes his neck in its direction. So he looks over his other shoulder, and he's stumped now because this sound ends up doing the exact same thing. In fact, if he didn't know any better, he'd say that the deer somehow knows exactly where he's looking, and it's managing to stay just out of sight. Now, the best Ned can do is just shrug. Maybe if he's patient, the deer will wander into his field of vision. I mean, after all, it doesn't sound like it's going anywhere. And so for the next half an hour, Ned is surrounded by the unmistakable noise of something very heavy walking through the brush just out of sight. Now later, in a conversation with the late author and researcher Linda Godfrey, Ned said that he soon started to realize that whatever this thing was, it didn't seem to be a deer. It was just too big. He ran through the possibilities in his head. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe it was another hunter foolishly tromping around the woods without wearing any orange safety gear. He also
11 million. See, we made our money back pretty quick. It's not too hard to do,
Maybe it was a
but
mountain lion. He'd heard stories of other hunters running into them over the years. The thought made his blood run cold. And by now, Ned had thoroughly spooked himself. To heck with getting a deer. There were other spots in the woods where he could make that happen. For now, he just wanted to relocate as quickly as possible and hope that whatever it was wouldn't follow him. So Ned gathered all of his gear and started hiking. And that was when he noticed it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps following behind him.
I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be
He turned around.
right back.
He couldn't see anything. And so he just announced to the empty forest, look, if this is a joke, it's not funny. I am armed to the teeth and I'm a marksman. Ned wasn't lying. At the time, he worked in law enforcement and told Linda that he had a great record with firearms, shooting 600 on the combat course at work. Simply put, he wasn't the kind of person you want to play pranks on in the woods. Hoping this warning had been heard, Ned turned back around and kept tromping back down the road. Within just a few steps, the sound of someone following him returned, clear as day. Now, Ned's not messing around. He thinks that if this person, or animal, wants to play games with him, he'll play right back. So he decides he's going to flank them. Instead of following the road, he takes a right at the bend in a dense thicket. Once inside, he pulls off his orange hat and vest and covers them up with some dead leaves scattered across the ground. And then he waits. Everything falls dead silent. No squirrels rustling through the underbrush, no birds singing. There's nothing. But Ned knows he's not alone. I mean, he could feel himself being watched. So he watches back, and as he looks out between the trees, Ned stares so hard that he almost feels himself going cross-eyed. He's just scouring every inch of the terrain, looking for any sign of movement that might give away the whereabouts of whatever is following him. but he's starting to think that his eyes are playing tricks on him. Now, there's a portion of the woods, maybe 50 yards or so away, that isn't moving quite right. He blinks, trying to regain his bearings, but when he looks back, it's still there. Keeping an eye on that same spot, Ned raises his 30-06 rifle and looks through the scope, and now, with the benefit of a closer look, he's sure he sees something. But he can't believe his eyes. Ned explained this.
What happened next seemed like an eternity, but only 20 to 30 seconds really elapsed. It was like the forest opened up. The shape was tall, not wide. It really did not show arms or legs. It looked like a hole in the woods. It kind of absorbed all color and light, yet at the same time was not a shadow. It was like something out of the Predator movie. I could see a form, large, at least 7 feet tall, but it was translucent. It stopped and was facing my direction.
Just to be clear, Predator didn't come out until 10 years after Ned's sighting. But he said that when he watched the movie, it gave him flashbacks to what he had seen in those woods near Oscoda. Well, being both a good hunter and a police officer, Ned wasn't about to open fire on something unless he was either 100% sure what it was or he felt in immediate danger. Since none of those situations described the position he found himself in, Ned reached down and felt around until his
I forgot I had all these.
Wait, drew back his arm and hurled it in the direction of the shape to see what it would do. This semi-transparent figure moved slightly, clearly reacting as the rock landed just a few feet from it. Now, whether it saw the rock or heard it, it didn't make any difference. It wasn't a figment of his imagination, it was there. And now, Ned realizes that whatever this thing is, it shouldn't exist. And if it shouldn't exist, he has no clue what it's capable of. So he decides that yes, this does constitute a life or death situation, and he opened fires. Ned squeezes the trigger in rapid succession, sending 5 rounds square into the center of mass. Remember, Ned is an expert marksman.
This is cool too. You put anything that's ruined in this, and it will repair it to pristine.
Barely reacts at all. All it does is move slightly as if it's surprised. Surprised, but not at all in fear of its life. Ned, on the other hand, is. So he drops his rifle immediately, unholsters his .357 Magnum without hesitation. He sights down the barrel and unloads 3 6-round speed loaders. Note to self,
Don't miss, Ted.
Ned said that no one on Earth could tell me I missed. But even in spite of how sure he was, Ned could see that the figure hadn't budged. It was still there watching from the trees. And then, Ned decides that if none of that took this thing down, he truly has no idea what it's capable of. So Ned abandons his rifle and starts heading downhill, half tumbling, half running, until he reaches the road. Now, luckily, his cousins had heard the gunfire and were already on their way to his location in their ATVs. Ned kneels down and vomits because of how hard he was running and how much the figure had frightened him. Seeing how serious their hunting buddy is, Ned's cousins follow him back uphill in the ATVs to the spot where he abandoned his rifle. There, they find a patch of trees and branches bent back, stretching at least 300 yards into the woods. Ned wasn't lying. Something had been there. When asked what it was, Ned told Linda Godfrey this.
It ain't no bear or man or Bigfoot. It's something else indeed. It was like those badges that show 2 different things if you look at them from different angles. One angle was forest. The other was this hole. The only noise it made was when it walked, kind of soft, rustling footfalls. Even when I shot it, it made no noise. It had no smell or odor.
Ned is just one of thousands of people who have interacted with this entity. Some folks link it to Bigfoot, while others say that it represents secret government technology. But no matter the source, everyone tends to describe it in a similar way, and some even call it by the same name, Glimmerman. But there seems to be no reason to doubt his testimony. Between being a police officer and having enough honesty to admit how badly scared him, it seems as if he did escape from his life that day in November. Exactly what the man saw in those woods in Michigan back in 1977 remains unknown. In 2014, Greg was living in Dobson, North Carolina, but he still remembered what happened to him 20 years earlier while living in Nashville, Tennessee. He and his dog came face to face with something that only seemed partially rooted in our reality. Greg explained that it was a normal day around 1994 when he decided to take his dog for a walk. But shortly after beginning their trip through the woods, Greg started to have the unmistakable sense that he wasn't alone. He could practically feel the eyes of someone else, or something else, watching his every move. And naturally, Greg starts looking around. He doesn't see anybody else around, just him and his dog. The only sound is the wind rushing through the leaves. And that's when something occurs to him. The person watching him isn't on the same level as
You gotta get half this shit last time.
And just like Ned, he claimed it looked just like the cloaked alien from the 1987 movie Predator. The way it distorted the environment around it made it clear enough that whatever it was in the shape of a man. Yet the branch
Fast travel.
the weight of a human being. Odd, isn't it? Greg said this.
This thing was as big as a man. I just stood there looking at it, and then
And
I let go of the leash.
And when I
yelled,
did
"Hey,"
that one
and I took off at a dead
on
rate
my
because this thing was
non-stream
starting running
day,
across the tops of the
I didn't
trees.
get any
It was
armor
the length
with
of a
it,
football field in,
which is kind of
just in
fucked
no
up.
time. I mean, it was really fast. I don't know how it was running across the tops of the trees, but I know what I saw. After I thought about it, I thought, what in the world are you doing chasing this thing? I stopped, and it stopped about the length of a football field away from where it started. It turned around.
I don't really
it
care
moved
for
on,
red,
and then it
so.
took off out through the woods, through the tops of the
But I
trees.
mean,
And I didn't see it
it's
again.
gotta be better than
It
the
scared the
orange
hell
and
out of me, I know
black.
that. And I never ever told anybody about it because I thought people would think I was crazy as a loon.
Greg finally found the courage to share his account one night on the radio show Coast to Coast AM. But exactly what he encountered is anyone's guess. Was it some sort of tree spirit, or did fiction become reality for a few brief minutes back in 1994 in Nashville?
And then I can sell
Unfortunately,
this
folks,
one
we'll never know.
at Black Market.
Our last story comes from an eyewitness who claimed not one, but two encounters with the Glimmerman over the course of her life, all beginning in her childhood. She swears that she is a well-balanced adult today, complete with a family and a good career.
Although the
Normally,
red
she wouldn't share her story
definitely
because
makes
people
you
always thought she was having a laugh.
stand out
But in
more.
2023, she went online under the condition.
Although the orange one has more black in it.
So we'll
So,
call her Deanna. Deanna said that when she was 5 years old in 1986, that she would often take trips to her grandmother's house in rural Illinois. Oftentimes, she was alone outdoors because her grandmother's house had a giant window facing a forest, so it was easy enough to keep an eye on her. For whatever reason, Deanna was obsessed with digging in the dirt. Sometimes she'd find arrowheads, other times she just dug for the sheer joy of digging. And on the day in question, she had found the perfect spot. Before long, she was completely engrossed in her work. She had no idea how long she'd been at it, but she knows that it must have been a while because she had made a fairly large hole in the ground, and as she's going, she takes a break, leans on her shovel, kind of just letting her gaze drift into the trees.
10 million.
She first noticed something that caught her eye. You know that shimmery effect that you see on the highways when it gets really hot? Well, that's exactly what she said this patch of trees looked like. But there's two problems with this. The first is, this wasn't on a road, it was perched on a branch. And it wasn't hot outside at all. In fact, it was deep into autumn. She remembers the time of year vividly because she was worried about what her mother might say when she came home with her nice jacket covered in dirt and leaves. Plus, there were lots of colored leaves on the ground with it being fall. So Deanna is staring at this shimmery patch above her, and the more she looks,
And you
the
can
more
buy
she can tell that it
fast
isn't
travel
just some
tickets
vague
too.
blob up there in the
So
trees. She could easily see the clear definition of a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. And even as a 5-year-old, she realizes this isn't right. There shouldn't be a person in the trees. And that's when, get this, that's when this thing makes a faint clicking sound. In fact, do you guys remember Predator? That's the exact same sound from the movie. And so she runs straight back to her grandmother's house, where she tries her best to just relate what she'd seen. And as a child, the only thing she can say is that
I guess I could just go, oh, I could buy my own armor.
But fast forward 7 years
Go
later,
all black.
she's now 12. The thoughts of that day had fallen far to the back of her mind. In fact, she hadn't given it any thought at all.
Black
And that's when
honeycomb.
someone decided to show her a movie. So she curls up on the couch and she's watching this action movie. Can you guys guess what movie this is? Yeah. And about halfway through, it turns into a science fiction film. She's watching Predator. And the moment that she saw the alien fully cloaked, jumping from tree to tree, clicking as it went, her mouth dropped open. In fact, I won't use her exact wording here, but let's just say that she almost needed a new pair of pants. In an instant, her memory of that day came flooding back, and now she vividly remembered digging in the dirt in Illinois as a child, looking up to the trees and seeing that shimmering form.
Ooh, we could go bright pink.
She could hear that gurgling noise as it filtered through the branches down.
Although I don't want to spend money on
an angel.
that.
Deanna wasn't sure what it was, but she knew that much. Now listen, it's easy to be cynical about this, and to Deanna's credit, she halfway thought that maybe she fabricated the whole thing in her mind. I mean, Deanna asked her dad if the Predator was real, but he reassured her that it was just a movie. There was no such thing in real life, alien or otherwise. But for the sake of argument, let's just say that
Pepto-Bismol armor. That's exactly what it looks like, too.
As a child. That sort of thing must happen all the time, right? This seems like a good enough excuse until you realize that she saw the exact same thing.
I really should probably sell that, because you can't get mags for it. And I don't know why you can't get mags for it. Maybe they're just in-game shit, but
taking refuge in a modest apartment building on the edge of a small town.
I don't know.
First, a little geography lesson here. Behind the apartment building was a ditch separated from the backyard by a chain link fence. Around 6 or 7 trees sat on the apartment side of the fence, and if you were to follow the ditch from the other side, eventually you'd wind up in a small forested area that connected to a larger forest and out into the country. In other words, a perfect pathway for something to travel from the wilderness into Deanna's own backyard.
I'm probably going to sell that shotgun, too.
It's staying with her. She refused to smoke indoors, so good for her. And tonight, she's out on the back porch of her apartment, enjoying a cigarette and a little peace and quiet while she waits for her laundry to finish. It's one of the few moments she gets nowadays all by herself, and she knows that if she stays out here long enough, all of the worries of her life just might fade away, even if for just a few moments. And so she takes another drag. A light, cool breeze picks up her smoke and carries it into the leaves of the trees along the chain link fence. She can see the children's playground and the overhead light that keeps it illuminated at night. It's not much, but it offers just enough light to make what happens next visible. It's fairly quiet out tonight, but soon she starts noticing something. It's this faint clicking noise. To her credit, she doesn't jump to the conclusion that it has anything to do with what she saw as a child. To the contrary, her first thought is that it might be an animal somewhere out on the lawn. You see, she had seen a groundhog out there a few days earlier, and she wondered if maybe it was putting in an appearance. She scans the lawn, no groundhog. Then...
And you can't buy fucking the shotgun ammo.
And so she returns to her cigarette, kind of just shaking herself.
Because this is a really good shotgun. This is a black market shotgun. And you can't buy the ammo for it, which sucks.
Clicking sound, almost like an insect, but it's somewhere out there in the dark.
Those mags, MW.
It shifts its position. And now she can clearly hear it moving, and now it seems to be coming from one of the trees alongside the chain link fence. Now her gaze snaps in the direction of the sound, and there it is, staring at her just as it had 18 years ago. The thing is perched in the tree, watching her from the midst of the branches. A distorted, see-through version of a human being, its edges shimmering like a heat wave above burning hot pavement. This time, the Glimmerman is crouching on one of the branches, one arm wrapped around the trunk of the tree. Through it, she can make out the rest of the leaves and the ditch beyond, but the light from the playground reflects just enough to make it clear that she is not seeing things. Her mind isn't playing tricks on her. This is real. It is there. And in that moment, any doubt that she had really seen it at all in her childhood vanishes. She feels her blood turn cold. She's frozen in place. Her mind is now racing, grasping at the possible explanations for what she could be seeing, because how is science going to explain this? But the only thing that makes any sense is that, for whatever reason, this thing is back. But in the middle of all this inner turmoil, one thought rushes to the top of her mind. Her children are inside, sleeping, alone, vulnerable. She knows that. As a mother, there's just one place she should be right now, and that is by their side. She drops her cigarette, storms indoors, slamming the door shut, locks it. Her hand is shaking the entire time, and she's afraid that she's making a commotion and it's going to wake her kids. But she doesn't care. They need to be safe. And after locking the door, she takes a tour of the rooms, trying to work quickly and quietly enough to not disturb them, and one by one, she checks every window, making sure they're all shut and locked tightly. Only when she's certain that her children are safe does she dare return to the living room. And then, after shutting off all the lights and double-checking the doors, she summons the courage to approach the window. She uses 2 fingers to pry apart the blinds and starts scanning the backyard of the apartment complex. At first, she sees nothing.
Don't need the ammo. You can't buy ammo on the server, which is... I get it. You don't have to buy ammo on the server, but they have shotguns that don't take mags. And you should really be able to buy this shotgun ammo for those shotguns. Because you have to load them the old-fashioned way, and it only takes like 7 shots.
And doesn't stop barking until Deanna's neighbor calls it back inside. The dog reluctantly returns home, stopping every few feet to cast a glance back into the branches. And so she waits a little longer, her eyes glued to the tree, her breath caught in her throat, waiting for this thing to appear again. But it never does. The shimmering shape in the tree, if it had ever been there at all, is now gone. And she thinks about that night. She has to push away the memories as she tucks her kids into bed. Because in the back of her mind, she knows that there is always the possibility the invisible predator is still out there, moving unseen among the trees. She wonders if it's still watching, waiting for her. But above all else, she wonders exactly what it is and what it wants. And because you guys made it this far into the video, I want you to all comment below if it bleeds.
Oh, Venom's got a cool looking ship.
Who made it to the end of the video and who didn't. And if you guys
Not as stealthy looking as mine, though.
Strange cases of the mysterious and supernatural, what are you waiting for? Smack that like and subscribe button right now for more content just like this. As always, never forget, I love you all, keep an open mind, and I'll see you all in the very next video.
See, and there's the dragons chilling out in the field. Haha, you suckers got fucking wienered. The fuck? him off to bed. Have a good night, guys. Good night. Get some good sleep. Get your good sleep on. Way or another, find you. You one way or another. That's annoying.
The trailhead lay in a hush of early morning stillness.
Oh
Just
shit.
when I had craved away from the city's roar and my piling dead.
Pay attention to where you're flying, dude.
My back felt reassuringly heavy on my shoulders as I stepped onto the path, the gravel crunching softly beneath my boots. Here,
It's gonna fly off into debug.
painting dappled patterns of gold and green across the forest floor. I savored the unusual quiet, broken only by the distant trill of birds high above.
You fucking.
This was my sanctuary. No urgent messages, no neon screens, just the slow, deliberate pulse of the wilderness. The trail was an old logging road, its edges blurred by the moss and ferns that stretched out in long fingers to its center. Now and then, branches and briars snagged at my clothing. Each jerk reminded me I was moving further from civilization.
Yep, distracted
deeper
flying.
into a place the world had mostly forgotten. I double-checked my
This is
map
a shitty
now,
thing about this
reassured
black
by the
market.
markers. Each one a
I can
small
fly
victory
over
token
here.
that was still on
You
course.
have to have a ship
By
to
noon,
get
I
here.
dropped to one knee beside a narrow
You
gurgling
can't
stream
just
and
run
refilled
up.
my
You
water
can't
bottle.
have
My
an
fingertips sunk
ATV
in the cold
and go to
water,
black
fingers
market. You have to
smooth
fly
stones
here
blurring shadows of
because
night.
there's no way up
When
to it
something broke
from the
beneath my
ground.
spell, a cigarette butt.
which is bullshit.
Sat on the bank,
And then you
the
can't
pad
deploy
open,
your
out of
ship
place, too human.
from
The
up
nearest
here.
campsite was miles away.
You can't
This
deploy
was
it on the
further
landing
off.
pads.
My eyes combed the foliage for some sign of another hiker, a lost smoker.
You
someone
can't deploy your
snoring.
ship up
Only
here,
the rustle of leaves and the
and
thunder
there's
of
no
wind.
ladder or anything to
I
get
forced a
down.
shrug, flicked the butt into a small trash bag
So
in my
you
pack,
have
and
to
continued on.
fucking
Still,
use
the
your
dread of unease
fast
wound
travel
its way through
ticket
my thoughts.
to travel
As the
from
afternoon
Black
wore on,
Market
the sun's rays took on a
back
lazy
to the
light,
regular
and the
trader
forest
or
responded by pressing
to
in closer, branches
one of
weaving
the
overhead,
other
funneling me through a green
fucking
forest,
fast travel
air going
spots,
still. I
which
picked
is
up my
bullshit.
staff, intent on making the
Fucking
sun's
hate
clearing
that.
before dusk. That was when I saw
Because the
it.
first time I
Vivid,
came up here, I had to
only a
do it
dim
on
outline
foot,
between the tree trunks.
and I had to
It was
run
too
all the
still,
way from the main
too still.
trader.
My reply, silence and
What was
shadow,
that?
suddenly stole a voice out of me.
14,000,
Hello? I
14,
waited. My heart tapped
14
against the
kilometers
wood,
and change.
but
I
there
had
was
to
no
run it
response.
all the way
I
over
shrugged.
here
Anyways, I
just to
waited,
get over here
figuring it was probably
and
just
find
another
out
tourist
that
who didn't
there's
feel like
no
chatting.
way up here.
And yet every step away felt like a tiny betrayal of my instincts.
That pissed me
When I
off
finally gained the
so
clearing,
bad.
relief washed
Put
over me.
in a
I set up
fucking
camp quickly,
ladder,
placing
guys.
a small
It's
fire
not
in the
that hard.
The light felt
Put
piercing
in
against the
a
endless void of
ladder,
the forest.
a man ladder
When I
down
had layered
below
myself over the
that
woods,
comes up to a
the
fucking
absence of
hatch
birdsong
up
sharpened
here,
my senses. Now and again,
and
I
that
heard a
way
faint rustle
I
of
can
snow
climb
toward
down, deploy
me.
my
A
ship
raccoon.
down below
I
on
told
the
myself
ground
yes,
and
remembering
fly
that
away.
silent figure gnawed at my
You
conscience.
don't need these landing pads
Later,
up here.
swaddled in my sleeping bag, I heard the careful crunch of slow, deliberate footsteps just beyond the thin nylon walls. My throat constricted. I dared not even breathe. The sound vanished as suddenly as it had come, leaving me paralyzed with dread. When I finally unzipped the tent, shaky flashlight in hand, my eyes fell on a tree inches away. A crude carving of an eye glared at me from the bark, fresh cuts glistening. My stomach knotted itself. Someone had been here, and they wanted me to know I wasn't alone. Morning brought a cold clarity. The air felt thinner, the light duller. I struck camp in nervous haste and took an alternate route to the east, a longer detour, but one which would bring me back nearer the main trail. I didn't care to go back into the other
Yeah, you
direction.
can come over
This
here
was
and
the
you can
place where the
get
stranger had watched and marked my passing. This new path was
armor,
wild.
you can get black
I
market
tripped over
clothing,
a fallen branch, cursed under
you can
my
get like
breath
the
as leaves
fantasy
scratched
armor
my arm,
stuff.
stopped to catch my breath by a mossy boulder. That was when I saw the boot prints in the mud.
You can
They were
get
fresher than I had expected.
uh
The forest hushed up, silent, while the back of my neck prickled. Someone walked ahead,
I mean you can
guiding
get
me,
all kinds of weird
stalking me.
armor and
I
stuff.
pressed on, urgency driving me. The birds were silent now. My every footstep felt like a gunshot in the hush. When a flash of color, bright frayed rope, caught my eye, I approached it with trembling caution. It hung over a branch, deliberately placed.
You can get the cooler looking armor
A lure. I
too,
swallowed
so
hard and moved past it, my knife at my hip suddenly feeling inadequate. Climbing a rocky slope, I heard it, a low, throaty laugh drifting from somewhere below. It was quiet but carried easily, as if directed right at me.
I mean it's
My
$100
ears
million
perked.
a piece.
They were not afraid of being heard. They wanted me afraid.
So you're looking
I
at
crouched low,
1,
peering through
2,
the leaves.
3,
No one in sight.
4,
I felt them, watching. I hurried on, heart hammering.
5,
By mid-afternoon, I stumbled into another clearing, a ruined campsite.
500
Shreds of
million.
tent lay crumpled, clothes and belongings strewn about as if abandoned in panic. At the center, a hunting knife stood buried in a tree.
I mean,
stump,
it's
blade stained
granted,
with
it's
blood.
cool
I
looking
approached, hands
armor
shaking.
and shit, but
Not rusted, not old, the work of days or hours, not years. I hesitated, then pulled the knife free. It scraped against the wood with a sound that turned my gut. If they returned, I would not be defenseless. I fled that place, the forest seeming to press in on all sides now, a living thing that disapproved of my presence. Twilight fell like a drawn curtain. I made
or
camp
you
out of
can get
necessity, not
the
choice, and spent the night clutching my new knife,
what is it like
straining at
that?
every sound. When morning's faint light filtered through the treetop canopy, I became aware of
You
the
can
deep
get like the
slashes of
bunny
intense
outfit and
color,
shit like that
neat,
too.
cruel lines, deliberate and mocking.
And you can get this,
bound with sinew greeted me like a trophy.
which is 1,000 slots.
Whether it was meant as a warning or trophy, I could not say. I bundled up my gear, resolving to get to the trailhead at all costs.
You can get like
The forest went silent.
the cat
Every
girl
step was a dare.
shit.
Midway down a slope,
You get
I got
furry
closer
armor
and stronger
heads.
now, picking up pace. I
Look
didn't
at
stop to
this.
investigate. I ran. Branches clawed at my face.
You can get
leaves snatched at my
you can
path.
be a deer,
Panic flared hot in my chest.
or you can
The
be
trail
a
dissolved into a tangle of
fox.
brush, and I hacked my way through, adrenaline making my limbs shake. When I finally stumbled onto a clearer path, I chanced to glance back. Still and innocent, the trees stood, their lengthy shadows crisscrossing the ground. Had I evaded them, or had they been waiting there patiently just behind the nearest trunk, grinning in silence at
You can
me?
do
At
the
last, the
Natasha
gravel of the parking lot
fucking
came into
outfit.
view. Relief
Except
bubbled up.
the
It was sour when I saw a figure step from the
this
shade
stuff,
of the pines.
no
I caught the
no
metallic
storage
glint of the
space
weapon
in it.
their hand, bigger, crueler than my stolen blade. They did not chase me. They stood, waiting, as if enjoying the show of my terror. I sprinted to my car, fumbling with my keys. My arms were
Seeing with
so
no
tired,
fucking
tries to
no,
get the key into the
what
lock.
only having
I
100
glanced back
slots.
as I swung the door open.
This shit
They still stood at the edge of
should
the
be
lot,
like
hood up,
super cheap.
motionless, their presence heavier than any growl or snarl could be. Once inside, I slammed the door and twisted the ignition. Gravel spat behind my tires as I tore down the winding road. My pulse hammered in my ears.
Y'all, this stuff shouldn't be 250 million just for skin stuff,
Closer than close.
which has no real storage value.
The woods receded into the distance.
Kind of
But the
lame.
silent horror of those trees stuck with me, something that wouldn't rinse off. I will never go into those woods again. I recall how excited and somewhat apprehensive I was as I took my old car deeper into the Idaho wilderness. Really, just a dirt road, with potholes big enough that I got shaken in my seat several times. After a while, I eventually arrived at a place with not a single sign, not a single person, and no bars on my phone. I stopped, grabbed my backpack and tent, and started walking into the dense woods. It was late afternoon when I came into a small, flat clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees looked ancient, their bark rough and dark. I decided
23 million though.
for the night. I hadn't seen another person for miles, which was exactly
We can
what I
try to
wanted.
find another red.
A chance to prove to myself that I could spend a night alone in the wild. As I began to unpack, the stillness registered with me. Normally, forests are alive with sounds, the chirping of birds, the scampering of squirrels, or the wind rattle of branches. Here, everything felt hushed. It was so quiet. All I could hear were my breathing and the crunch of dry pine needles beneath my boots. At first, I just shrugged. Maybe I'm lucky and found some calm corner in nature, I thought. I pitched my tent and then unrolled my sleeping bag. I gathered some wood to make a small fire, and after its formation, I
$1 billion you can get 1,000 slot case.
red to orange shades. Well fed, I sat down upon a fallen log.
This is where you get the 1,000 slot
The trees
case.
were planted close together, and as it grew dusky, their shadows lengthened to fantastic shapes. I rubbed my arms to keep warm, though there was a little chill in the air, considering that it was still summer. That quiet stillness began to feel weird. Without normal sounds, my imagination began to play tricks
Oh, that's
on
a
me.
1,000 slot
I kept
case
thinking I
too.
saw movement at the edge of the
$2
clearing,
billion.
just a shape slipping behind a trunk or a branch bending in a way that didn't quite make sense. I told myself I was just jumpy. I tried to stay calm. I even whispered, "It's nothing, just nerves," as if someone might answer. When night fell, I checked that my tent was well secured and got inside. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. The silence had a weight to it, like I wasn't just alone but being observed. Still, I had to be brave. This was an adventure, wasn't it? For with the darkness pressing in around me, I promised myself I would
Oh,
make
and
it through the
don't
night, no
stack
matter
your
how
fucking
unusual.
gems either.
And so I lay down, staring at the roof
If
of
you
my
stack
tent,
all 4
listening
gems
carefully,
together, it's
waiting
counted
for
as
something,
1.
anything, to break that strange,
Leave them
eerie
split
silence.
so that you
I
get
jolted awake in the middle of the night.
all 3.
First,
So
I
if I
heard
go to
a
sell
vehicle drag me
these,
out of sleep, and then I
it's
heard it. Maybe a
400,000
skin crawl.
each,
It wasn't some little
not
animal scurrying about. It sounded almost like a
400,000
cry
for all
that stretched
3.
out and twisted, too slow to be
I had to
heard.
learn that one the
My
hard
heart
way.
started pounding, and I tried to breathe quietly, fearing any sound I made would attract attention. I took my flashlight in hand, turning it on, but keeping it pointed down, so it was only bright enough to see the zipper on my tent. While looking through a small gap, movement caught my eye at the edge of the clearing. In the weak moonlight, I could just about make out a very tall figure standing there.
Yeah.
It looked human at
I
first
think the
glance, but
black
was
market
obviously
armor
overstated.
though
Its
is
arms
like
seemed
super
too long,
strong.
and the way it
So when
cocked
you
its head made
buy
my stomach flip.
the armor and
And then it
clothing
did
and
something
shit
that
from up
scared me
here,
even more.
not only is
It made a
it
noise,
basically
something approximating a person
indestructible,
trying to say words but not quite managing.
I think it
Something
makes
almost
your
sounded like my
hit
voice,
points
just muffled and
but
broken.
are like through the
It took
roof,
me a
I
second to
think.
realize it might be copying sounds I had made earlier.
So you can
I
take a
remembered
few
marveling at
hits from
myself
like
when I
the
first made this
dragons and
camp.
shit like that
Now here I was,
before you
hearing
go
my own
down.
voice return to me in a horrible, twisted way. I was stock still, my hand shaking as I gripped the flashlight. The figure drifted on behind a tree, appearing once more on the other side of the clearing. And each time it moved, it did so just out of sight, as if it wanted me to know it was there, but not to get a full view. A couple of times, I thought I heard stifled chuckles, but it wasn't really laughing. It sounded more like somebody forcing air through their throat, imitating the real thing.
$25.5 million.
Too afraid to make a sound. Branches snapped, eerie whispers floated through the darkness, and that haunting voice wafted in and out, never quite forming proper words. I tried to convince myself that it was most likely just some trick of the wind or that I was dreaming.
Charyard, Corona Castle, Devil's
was out there,
Castle.
and it was very aware of me. I lay there, night dragging on, scared to unzip my tent or even sit up. I thought about calling out for help, but who would hear me? And what if that
Think
only
I know
made
where
things
there's
worse?
another
Each minute felt like it stretched forever. The only thing I could do was to wait
red.
and hope that by morning, this thing would be gone and I'd be safe again, if I ever really could feel safe in these woods. I must have dozed off, for when I opened my eyes, the
Oh,
sky
come
was pale
on.
gray. Dawn had finally arrived, but even though nothing outside my tent seemed to be moving now, I still felt tense, each muscle in my body aching from not having moved, my heart fluttering with every little sound. I slowly unzipped the tent and peeked outside. The forest looked tranquil, but something was off. I emerged and scanned the terrain. That's when I saw them. Odd footprints pressed into the soft dirt. I had never seen anything like them. The toes were long, the foot stretched into some weird shape.
Oops.
Tracks led right past my tent, circling it. I was shaking when I packed my stuff. Every rustle of the leaves made me jump, and I kept looking around, expecting to see that figure standing behind some tree. I found no other clues except a few strands of dark, thick hair caught on a broken branch. I didn't want to think about what kind of creature they might come from. I just knew I had to get out of there. Hurrying back to my car, I heard a noise echo through the trees. It sounded like a deer call, but something was off. The pitch was too slow, too strained. It reminded me of last night's.
It's not a heli. It's a spaceship. It's a single-seater fighter.
To a fast walk, my heart hammering, trying not to imagine what might be following.
And I have to have it, Will, in order to go to Black Market.
Sweat, and I was breathing hard.
Because you can't drive to Black Market and get up into Black Market.
When I did get inside, I slammed the door.
You have to have a spaceship to get in there.
Looking in the rearview mirror as I pulled away, half expecting something to emerge.
Not my fault. Not by my choice.
The nearest small town.
No, they have other ships.
About what had happened.
Oh, I know.
I could hardly make sense of it myself.
It's just like
All I
driving.
knew was that I had come face to face with something inexplicable.
Just like driving a
Something that
car.
wouldn't fit into any tale I'd ever heard. And from that day forward, every time I think of camping in the woods alone, those weird footprints come to mind, the mangled sounds, and the feeling that I wasn't the only one out there. We turned off the main road just after lunchtime and rattled for a while along a rough, gravelly track that my dad was insistent would lead us to the perfect campsite. My mom glanced at him every so often, tapping her finger on the door handle, but he seemed confident enough. I recall how the forest deepened as we pushed inward. Trunks grew thicker, leaves grew greener, until after a certain point, I realized I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the highway behind us. It had all the sounds, completely disappeared, car engines, and voices far away. We eventually stopped at a patch of tall grass and ferns where Dad parked the car. That was where we were going to start walking, he told me. I shrugged and swung my pack onto my back. My little brother was having some trouble with his bag until Mom helped adjust the straps. Then we followed Dad along what barely qualified as a trail. Undergrowth tugged at my ankles, and I found myself constantly ducking under low-hanging branches. Now and again, a breeze would cast through the trees, carrying the redolence of dampened earth and pine needles. It felt like stepping into another world. By late afternoon, Dad spotted a clearing and declared it perfect. The ground was level, and there was plenty of space to put up our large family tent without bumping elbows.
Yeah, I learned how to cheese it.
Mom was rolling out sleeping mats.
Cheese in the safe stores.
My
Because
brother
you know
did his
what?
best to
Fuck
help
it.
gather
I'm
kindling,
not dying
mostly just poking
for
holes
a
cut
couple
in the
pieces of
logs with a
armor.
stick. I worked on
And
smoothing
a
out
gun.
space for my sleeping bag. After a day of travel and a decent hike, settling in felt like relief. Before long, a little fire crackled in front of us. The orange light danced on the We roasted hot dogs and made s'mores. My brother proudly holding up a perfectly browned marshmallow and grilling it over the fire. We talked quietly about tomorrow's plans. Dad said there was a stream nearby where we could see deer and maybe fish. Mom mentioned something about keeping an eye on our route so we didn't get lost. I nodded along, not really.
Fuck 'em.
I looked around, watching how quickly shadows stretched once the sun fell behind the trees.
Because you know what?
Birds that had called out earlier fell silent.
They can lick my
And a
balls.
distant rustle in the underbrush that hinted
They
at
didn't
movement
want me to
behind
cheese
the
it. They wouldn't give me a fast
By
travel
the time we
ticket.
zipped
Now
ourselves
would
into
they?
the tent, stars I had
Or
never seen
they would
so
let me
clearly
have better
fluttered
guns.
Mom said we'd sleep soundly after all that walking, and Dad cracked a joke about being too tired to worry about anything. My brother had whispered something amusing about woodland creatures playing stealthy games in the night. I listened for some time, expecting to hear something familiar.
So now we can get rid of this gun because now we got a pistol that's fucking black market pistol.
I said nothing. I lay there trying to sleep. We had tomorrow to explore, and I told myself there was nothing unusual about the way this forest seemed to watch quietly as we settled in. I woke in the dark, unsure of the time, but the fire outside had died down. No longer was it crackling and popping, just dying embers that cast upon the walls of the
Dimensions Afterlife.
A tinge of moonlight gray showed only at the edges of the fabric. I shifted around.
Now getting the red key cards is a little bit different, but once you get them, that's how you cheese it to get better shit. And we got red armor again, which is in the red fucking things, but I don't want red because red is not my color.
I just stepped beyond the tent, moving a short distance away to keep some privacy.
But that's $5 million, so
Letting my eyes adjust, thinking maybe I'd spot
Pete and Kai's favorite server.
Instead, something I heard. First, I thought I was imagining things. It started as a voice, too soft to be intelligible. I cocked my head, listening.
And then
The
you
voice
get
came
that.
again,
But
a little louder.
this
This
time,
it sounded
I
very
got
much
the
like my
pistol,
name.
so
That's
now
when
I can swap
I turned
pistols.
around to look back at the tent.
Now I
I could see
got
my
a
dad
good
poking his
gun
head out,
and a
or
good
perhaps my
pistol.
brother horsing around. But the
And I
tent
can get
stayed
rid of
closed,
this, which is
unstirring.
not
I
that great of
swung
a
dim
pistol.
flashlight beam around the edge of the clearing. The trees caught the light and tossed it back in odd shapes.
And I
Standing
can
behind a
sell
big patch of bushes,
the
there
mags
was a
for it
figure
and
with
shit.
long arms and a head that didn't quite match what I'd expect of a deer or bear. It was too tall, too oddly shaped. It shifted a little.
And then I got a whole bunch of
Against each
jelly
other
beans
legs,
and
if those
oh,
were
those are
legs.
health restores
I kept looking, unsure whether my eyes were playing tricks.
and Black Forest cannabis seeds.
It sounded like a dry voice trying to say my name in some
Which I don't need
raspy
Black
imitation,
Forest
as if it knew me.
cannabis
I
seeds.
tried to
And you
speak,
can't sell them
something
anywhere,
simple like,
so
"Who's there?" But what actually came out was a weak squeak.
those are like
The
items that
pathetic
you
sound was
have
enough
to
wake me
fucking
Dad.
grow in
He
order
burst out of the
to
tent with his larger flashlight, calling my name urgently. My mom followed, her voice tense.
do anything with
Before
them.
I could point them to that shape in the bushes, it moved back. When my dad cast his beam over there, we saw only empty branches. He swept the perimeter of our campsite while Mom hovered near me. My brother reached
Guns.
out, sleepy-eyed and confused. Nobody found prints or broken twigs that made sense. We huddled together, staring at the tree line. Dad fed the fire until it flared back to life. No one said anything about keeping watch, but we all did. The night around us stayed quiet, too quiet for comfort. We waited for dawn, each of us probably wondering what I had really seen, and who, or what, knew my name out here. At first light, Dad said we were leaving. There wasn't any big family discussion about it.
Wish you could put a
We just
scope
started
on that
packing,
though.
and Mom and I followed without a word.
Although it does
My
have
brother
kind of
rolled at his eyes.
a cool red dot
Asking
to it, but it's so
questions
small.
nobody answered. The silent tension in the air did all the talking. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful when we arrived, now seemed ready to swallow us whole. Our supplies went back into bags at double speed. We didn't stop for breakfast or even a hurried drink of water. Dad told us to stay close together.
Kind of sucks
and
that I
keep
can't
moving, so
use
that's
this
what we did.
SMG though.
We set off along the
That
fake
needs a
path we used
mag.
the day before, back toward where we parked. I
But
tried
it's
to
level
find
8.
a clump of ferns that looked like a chair, a small boulder shaped like a turtle shell. But
Tier
the birds
8
weren't kind to my memory
regular
tricks.
trader gun.
Branches scratched
So
at our arms, and loose stones slid underfoot. There was hardly a sound but for our boots pushing through leaves and the unsteady breathing as we hurried along.
hi, Kool-Aid
We were
Man.
maybe halfway when I heard something following. I looked at Mom.
You haven't
and her eyes
seen
had darted
like
from
the
her
Halo armor and
eyes.
stuff and the sci-fi stuff? There's lots
Dad
of
didn't say a
servers
word,
that
but he picked up the pace.
have this
moving
kind of
forward
stuff
like
on it.
fallen logs with a
This
grim intensity.
this stuff is
My
not
brother
new.
stumbled once and I caught his arm, jerking him back upright. We couldn't have
But
faced
we're
far
playing
back.
on Dimensions
Another voice
Afterlife.
wafted through to us. That
If
raspy
you look
voice
up
trying to tell me
sci-fi
it was some kind of key. I shook my head, refusing
or
to answer.
Halo
There was no way I'd call back. The path
in
grew
the
thicker. More than
DZSA,
once I felt something tug at the back of my jacket or snag in my hair.
you'll
Though I
find
never saw what it was. I kept expecting to look over my shoulder and see that long-limbed shape just inches away. At one point, we came
yeah,
into
this
a
is
slightly open space,
DayZ,
and Dad said
heavy
"Hurry."
modded servers.
That was when my brother yelled.
You can find all kinds of cool stuff like this. There used to be a server called Mars, and that's how I found out about all the sci-fi stuff.
Something tall and wrong-shaped slipping between trunks.
And
Dad hissed at us to keep going. And
there's
Mom
this
pushed my arm
one. There's
forward.
also Fatals. Fatals
Footsteps
has all
turned
the
into a
same
weird
stuff on it.
uneven ground. When we finally found the
Laid
place
out a
we
little
were
bit
going,
different.
I
They're
expected to feel
PvE
relief.
servers.
Instead,
They're
for a
meant
second,
to be
I thought the
fun
curtain was gone.
and
The trees had
crazy
shifted in my mind's
all
eye
at the
to a
same
different
time.
My heart
Oh, and
thudded
it
down,
left me
surging.
all that
And then I saw
freaking
the car
ammo
flat
that I
edge out
didn't
through the
want.
foliage. Dad patted pockets for keys. Mom and I hung
Oh,
close,
we'll
looking back.
throw it out up
We
at
moved in the
the
shadows.
black
I swear
market.
it stretched out a hand, like it was trying to bridge the distance between us. We tumbled in, Slammed doors, and Dad cranked the motor. Gravel spat beneath the tires as we lurched forward.
Oh yeah.
Car bouncing over the uneven track.
You get that a lot.
Until we were miles away. When we finally hit a proper road, Mom asked if everyone was okay. My brother muttered something about how weird that had been. I stared out the window, watching the thick forest fall behind us. Maybe one day we'd talk about it with clearer heads, but for now, it was enough that we were still here, driving away, that whatever lurked in those trees would stay behind. We had been planning the trip for weeks. A 3-day inroad into
just a bunch of the basic shit. I'm not going to be doing anything crazy. I'm not going to go looking for bunkers or anything like that. I'm probably not going to do any boss battles. I don't have any of the guns that you need for the boss battles. Those are like $1 billion and more. Takes a while. You got to grind for that kind of stuff to go buy those guns.
Striding through groves of ancient trees, each gnarled and imposing. We set our tent.
There's no zombies on here.
Not far from a narrow creek that trickled lazily.
And the horde master in that's depends on the servers. Some servers he's not super hard to kill. Some servers you have to fight him. You can only kill him with melee. Other servers who use the stock settings for the horde and the horde masters, you can kill him with, a blaze rifle and a bunch of shots to the head. So
as though the forest had swallowed its breath. The birds were gone. The wind was still. Even the gentle
this one, it's mostly robots. The regular zombies are represented with robots as opposed to mutants. But I play on servers that have the mutants on them as well. This one has alien invasion stuff. So it has an alien spaceship that comes down in random areas, and you can go fight the alien invasion and get loot off of those and do that kind of thing. We're going to avoid the northeast airfield because it always makes my fighter want to crash to the ground.
The gouges looked deliberate, as if something taller than any animal we knew stood on 2 legs and scratched them into the bark. At one point, we caught a foul odor driven
like that.
From the trees. Decay, the stink of old meat baking in the sun.
Stuff, please.
Water and our stomachs turned, forcing us back to camp earlier than planned. By late afternoon, the sky had clouded over.
Okay, well, show me some cool stuff, please. Oh, we're gonna go shoot more robots and stuff. I was just using up my 2 red key cards to kind of recoup some money because I died over the past few days and I lost a bunch of stuff. So
we shone our headlamps into the trees, but they illuminated only a confusion.
oh, this Skinwalker and Wendigo stories just off of YouTube. I do a lot of that stuff in the background because normally things are pretty quiet in my chat. And a lot of people come in and tune in to my channel to get better sleep.
We decided to pack up and head back to cut the trip short, but the forest fought back. Trails that should have led us toward the park.
We're gonna go shoot more robots, and you'll see the bot mod that they're using. It's not they're not the janky robots that first came out. These are a better version of the robots. But we got to come over to Black Market and
small animal carcasses arranged in grotesque
and sell off the rifle that I just got. Oh, you mother...
Something tall and emaciated slipping between the old pines. Its limbs were impossibly long, and its skin ash gray.
Desync.
Protruding bones. It moved with an uncanny grace that let it disappear behind trunks before our eyes could really take in the shape. But we both saw the eyes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of flying, but I have to have this ship in order to get into black market. So there's no other way to get into black market.
I never believed them, of course. Now I did.
And you can't deploy your ship while you're at black market.
Having our clothes caught and ripped by the
So
briars. The day wore on.
that kind of sucks.
Then into the long shadows of evening. We rationed our water and tried not to talk. Words seemed too fragile here. Twice we thought we saw other people, bright colors shifting between the trunks, perhaps
Weapons trader.
When we called out, we received no response. Once we passed what looked like a campsite long abandoned, a collapsed tent moldy and half buried in leaves, a single boot lying on its side. A chilling thought.
Should I buy a mag for this?
It was nightfall, and
oh, mother!
Dark labyrinth. The moon shone feebly, and my partner stretched my arm and pointed to a little piece of red cloth caught on a low-hanging limb of a tree. I remembered a red rag being tied to a tree near the trailhead, an impromptu marker left by a forest ranger or a cautious hiker. The vision brought a desperate sense of hope. We scrambled toward it, ignoring the sting of thorns and snapping of twigs.
15 mil.
It was then that the Wendigo rose from behind a crooked pine. And gaunt and crooked it stood between us and the sliver of red.
Well, if I gotta spend 15 mil, I might as well,
horribly distorted by the protruding
you know,
and the hollow
get the AR or something.
jagged teeth caught the moonlight. It took a rattling, wet gasp of breath that might have been laughter. I heard my partner suck in a breath, then let loose a sharp, terrified scream. It ricocheted through the silent woods. Fear drove me on. I snatched up a rock and threw it. The Wendigo avoided it with ease, having anticipated the action, swaying aside with inhuman quickness. It darted forward, claws scraping bark and leaf litter, and I swung a dead branch, shrieking words that made no sense. It pulled back, or at least hesitated, its eyes shining with an intelligence that turned my blood to ice. We couldn't fight this. Not really. We had to run, but it stood in our way. My partner, voice shaking but eyes determined, feigned a move to the left, and the creature shifted.
Well,
in that moment,
oops.
I tore to the right, grabbing her arm as I passed. She tripped on a root, almost going down, but I pulled her up. The Wendigo's claws swiped.
Not a big deal though. We still have our black market guns, so.
And out of the clearing, ignoring pain as thorny branches whipped open cuts on our faces and arms.
Throw this ammo in here.
Rent the forest.
This is ammo that I don't need.
My guts twisted at the sound. I could almost see it leaping tree to tree, closing the distance. Every second I felt sure that a bony hand would clamp down on my shoulder, but I forced myself onward, following that red fabric's memory through ferns and brambles, sweat stinging my eyes. And then, somehow, impossibly, we pushed through a stand of birches.
Yeah, see, some of this stuff is like 800 million.
Half rotted at the base, marked the trailhead. Beyond that,
800 million?
Where we'd parked.
Yeah, 800 million.
As we stumbled across open ground, feet skidding on loose
but those are like super high tier
and we
guns.
The car, trembling so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. We sat in the dark car, engine off, for what felt like a very long time, listening to our ragged breathing. Only when we turned the headlights on did I dare glance toward the tree line. Nothing stirred. Just darkness and swaying branches.
550 million.
No impossible.
Yeah,
the smell of blood and sweat filled the car.
But they're super high tier guns. Those are some of the stuff that you can get.
Miles away, the headlights cutting a path down empty roads.
By taking on like the world bosses and stuff.
But scratches on our arms and bruises on our shins. And
you have to claim the world bosses, and you have to be able to take them on.
Doesn't welcome visitors. intelligent and hungry, very old. We were lucky. I doubt we shall ever return. We left the ring in my pack unopened, the plans of our future unspoken. Some silences are safer unbroken, and some forests are best left undisturbed. I shut off the engine, opening the door and stepping down into boots crunching in a thin crust of snow that had settled over the gravel. Late afternoon, maybe
And this is
the
all
middle of
stuff
decent
that's
light
way out of my
The trail
price
led
range. I don't
south
have that
the
kind of
sightless
money.
start of a crooked trees. I shouldered my pack, took one last look at the SUV, and moved into the trees. I planned to stay a few days, long enough to push far into country where most folks never bother to go. The Bitterroot Wilderness stretched out before me like an old, quiet secret. Each step took me deeper into the landscape that had no interest.
We
in
have a
making me
tier
comfortable.
4
I carried little besides a
rifle
hatchet, flint, and a few emergency rations.
with 4 mags,
Beyond
so
that, I relied on whatever I could find. I'd done this many times before, carrying next to nothing, sleeping beneath branches, foraging wild foods. Most trips brought a kind of calm, a reaffirmation that I
250
could exist
million
out here on
for
nature's
those.
terms. This time,
190
though,
million
something
for
felt like a
those.
step off. No obvious reason, just a sort of tension you'd notice in a good dog before a thunderstorm. The forest presented itself as still and remote,
90.
yet I kept slowing down, craning my neck, listening for something I couldn't name. Nothing answered. No wind brushed needles. No birds gave warning
Yeah.
calls. Just the
So,
sound of my breath
there's
and
that.
boots moving uphill. I found a
Oops.
small clearing rimmed with towering trees so heavy with snow.
By the
their
way,
limbs sagged
don't
down.
double
It had
tap
some elevation,
on
natural wind break,
selling
enough to call home for the night. I
because
dropped
that
my gear and
sucks.
began the routine of building a lean-to and gathering
Now I
kindling.
don't
My
have a
hands worked
pistol
automatic
at
with
all.
learned movements that left my mind free to track the silence. The silence seemed to swell as dusk drew deeper, like a thick cloth settling over the trees. The fire took easily enough. Sparks danced up, and the light flickered against trunks that crowded in from every direction. Warmth spread outwards, and I knelt close, rubbing fingers that had gone numb. Eventually, the darkness closed in around the clearing, and my flame became the only real source of comfort. I leaned back against my makeshift shelter, scanning the perimeter. At some point, just after full dark, I caught a faint sound. A step, maybe two, somewhere past the glow. I held still, waiting. Another careful movement. The sound suggested size, larger than a deer, but slower than a cat. Something with weight behind it. I clasped
But
my
we've
hands.
got 35
Still nothing came
million,
out of the
so
glow.
we're
I let
getting
a few
there.
minutes pass, then added some
We'll,
wood to the fire.
Shoot
Sparks
more
shot up into the black.
zombies, or
It could have been the
we'll
sound
shoot
of
more
wind in
robots, and
crusted
we'll
snow, or maybe a bear that woke
get
too
more
soon,
stuff,
or maybe my mind playing tricks.
get geared up.
Either way, the rest of the night dragged on with that notion mulling in the dark. I told myself, I'll see tracks at first light and figure it out. Until then, I held my ground. Morning brought a kind of solace I tried to ignore. The ashes of my fire glowed in a ring of trampled snow, and my lean-to
Do
still
not
stood
deploy
there.
under power
I took a pull
wires.
from my canteen and stepped out of camp in search of sustenance.
How long have I been on here?
No squirrel chatter, just me crunching along.
I found out about this server about a week ago.
Previous trips, I'd find fresh
I
scabs,
jumped on it
cow sign on Twitter.
and I've been playing on it. I've died on here a few times.
Not this time.
Don't be afraid to die on here because it'll happen
Where I came across something
repeatedly.
that brought me up short. The partial remains of a mule deer. The carcass had been torn open, ribs exposed, internal organs gone. Chunks of flesh scattered across stained snow. I'd seen predators feed before, but this looked like a mess left behind by something careless or impatient. Around it, I spotted prints with a hoof-like shape, but their pattern suggested a two-legged stride. I crouched, trying to puzzle it out. The forest seemed to lean in, as though every tree watched. I spent the rest of daylight weighing explanations. A wounded moose kicking a carcass. A bear with a malformed paw.
Yeah,
The
it's
silence
got
around me never
a lot of
cleared,
cool shit.
even as I circled back. On a trunk near camp, I noticed scratches.
Basically, that's just a backdrop kind of thing that they put on the server.
The grooves oozed with amber sap, sticky and fresh. I went slower as the afternoon light slanted through the
But we'll find good spots to
My boots squeaked on the crust, and I strained to hear anything else.
shoot
Perhaps a branch break.
robots.
Nothing. And then late in the day, a noise came from somewhere beyond the ridge, high-pitched and layered, like metal scraping metal in a distant canyon. I stood stock still, hatchet in hand, and scanned the ceiling. Something dark shifted behind a stand of trees, tall and gaunt, with antlers that looked more like twisted horns than the graceful rack of an elk. It angled its head in a way that drew a low
And we'll keep looking for more orange crates.
leaving me uncertain if I'd truly seen it. By twilight, I realized it was no longer smart to stay put. The shelter.
Yeah, aliens from LV-426 are landing wherever that said they were landing. Shooting mods, so hopefully they are some good ones. Yeah, I've heard about that.
I told myself I'd travel carefully, make no panic.
There are, I mean,
The thought of stumbling through the night
console has private servers now, which is cool. If they can get them to open it up for modding, it will advance the whole console gaming thing. Will get so much better for Xbox and PlayStation and all that.
I stopped behind a trunk to listen. That heavy presence followed, not always
That damn mustache hairs.
but by an odd quieting of the forest, which should have stirred with something. Wind, branch creaking, faint
Keep your eyes out
After a while,
down there.
the trees thinned enough to let me make better progress.
Need to find.
Tucked near the edge of a logging road, the SUV would be ahead. I tried to move faster.
What is that?
Behind me to the left made my neck prickle.
Oh, it's just an orange building. Never mind.
A shape easing between evergreens was impossibly tall and thin.
But we're looking for like orange crates.
Ancient, yet terribly alive. A hint of sickly pale.
And they're a little hard to spot.
When it moved, its bones popped. It stepped toward me, lifting its head as if tasting the air. I gripped my pack strap and eased my hand.
Yeah, no, it won't be anything like that.
Its gait hinted at some sort of twisted intelligence.
Most of the mods that will start, if they open up consoles to private servers with modding on them, it'll be mods that you will see on PC that will be converted to work with console server.
Thrashing, tearing at the burning flare wedged in its chest. I didn't wait to see how it resolved its pain. I bolted down slope, the trail firm under my boots. Branches whipped my arms as I rushed through, breathing hard, half expecting it to catch me from behind. Finally, I saw a familiar stump and followed the old overgrown road out of the deep woods. The SUV stayed where I parked it, iced up in black. I yanked open the driver's door, got in, and jammed the key in.
See, that's something right there. That's modded.
In the rearview mirror, a movement drew my eye. The creature broke from the tree line.
You see that right there? Right in front of my ship. That's a modded space right there.
It's not good if you drink some water because then it just turns into salt water.
Well, you're not wrong.
I didn't stop until I'd cleared countless beds. Hours later, safe at home, I tried to settle into bed. The marks on my face throbbed. The house felt secure and warm. Then from somewhere outside, maybe far, maybe near, there came a distorted cry, that same high-pitched wail. It carried a promise that I would never truly put these woods behind me.
come up here and see if we can't get more gold nuggets off of some of the bigger boss spots.
Nothing screamed danger at first glance. Just old trunks, patches of fern, and a quiet that made us talk softer than we had back in the car. Logan lagged behind, wrestling with a pack that looked about as big as him. Tristan kept shaking his head and Logan stumbling, occasionally snorting or rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, I did what I could to help, even though Logan tried to handle it alone. Donovan said something about learning self-reliance, but I pretended not to catch the meaning in his tone. As the ground angled upward, everything started feeling more cramped. The forest pressed close, branches snagged our jackets, and the moss under our boots squished with each step. There was a certain hush now, not that overdramatic hush like in old horror movies, just the kind that gets under your skin without announcing itself. I wanted to break it with small...
See what we can find in the way of collectibles and shit like that
We
too.
reached a ridge where a massive cedar loomed, its trunk split down the middle. The damage looked old, blackened edges and a hollow where a person could stand. Donovan stopped there and lowered his voice. He claimed his grandfather had once mentioned a tribe living in these parts, long before white settlements. According to him, this tribe carried a curse that lingered well beyond their time. Donovan didn't get into details right away. Instead, he took his time, pacing a bit, clearing his throat, and peering at that old tree like it might open its mouth and speak. It made me uneasy watching him behave so oddly. He wasn't usually the dramatic type. Logan listened, wide-eyed, as Donovan finally explained that this tribe had offended something old and cruel. He called it the Elkhead Fiend. Tristan laughed, told Donovan to quit with the bedtime stories. He stepped closer to the cedar's warped trunk and spat a few rude words into the dark hollow. Then he wandered off to take a leak against the roots, shrugging off Donovan's warning. I edged closer to Logan, who looked like he wanted to drop his gear and bolt. Donovan didn't try to stop Tristan, but his jaw tightened. I swear I saw his knuckles whiten around the flashlight he carried. When Tristan returned, grinning like a jerk who'd just proven a point, Donovan shook his head and shouldered his pack again. "We're not sleeping here," he said flatly, and no one argued. We turned away, stepping back into the brush. The thought of setting up camp beside that cracked cedar vanished. If Donovan and his story had been an act, it worked on me. My nerves were buzzing. We aimed to find an old abandoned house he'd mentioned, some shelter further in. Maybe we'd laugh this off by morning, once we found a roof, a corner to spread out our sleeping bags, and maybe crack open a beer without feeling like we were intruding. By the time we found the old house, we were damp, and our clothes had a damp forest smell, the kind you never get out entirely. The building crooked boards and flaking paint. A window frame rattled softly in the breeze, and the doorway looked more like a jagged wound than an entrance. Donovan lifted his flashlight. Split tree, he said, trying to I'd have laughed. He set down his pack and checked his phone. Home safe. That was a relief. At least the kid wouldn't have to deal with whatever had been lurking in our minds since we left the ridge. I unrolled my sleeping bag, less moldy, and knelt beside me. We barely spoke, exchanged looks. I found silence more unsettling than we could admit. Without warning, Donovan reached into his pack and pulled out a rose, not the sort of thing you'd expect out here. He whispered something about trying to make peace, that we'd been distant lately. I ran a finger along the petals. Anything kind and gentle felt out of place in that broken-down room, yet it also felt like a small I guess Tristan got bored. He wandered off, not sleeping in a termite motel. We were close enough to share some warmth, talking in low voices about nonsense, dorm life, classes, if we could stomach eating another granola bar. We were trying to ignore the crumbling ceiling and the nagging quiet outside. Then a scream twisted the night. It cut through those thin walls like an alarm you try to silence by covering your ears. Tristan had sounded cocky before, but now he sounded like someone caught off guard by something horrible. Donovan shot to his feet and snatched up the flashlight. I grabbed for my boots, my fingers fumbling with the laces. I didn't say anything clever, just stumbled out after him. The rose fell from my hand and landed on the floorboards. Part of me wanted to grab it, as if it mattered, but Tristan's scream tugged us forward. Outside, the forest stretched into jagged outlines, and we called his name.
Oh, yeah.
For a quick reply.
Yeah,
We got silent.
there's always
A
plenty of
sound
robots
of
around.
creaking above us. We followed a narrow path, leaves brushing our shoulders. We carried just the one beam of light, and as it swept ahead, I imagined all sorts of things lurking behind each shadowed trunk. Donovan kept calling Tristan's name, louder now, and I tried to help, but my throat felt dry. No one answered. We stepped deeper, the ground soft and uneven, our voices sounding weaker with each unanswered call. We had left a roof behind, no matter how rotten it was, and now we prowled in open darkness, hearts pounding, hoping Tristan would call back. We found Tristan near a shallow dip in the ground, not that far beyond the clearing. Donovan's flashlight cut across tangled brush and damp earth until it landed on something that didn't look right at all. At first, it seemed like a heap of clothing. Then I saw a hand, Tristan's hand. He wasn't moving, and as we stumbled closer, the shape hovering over him came into view. If I try to describe it, I never do it justice. Taller than any person I've met, and lean, like it hadn't eaten in weeks, though that clearly wasn't true. It crouched there, limbs bent at angles that didn't belong in a human frame. The skin looked dark, slick, and reflective in the faint light. The head turned, stiff and silent, revealing an angular, skull-like face with hollow sockets where eyes should have been. No fur, just something stretched thin over bone. I'm not sure it made any sound. Maybe there was some wet rustling as it withdrew from Tristan's body, something that resembled a forked tongue flicking about. Tristan's chest wasn't whole anymore. I won't give every detail, but the ground glistened in a way you never want to see around a friend. Donovan tried to pull me back. Maybe he whispered my name. It was hard to tell. My legs wobbled. I clutched at my pocket where I'd shoved that rose earlier when we hurried out of the house. The stem still had thorns, and one jabbed into my hand as I squeezed it without thinking. The creature's head turned toward us. It moved with a slow, deliberate care, as if studying a curiosity. I fumbled for my phone, desperate for something, light, noise, calling for help. The creature swiped at the air, and my phone flew out of my grip. I heard it crack against a root. Without that small comfort of connection, we were alone with a thing that should not exist. Then it approached, sniffing at the rose in my hand. It didn't have a normal nose, but it dipped its head, almost curious. I gasped, tasting iron in the air. The creature leaned in, and for a dreadful second, I thought it would tear out my
Good
throat.
for you, robot.
Instead, it plucked the rose away. Then it turned and loped off, arms and legs working together with eerie grace, vanishing into darkness, as if it had never been there at all. Donovan and I collapsed in a ditch. At some point, I must have blacked out because when I opened my eyes again, it was daytime. A ranger found us too late. We mumbled about a bear, no ordinary animal. His body turned up miles from where we left him. Over time, doctors and counselors told me trauma does strange things to me. I tried to believe it was a desperate exaggeration in my mind. Now, though, whenever I recall the night, telling you around this fire, I can't help but picture the creature's face and the way it examined that rose before slipping back into the shadows. The night as if it were etched on the back of my eyelids. I can't seem to close my eyes without seeing it again. It was back in late October a few years ago when I decided, against every nagging instinct in my body, to take a week-long solo hike through the coastal wilderness. The days were still warm enough, and I thought the trek might clear my head after a tough year. You know how it is. A few too many disappointments back to back, and you just want to get away from it all. At the time, I never questioned what else might be out there, hidden among the pines and dusty red stones, watching. I'd been out for about 3 days when I first felt it, the sensation that something was following me. Not just following, though. More like stalking, keeping itself just out of view. The forest was quiet that afternoon, too quiet. Not a single bird called out. Not even the wind dared to. It was as if the entire world was holding its breath. I wrote it off as nerves. Maybe I was just tired, hungry. But I picked up my pace. The sun sank low, stretching out the shadows until they looked like impossibly long fingers clutching at the ground. I at a creek, nothing fancy. My tent was wedged between two gnarled junipers. The moon was waning but still bright enough that night. I remember stirring my cup of instant coffee over my little campfire, listening to the crackle of burning twigs and the distant whisper of water flowing over mossy rocks. Suddenly, there was a rustle, just beyond the edge of my makeshift light. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. With a shaky voice, I called out, "Hello?" like an idiot. There was no answer. After a few tense moments, I decided it must have been a raccoon or a fox. I forced a half smile and went back to my coffee, but I was on edge. Every shadow seemed to move. Every flicker of the fire danced like something alive and hungry. Then I heard something else, an animal call that didn't sit right with me. It was too human sounding, like someone imitating a coyote or a deer without really knowing how. It made my teeth feel sore, and the hair on my neck stood on end. I stood up, my heart hammering. Just beyond my campfire's reach, I saw a shape, low and twisted, skulking around the perimeter. I shouted, throwing a rock in that direction. It scampered back, but not like an animal. It moved wrong, as if the joints were reversed. At one point it stood on 2 legs, then dropped again to 4, then maybe something else. It never stayed the same. I tried to focus my eyes, but the shadows and my own terror made it almost impossible. I backed slowly toward my tent and grabbed the only weapon I had, a trekking pole. Pathetic, I know, but it was better than nothing. The creature, the skinwalker, let out a sort of hiss that curdled my blood. Then it mimicked my voice, low and warbled, calling my own name back at me. Imagine that for a second. Your own name, repeated in a distorted, half-human voice from something lurking in the dark. I can't think of anything more unnerving. I didn't stay to ask questions. I lunged into my tent, hands shaking so badly I could barely zip it open. I grabbed my pack, fumbled with the straps, and groped wildly for my flashlight. Meanwhile, the thing circled outside, each pass sounding closer, its breath rasping against the nylon tent walls. I thought I could see its silhouette press in, its long fingers, or claws, or whatever they were, tracing along the fabric. All I could do was hold my breath, begging silently it wouldn't tear through. The stench that seeped in with it was like rotten leaves and old blood, enough to make me gag. When it finally went quiet, I made a decision. Staying put would get me killed, no doubt about it. I switched off my lantern, slipped out of the tent as silently as I could, and made a break for the creek. I hoped the water might mask my scent or noise. I ran like I'd never run before, crashing through ferns, ducking under branches. Behind me, I heard it shriek, like a mocking laughter, and then the sound of something heavy and fast pounding through the brush. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned, and my legs threatened to collapse. But somehow, I reached a rocky slope near a ravine. I scrambled up it, half climbing, half crawling on all fours. At the top, I found a narrow ledge. I pressed myself flat against the rock, praying it couldn't follow. And there it was at the bottom, prowling, sniffing the air. In the moonlight, I caught a glimpse of its face, if you can call that a face. It looked almost human, but the proportions were wrong.
Face only a mother could love.
Large, reflecting the moonlight like an animal's. And the mouth seemed stretched into a grin that was part snarl, full of teeth that didn't fit right. For what felt like hours, we were locked like that, me silent and terrified, it pacing below. I thought at any moment it would find a way up the ledge and I'd be done for. But then, maybe because it lost track of me in the dark or grew bored, it turned away, melting into the shadows, its body shifting shapes as it vanished. I stayed there all night. I didn't dare move until dawn painted the sky a safer shade. When I finally climbed down, I immediately headed back the
Wish
way I
they
came,
would
not caring that my gear was left
make a
behind.
mod that would auto
Every step
stack
made me jump.
everything in your
Every stump
inventory.
or mossy log looked like it could be that thing, crouched and waiting. I made it out by midday, staggering into a ranger station. I must have looked wild, dirty, scratched, eyes wide as saucers. I never told them the full truth. Just said I ran into something out there and lost my gear. They nodded, not asking too many questions.
Gotta remember
They
to
knew that
throw
I was,
these
so that's my story.
into one of the
Now let me tell
bodies
you, even out here, safe
so that
by
I
this
can
warm
chop it
campfire,
up and
surrounded by
dispose of
friends,
it.
I still feel a tremor in my chest when I think of that creature. Believe me or don't, but if you ever find yourself alone in those Utah woods and you hear your name whispered back at you in the dark,
Bulbs.
run.
I don't know if I
Don't
can
wait
sell
and see what
bulbs.
happens next. Run.
Don't know if I can sell the bulb. Link and um that takes up the space. Goes here. Everything. Oh, put him down there, did it? OCD. Um, you sell them. Sell them. If you everything you can harvest on here, you can sell at the traders. So everything you find, all the collectible items, all the little figurines, gold nuggets, you can refine those, make gems, and sell those at black market. This is for daily rewards. You turn it on and then scroll up, and then you open your drone shop. You get free daily rewards. You can buy stuff on there, medical supplies, uh, a wrench if you lose your packing wrench for your vehicle, or you need a wrench to flip a vehicle. You can do that kind of thing. Yeah. And you order something and you wait for it, and you'll hear a drone come. You hear that the drone propeller buzz, and you look up and it'll drop an item for you, whatever you order. Which is pretty cool mod. I like that one. It's fun. But yeah, that's all we're doing right now. Today we're just harvesting uh bots and bot parts and stuff like that. Now that I've gone and used my 2 red key cards and cheesed it out with the loot, now we're just kind of recouping the money. I'd have been up quite a bit. I'd be twice as much money in the bank if I'd known a bunch of the stuff ahead of time or thought things out a little bit better instead of trying to like deploy a vehicle at black market when I knew I shouldn't have done that. Although, however, I did get that one back because it fell through and then it deployed down below. I just had no way of getting down to it. So if I'd been a little more patient, somebody could have come up there to black market, teleported me from up off of where black market is down to the ground, and then I'd have been fine. But just getting a little wild and crazy and doing stupid shit, and just sometimes you sometimes you panic. Maybe not totally thinking clearly at the moment.
Cutting us off. Chance to live without fear. It was just after 7:30. Out of nowhere, I heard the shots. And at first I didn't really understand. The bus rumbled along the highway as we finally neared Matamoros. It had taken us months to get
Stories from Mexico.
All we wanted was
Probably
safety,
about the
a chance to
Mexican
live without
goat
fear.
sucker.
It was just after 7:30 when it happened, when, out of nowhere, I heard the shots. And at first I didn't understand. I thought the noise was firecrackers or something of that nature, and then I saw trucks swarming around us, cutting us off from every direction. As we got closer,
The sound of their gunfire was deafening, and panic spread like wildfire through the bus. I held my breath as armed, masked men in military uniforms forced their way inside, and one of the men yelled, "Identification," and everyone on the bus began searching for papers. My heart pounded as I fumbled for
Woo!
papers,
Red
praying for
tracers!
but they weren't there to check IDs. They were hunting for us. They were hunting for migrants. They dragged me off the bus along with many others, including my niece, who cried as she was let off outside. Mexican cartels go after Honduran migrants because they're easy targets. Since migrants are often on move without much protection, cartels take advantage of extorting them, forcing them to work, smuggling drugs, or pulling them into their operations. It's all about preying on people. And after the men took us, they started. I was crammed into a truck with my niece and others, while my sister and her daughter were shoved into another vehicle. I couldn't even process what was happening. All I could think about was staying alive. For 4 days, we were held captive. The kidnappers took my phone, my cash, even my shoes.
Oh,
They
I
shoved
thought
us
this was
into a
going to be
ranch house so
about
packed with other migrants that sometimes there wasn't even
Mexico's
space to sit down.
cryptid creatures.
We didn't have any food or water.
Not kidnappers.
And rats and cockroaches crawled all around us, and every moment stretched on endlessly.
Eat the cockroaches,
The
man.
situation
Eat the
was even
cockroaches.
worse. Her youngest daughter had been separated from her and
Chilling tales for dark nights.
Ooh, another red key card. Be able to hit up another red after
Written by
restart.
Augustus Hare. Performed by Peter Bishop. Featuring Alicia Pavlis. Audio production and music by Jeff Clement. For many hundreds of years, a family of very ancient lineage by the name of Fisher possessed a very curious old place in Cumberland, which bore the unusual name of Croglin Grange. The great characteristic of the house was that never, at any period of its very long existence, had it been more than 1 story high. Yet it had a terrace from which large ground swept away towards the church in a nearby hollow, and a fine distant view. When, in a lapse of years, the Fishers outgrew Croglin Grange in both family and fortune, they were wise enough not to destroy the long-standing characteristics of the place by adding another story to the house, but instead went away to the south to reside at Thorpe, near Guildford, and they let Croglin Grange. They were extremely fortunate in their tenants, 2 brothers and a sister. They heard their praises from all quarters. To their poorer neighbours, the siblings were all that is most kind and beneficent, and their neighbours of a higher class spoke of them as a most welcome addition to the low society of the neighbourhood. On their part, the tenants were greatly delighted with their new residence. The arrangement of the house, which would be a trial to many, was pleasing to them. In every respect, Croglin Grange was exactly suited to them. The winter was spent most happily by the new residents of Croglin Grange, who shared in all the little social pleasures of the district and made themselves very popular. The following summer, there was one day which was truly annihilatingly hot. The brothers lay under the trees with their dogs, for it was too hot for any active occupation. The sister sat in the veranda and worked, or tried to work, for in the intense sunshine of that summer day, work was next to impossible. They dined early, and after dinner they remained out in the veranda, enjoying the cool air which came with evening, and they watched the sunset and the moon rise over the belt of trees which separated the grounds from the churchyard, seeing it mount the heavens till the whole lawn was bathed in silver light, across which the long shadows from the shrubbery fell as if embossed, so vivid and distinct were they. When they separated for the night, all retiring to their rooms on the ground floor, for, as it has been said, there was no upstairs in that house, the sister felt that the heat was still so great that she could not sleep, and having fastened her window, she did not close the shutters. In that very quiet place it was not necessary, and, propped against the pillows, she still watched the wonderful, the marvellous beauty of that summer night. Gradually, however, she became aware of two lights which flickered in and out of the belt of trees which separated the lawn from the churchyard, and as her gaze became fixed upon them, she saw them emerge, fixed in a dark substance, a definite, ghastly something, which seemed every moment to become nearer, increasing in size and substance as it approached. Every now and then it was lost for a moment in the long shadows which stretched across the lawn from the trees, and then it emerged larger than ever, and still coming on. As she watched it, the most uncontrollable horror
ever
seized her.
onward.
She longed to get away, but the door was close to the window, and the door was locked on the inside, and while she was unlocking it, she realized that for an instant she must be nearer to it. She longed to scream, but her voice seemed paralyzed, her tongue glued to the roof of her mouth. Suddenly, she could never explain why afterwards, the terrible object seemed to turn to one side, seemed to be going round the house, not to be coming to her at all, and immediately seizing upon the opportunity, she jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. But as she was unlocking it, she heard a scratch, scratch upon the window, and saw a hideous brown face with flaming eyes glaring in at her. She rushed back to the bed, but the creature continued to scratch upon the window. She felt a sort of mental comfort in the knowledge that the window was securely fastened on the inside. Suddenly, the scratching sound ceased, and a kind of pecking sound took its place. Then, in her agony, she became aware that the creature was picking the lead from the windows which held the panes in place. The noise continued, and shortly thereafter a diamond pane of glass fell into the room. Then a long bony finger of the creature came in and turned the handle of the window. And the window opened, and the creature came in, and it came across the room, and her terror was so great that she could not scream, and it came to the bed, and it twisted its long bony fingers into her hair, and it dragged her head over the side of the bed, and it bit her violently in the throat.
Ow.
As it bit her, her voice was released, and she screamed with all her might and main. Her brothers rushed out of their rooms to her aid, only to find their sister's door locked on the inside. A moment was lost while they got a poker and broke it open. By then the creature had already escaped through the window, and the sister, bleeding violently from a wound in her throat, was lying unconscious over the side of the bed. One brother pursued the creature, which fled before him through the moonlight with gigantic strides, and eventually seemed to disappear over the wall into the churchyard. Then he rejoined his brother by the sister's bedside. She was dreadfully hurt, and her wound was a very definite one. But she was of strong disposition, not given either to romance or superstition, and when she came to on her own, she remarked,
"What has happened is most extraordinary, and I am very much hurt. It seems inexplicable, but of course there is an explanation, and we must wait for it. It will turn out that the lunatic has escaped from some asylum and found his way here.
The wound healed and she appeared to get
Right.
better, but the doctor who was sent to her would not believe that she could bear so terrible a shock so easily, and insisted that she must have change, both mental and physical, so her brothers took her to Switzerland. Being a sensible girl, when she went abroad, she threw herself at once into the interests of the country she was in. She dried plants, she made sketches, she went up mountains, and, as autumn came on, she was the person who urged that they should return to Croglin Grange.
We have taken it for 7 years,
She said.
and we've only been there 1. We shall always find it hard to let a house which is only 1 story high, so we'd better return there. The lunatics do not escape every day.
As she urged it, her brothers wished nothing better, and the family returned to Cumberland. Despite the terrible events which had transpired, which precipitated their earlier evacuation of Croglin Grange, and in spite of the family's sincere interest in doing so, it proved impossible for them to make any great change in their living arrangements. As before, the lack of an upstairs in the house ensured that they would each remain on the ground level. The sister, in fact, occupied the same room as before, and it is unnecessary to say she always closed her shutters. However, as in many old houses, this always left one top pane of the window uncovered. The brothers moved and occupied a room together exactly opposite that of their sister, and they always kept loaded pistols in their room. The winter passed most peacefully and happily. In the following March, the sister was suddenly awakened by a sound she remembered only too well. Scratch, scratch, scratch upon the window. And looking up, she saw, climbed up to the topmost pane of the window, the same hideous brown shriveled face, with glaring eyes, looking in at her. This time she screamed as loud as she could. Her brothers rushed out of their room with pistols drawn and out of the front door. The creature was already scuttling away across the lawn. One of the brothers fired and hit it in the leg, but still, with the other leg, it continued to make way, scrambled over the wall into the churchyard, and seemed to disappear into a vault which belonged to a family long extinct. The next day, the brothers summoned all the tenants of Croglin Grange, and in their presence the vault was opened. A horrible scene revealed itself. The vault was full of coffins which had been broken open, and their contents, horribly mangled and distorted, were scattered over the floor. One coffin alone remained intact. Its lid had been lifted, but still lay loose upon its surface. They raised it. And there, brown, withered, shriveled, mummified, but quite entire, was the same hideous figure which had looked in at the window of Croglin Grange, with the marks of a recent pistol shot in its leg. And they did the only thing they knew of to dispatch such a creature. They burned it.
And that was the end of
I want to
that.
take a moment to ask you to support us by
The Ruskin Cave Recreational Park in Tennessee might look beautiful on the outside, but there have been strange reports from employees and hikers around the area of strange sounds at night they can't explain. Today's story is about a previous park staff who, after moving into the grounds, lived a horrific nightmare that her own daughter refuses to speak about to this day. You won't want to miss this one. In the summer of 1987, a 36-year-old woman named Cheryl and her 14-year-old daughter moved to Dixon County, Tennessee to work at Ruskin Cave Recreational Park. The park sits on top of what locals call the mountain, with both Ruskin Cave and Jewel Cave carved into its limestone heart. And the mother, who had taken a job as part of the park's staff, was given living quarters right on the grounds with the other staff. Now, the mother was actually pretty excited about this new chapter. The living quarters were comfortable enough, and they had everything they needed: a kitchen, bedrooms, and windows that looked out over the scenic cave grounds. And so, for the first few weeks, everything was completely normal. The mother would sit, work her shifts at the park, her daughter would go to school, and they'd spend their evenings together in their little home on the cave grounds. Around the property was quite large, with wooded areas surrounding the caves, a natural spring, and this beautiful creek that ran right through Ruskin Cave. One night in July, the mother was sitting at her kitchen table going through some paperwork from
Wait for the server to restart, and then we'll hop back in.
It was about 10:30 p.m., and her daughter was getting off from a local softball game. And normally, the mother wouldn't think twice about her daughter walking from the gate to the quarters. I mean, it was a short walk she'd done a dozen times before. The mother could see through her window as her daughter, still in her softball uniform and carrying this big bag of candy she'd bought from the concession stand, started making her way down the path that ran right alongside the creek. The creek was actually quite loud at night, and the sound of running water would just sort of echo off the cave walls and created this constant background noise that everyone who lived on the grounds had gotten used to. And so the mother went back to her paperwork, but just a few moments later, the front door burst open, her daughter stumbled in, literally shaking and her face completely white. The bag of candy was gone, and there was something about her daughter's expression and body language that told Cheryl something was very wrong. Her daughter tried to speak, but no words would come out. She just stood there trembling with tears streaming down her face, and as Cheryl wrapped her arms around her daughter, she noticed her back was all scraped up, and her softball uniform was dirty, like she'd been knocked down. And as the mother was trying to calm her daughter down enough so she could explain what happened, something made her glance toward the window. And Cheryl began to scream while she clutched her daughter close to her. Standing there, looking directly in at them, was something so massive it blocked out most of the window frame. And this large shape moved away from the window seconds later. Cheryl and her daughter could hear something big moving around outside, and it was moving toward the front door. And so Cheryl immediately grabbed her daughter, and they ran to the back bedroom, barricading themselves inside while she frantically dialed the police. Her hands were shaking so badly she had to dial it twice, and the dispatcher could hear the panic in her voice as Cheryl tried to explain that something had attacked her daughter and was now outside their home. Well, the police arrived about 15 minutes later, and by then, whatever was outside was gone. Two officers walked the grounds with flashlights while Cheryl's daughter, still visibly shaken, tried to explain what had happened. She told them how she had been walking home, carrying her candy bag, when she heard these heavy splashing sounds in the creek beside her. And then something reached out from behind her, and she described it as that this massive hand tried to grab her candy bag. And when she pulled back, she was knocked to the ground, which explained the scratches and scrapes on her back. The officers, of course, searched the area thoroughly, but found something strange. Now, despite the ground being soft from recent rain, they couldn't find any distinct footprints, just these odd depressions in the mud right near the creek. They did, however, find the
Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom again and get a fresh drink. I'll be right back, and we will try to load back in.
Jackson County for over 20 years seemed particularly interested when Cheryl described what she'd seen at the window. He pulled his partner aside, and they had this kind of hushed conversation that Cheryl couldn't quite hear. But she noticed how they kept looking back at her and her daughter with this concerned expression. The height of whatever was at the window had to have been at least 8 feet tall, based on Cheryl's description. Way too tall for a person. Bears were common in the area, but bears don't reach through darkness to specifically grab bags, and they certainly don't peek through windows. Now, before leaving, one of the officers told Cheryl they might want to keep their windows locked for a while, especially after dark. The senior officer would later tell his wife that in all of his years of service, this was the first time he'd find a report, and honestly had no idea how to classify what had happened. Well, a few nights after the incident, Cheryl and her daughter were just trying to get back to some sense of normalcy. They had this nightly ritual of sitting out on their front porch, sipping black tea, something they'd done since her daughter was little. And the tea was always served in these old ceramic mugs Cheryl's grandmother had given her, and normally this routine helped them both unwind from a long day. Now, from somewhere near the far edge of the property, past where Ruskin Cave opens up, came this sound that made them both freeze mid-sip. It wasn't like anything either of them had ever heard. It was this deep, guttural scream that seemed to kind of echo off the cave walls and bounced around the entire property. And it was so loud that even the crickets stopped making noise. Cheryl's daughter quickly grabbed her mom's arm so tight that tea spilt on the porch. The scream continued, and it was getting closer. It wasn't just one continuous scream, but rather these series of roars that would start low and then build up to this horrible pitch. And their neighbor's dog, which normally barked at everything, was now whimpering and scratching at their door to be let in. And so Cheryl and her daughter rushed inside after their fight or flight senses kicked in, locked the door, and spent the rest of the night listening to these screams move around the property, getting closer at times, and then fading away again. Well, that night, after the screaming finally stopped somewhere around 3 in the morning, Cheryl managed to fall into an exhausted sleep on the couch where she'd been sitting with all the lights on. But her sleep was anything but peaceful. In her dreams, she kept seeing those massive hands she glimpsed at the window. Only now they were pushing through her daughter's bedroom window, and in these nightmares, Cheryl would try to run to her daughter's room, but her legs felt like they were moving through molasses, and then that scream would start again, only this time it was coming from inside the house. And so she'd wake up drenched in sweat and lightheaded, and immediately run to check on her daughter. Now, this happened 3 times that night, and by morning, despite the exhaustion, Cheryl set out in the light of morning to investigate near the creek after sending her daughter off to school. Near the creek where her daughter had been attacked, there were these large areas where the vegetation had been completely flattened, like something massive had been pacing back and forth all night, creating these almost perfect parallel paths through the tall grass. And there was this smell. It was like a mix between a wet dog and something else rotting. But what really got to her was finding one of her daughter's hair ties from the softball game lying in the middle of one of these paths. It was kind of stretched out like something huge had been playing with it. Now, Cheryl called in sick to work that day, and she just sat at her kitchen table, kind of just checking out, staring out the window at those flattened paths, jumping every time the wind moved the branches. Now, by this point, she hadn't slept properly in days, and the lack of sleep was really starting to affect her. Dark circles had formed under her eyes, and she started to notice her hands would shake every time she would hear a noise outside. The coffee maker in the kitchen had been running nonstop, and she was on her 6th cup by noon. And so, after picking her daughter up from school and making sure she was safely inside, Cheryl decided it was time to start asking around the neighborhood. I mean, even if people thought she was crazy, it didn't matter. Now, that afternoon, she drove down Yellow Creek Road and stopped at a small white farmhouse that she'd passed every day on her way to work. An elderly couple, the Johnsons, had lived there for over 40 years, and if anyone would know anything about what was happening near the caves, it would be them. Mrs. Johnson was hanging laundry when Cheryl pulled up, and the moment Cheryl mentioned the screams, the older woman's hands stopped mid-motion, still holding a wet sheet, and she called over her husband. And soon, Cheryl found herself sitting at their kitchen table clutching a cup of coffee that Mrs. Johnson insisted she drink. I'm sure the 7-cup of coffee really didn't help Cheryl out here. Mrs. Johnson explained to Cheryl that they had been hearing those screams on and off for years now. In fact, the first time was back in 1952, right after they bought the place. And they initially thought it was a mountain lion, but as Mr. Johnson explained, mountain lions don't walk on 2 legs, and his wife kept nodding along as he spoke, just adding details about the little things they'd seen over the years. Now, strangely, Mrs. Johnson told Cheryl about their farm dogs and how these weren't just any dogs. These were animals that would chase off bears without hesitation, but there were certain nights where these same fearless dogs would suddenly start whimpering and hiding under the porch. And that's when they'd hear that same scream that started off far away, but would quickly move in and pace around their home. And at one point, Mrs. Johnson became very quiet, almost choked up. She brought up what happened to the tour guide at Jewel Cave, and apparently, this woman named Sarah had been leading a group to the cave system last summer in 1986 when something began following them. According to Mrs. Johnson, Sarah had told her the thing stayed just with their flashlight beams, but they could all hear it splashing through the water. The entire tour group had ended up running out of the cave, and Sarah had quit that very day. Now, both caves, Ruskin and Jewel, were supposedly connected by underground passages. And now she was wondering if whatever had tried to grab her daughter was using those caves to move around the property. And so, as Cheryl was getting ready to leave, Mr. Johnson suddenly remembered something. He disappeared into their back room and came out with this old, worn, leather-bound journal. His father had been a surveyor for the caves back in the 1920s. He kept detailed notes about everything he'd encountered. His hands were shaking slightly as he opened the journal to a very specific page. His coffee cup fell from her hands and shattered on the floor. There, in faded ink, was a crude drawing of exactly what he had seen at the massive figure with a flat face and round eyes. The notes decided to describe the same coarse, bushy hair she had seen, even down to the length of 2 to 3 inches. But despite everything that had happened recently, the date of the entry was July 1927, exactly 60 years after the ladders encounter. The surveyor had warned how these things became more active in the summer and documented their instances of them trying to grab or lure children and teenagers, always at night, always near water. Mrs. Johnson must have seen the color drain from Cheryl's face because she reached across the table and grabbed her hand. Now, she spoke to Cheryl softly and just said, "Honey, maybe it's time you and your daughter found somewhere else to live." But Cheryl knew it wasn't that simple. She had taken the job because they needed the money, and finding new work in Dixon County wasn't easy. Besides, something in her gut told her that moving wouldn't solve the problem, because whatever this thing was, she had already noticed them. And so she got home, and she was having the worst bouts of anxiety she'd ever had. The sun was setting, and she knew her daughter would be finishing up her homework. So she noticed something that nearly made her choke. There were wet footprints leading from the creek to her front door. Massive prints, fresh enough that they hadn't dried yet. And they weren't the kind that walked away from the door. They just stopped there as if whatever made them was still close by. So Cheryl sat in her car, the engine still running, staring at these wet footprints. Her daughter was inside, and every maternal instinct was screaming at her to run in there, but another part of her brain was just trying to process what she was seeing. Each footprint was easily twice the size of a man's boot, and there was something off about their shape, like whatever made them wasn't quite walking right. Cheryl's train of thoughts were shattered by the worst scream she'd heard yet. A different scream that wasn't coming from the woods or the caves, it was coming from inside her house. Cheryl grabbed the iron from her trunk and ran toward her front door. The screen was hanging off its hinges, and she could hear what sounded like furniture being moved around inside. But she realized she was hearing her daughter's voice. She wasn't screaming, she was talking to something. And so Cheryl burst through the door and found her daughter standing in the middle of the living room, staring up at the ceiling. All the furniture had been pushed against the walls, like something had cleared a path to the room. And there was the smell, that same wet dog and rotting smell from the creek. It was overwhelming. Cheryl's daughter looked pretty disheveled, but not harmed. And without taking her eyes off the ceiling, she whispered cautiously to her mom that it's been up there in the crawl space and has been watching her. Cheryl slowly looked up, and there in the access panel to the attic crawl space, she could see these long, dark fingers curled around the edge of the opening. And as both mother and daughter stood in place, they could hear something much larger than any person slowly shifting its weight in the space above them. The tire iron in her hand suddenly felt useless as she realized just how massive whatever was up there had to be to even fit in that crawl space. The ceiling creaked again, and a few bits of drywall dust kind of sprinkled down, and her daughter, still staring up, whispered something that made Cheryl wince. "It's trying to take me." And then they heard this low, guttural noise coming from above, but it wasn't a scream. It was like it was trying to speak. And the words were garbled and deep, like someone trying to talk underwater, and it was very similar to this kind of samurai chattering. Cheryl grabbed her daughter's arm and started backing them both toward the front door. But as they moved, the thing in the crawl space moved with them, following their path from above. The ceiling joists groaned under its weight. They were almost to the door when Cheryl's daughter stopped suddenly. Her daughter ushered her to look at the window, and when Cheryl turned her head slightly, her heart nearly stopped. There, pressed against the glass, was another face, flat, with those same round eyes she'd seen before, but this one was smaller, like a child version of what she had seen. And behind it, she could make out more shapes moving in the darkness, and the realization hit her. They weren't just dealing with one, they were dealing with an entire group or family. And for some reason, they had fixated on Cheryl's daughter. The ceiling access panel suddenly crashed down behind them, and without thinking, Cheryl shoved her daughter through the front door, slammed it behind them, and the sound of splintering wood erupted from inside their house as something huge dropped down from the crawl space. But they couldn't stop to look because now they could see shapes moving all around the yard, ducking between trees, all of them heading toward the house. Cheryl's car at this point was only 30 feet away, but it felt like miles. They sprinted across the grass, and Cheryl realized that some of these shadows weren't from the porch light at all. They were being cast by something much larger moving behind them. And just as they reached the car, she heard splashing sounds from the creek, the same sound her daughter had described the night she was attacked. The creek was alive with movement, like multiple things were emerging from the water all at once. They managed to get into the car just as something huge slammed against the driver's side window. Cheryl jammed the key into the ignition, floored it, gravel spraying as they tore out of there, and in the rearview mirror, she could see multiple large figures moving back toward the caves, just disappearing into the darkness. That was their last night at Ruskin Cave. They drove straight to a motel in Dixon and never went back to get their belongings. Cheryl called the park management the next morning and quit over the phone. When they asked her why the sudden decision, she refused to answer. A year later, in 1988, when investigators followed up on their encounter, they discovered something very interesting, that the entire area of Dixon County, Tennessee, had a long history of Bigfoot sightings, all describing creatures between 8 to 9 feet tall, with flat faces and round eyes, and covered in that same coarse, bushy hair. In fact, dozens of people in the surrounding neighborhoods had heard those same screams throughout that summer. And even now, hikers and cave explorers in Dixon County occasionally report hearing those same screams in and around the cave, especially on summer nights when the creek runs high. Cheryl's daughter still refuses to talk about what happened. And because you guys made it this far, I want you to comment below Tennessee, so that way I know who made it to the end and who didn't. And if you guys enjoy this kind of storytelling where we dive into strange cases of the mysterious and supernatural, then what are you waiting for? Slap that like.
It is commonly believed across a broad array of cultures that spirits can act as messengers from the beyond. For many, this is a source of great comfort, the idea that a deceased loved one can transcend the barrier between life and death in order to send one final farewell. Within the ever-expanding catalog of paranormal entities, however, one will find tales of a more ominous sort of spiritual messenger. In the pages of Irish lore, this being is found to be in the employment of death itself, her pained cries intending to impart a terrifying warning to those who hear it. a message of impending tragedy and certain death. And what more of an appropriate time for such a spirit to run rampant than during times of war? These are stories of wartime and soldier encounters with the Banshee. The mist which hangs before you offers you a choice to pass through or to escape. Beyond it are stories which defy explanation and fly in the face of what we know.
Encounters with a Banshee.
After riding countless hours through the moonlit Irish countryside, Richard Fanshawe and his wife, Anne, breathed a sigh of relief as their destination finally came into sight. The fortified walls of the O'Brien Castle loomed high over the surrounding area, its garrison of soldiers awake and alert amidst the chaos that had seized the local countryside. At this time in the late 1640s, Ireland found itself drawn into the expanding and complex mayhem of the English Civil War. The town of Cork had declared its allegiance to anti-crown forces, now occupied by the Irish Catholic troops. Two of the town's residents, the Fanshaws, being staunch royalist supporters of the English king, wasted little time in fleeing the inevitable persecution by the Catholic Confederates. Hoping to make their way to the coast in order to find safe passage to Spain, the Fanshaws, needing a safe place to rest, decided to spend the night at the castle of Lady Honora O'Brien. The noblewoman was a good friend of theirs and sympathetic to the loyalist cause. Emotionally and physically exhausted from their journey, the Fanshaws, now feeling secure within the castle walls, promptly retired for the evening. However, sleep that night would be difficult for the couple to come by.
Hello? Hello? Must be the wind.
Just as she had begun to drift off to sleep, Lady Fanshawe was stirred by what sounded like a faint whisper coming from just beyond the bedroom window. At first she paid it little mind, dismissing the sound as a gentle night breeze, pushing its way through a gap in the window. The more she listened, however, the more the Lady Fanshawe realized that what she was hearing was a voice, soft whispers of a woman, just outside in the darkness. But how could that be? Her room was on the second floor and didn't have a balcony. Perhaps, she thought, it was just the wind. Still, the odd sound continued, prompting her to get out of bed to investigate. Drawing near to the door, she was then confronted. Seeming to appear from nowhere, in the looming darkness beyond the glass, was a woman. Ghastly. She was pale, her red hair standing in stark contrast to her white skin and attire. Her eyes, too, were red, as if she had spent countless hours in tearful mourning. She screamed, painful, shrieking wails of sorrow that pierced through the Fanshawe like a cold knife. Though terrified, she could still make out the words of the song. Over and over again, she cried, Ahon, Ahon, an ancient Irish lamentation roughly translated as, Alas, alas, alas. After uttering these cries of sorrow, the woman beyond the window finished her wailing with a sigh, her breath now again like a soft breeze as she slowly faded back into the darkness of the night. But what on earth, Anne thought, as she relived the encounter over in her mind, was the meaning of all of this? She closed the window and returned to bed, considering that she may have simply experienced a night terror, the product of a weary mind plagued by thoughts of the ongoing war. falling into a restless sleep, the next morning would present a terrible answer to her question. At daybreak, the Fanshaws awoke to find the entire castle in a frenzy. The O'Brien family was clearly shaken by an unexpected tragedy. During the night, Lady Hanara O'Brien's cousin, who had been staying at the castle, had died in his sleep. Upon hearing the news, Anne Fanshawe immediately recalled the terrifying, ghastly woman outside her window, her painful cries still echoing through her mind. Lady Fanshawe now understood what she had witnessed. Though English-born, she had heard tell of such Irish myths from many of her Irish friends, becoming well-versed in the folklorish tales of her new home. But this was clearly no myth, nor a mere nightmare. The Banshee had come to Castle O'Brien, and true to form, she had come to collect a soul from among the living, the soul of Lady O'Brien's cousin. The tale of Anne Fanshawe's encounter at O'Brien Castle has become one of the most iconic Banshee sightings in paranormal history. However, it is far from being the only story of its kind. While spoken tales of the Banshee long predate the existence of the Irish state, written accounts of this wailing feminine specter can be traced back as early as the turn of the 14th century. Over the course of many hundreds of years, tales of the Banshee, her painful cries of sorrow, signaling imminent death, would become well ingrained in the culture of Ireland. So universal was the belief in this entity that some of Ireland's most prominent historical figures would tell of their own encounters with this infamous woman of death. This next story, as witnessed by Sir Jonah Burrington, a man held in high regard by historians as an Irish lawyer, judge, and politician, speaks to the enduring presence of the Banshee in Irish lore.
Oh, go on, get another one, Baron.
It was a murder case in Dublin, and the woman had killed her husband, captured the whole nation. It's the first woman was ever going to be hanged. And it came the day that the court was packed outside, thousands of people and what have you. The judge put the black cap on, which meant you were going to be hanged by the neck. And then he took it off again. And he looked at her and he said, "I'm going to be lenient with you, seeing as how you're a widow."
Oh, Baron.
In August 1801, Sir Jonah Burrington, alongside his wife, found himself mingling amongst other Irish elites at the home of his friend, 1st Baron Rossmore, having been invited to spend the night following a rather enjoyable party they had attended at Dublin Castle. The elderly Rossmore was a lifelong soldier, having first seen action in the Scottish Jacobite uprising of 1745, and distinguished himself in many campaigns since, attaining the rank of general. His storied military career had only recently come to an end, when he retired from his final post as Ireland's Commander-in-Chief, having served from 1793 to 1796. So highly commended was his service to the king that in 1796, his true name being Robert Cunningham, he was elevated to the peerage of Ireland by King George III, being christened Baron Rossmore of Monaghan in the county of Monaghan. Now 5 years on, the Baron's demeanor on that summer night was described by his friends as jolly and upbeat, the old soldier displaying no signs of ill health or fatigue as he retired for the evening. Having similarly returned to their quarters in the early hours of the morning, the Barringtons would find their sleep interrupted by a peculiar and unnerving sound. Sir Jonah Burrington would recall the spine-chilling ordeal in his own words.
I listened. It occurred first at short intervals. It resembled neither a voice nor an instrument. It was softer than any voice, and wilder than any music, and seemed to float in the air. I don't know wherefore it woke me heartbeat forcibly. The sound became still more plaintive, until it almost died away in the air. when a sudden change, as if excited by a pang, changed its tone. It seemed descending. Oh, I felt every nerve tremble. It was not a natural sound, nor could I make out the point whence it came.
Barrington's wife would also recount hearing this unsettling noise, an eerie mixture of low groans and sobs that they assumed was coming from the gardens beneath their high bedroom window. After several minutes of listening, the situation would escalate to a terrifying new extreme. With little warning, the pitiful moans would explode into a series of shrieking screams, piercing the stone walls of the old Rossmore estate. Through the blood-curdling screams and painful sobs, Burrington, petrified alongside his wife, could hear a single, distinct name being called by the phantom voice. Rossmore, Rossmore, Rossmore. With a soft, final sigh, the voice then seemed to fade away into the early morning darkness, leaving the terrified couple in a state of complete shock. As an Irishman, Sir Jonah Burrington was all too familiar with the mythology and folklore of his native homeland. He knew the screams were the calling card of an unnatural being. Possibly for the sake of his terrified wife, Burrington played down the whole situation. Surely they were just too tired and had a bit too much to drink at the night's festivities. Or perhaps an intoxicated neighbor or relative had simply stumbled her way into the Baron's elaborate gardens to wail away her own sorrows into the night. However, as the sun rose, the reality of the situation proved to be hauntingly grim. Despite being in good health and in good spirits mere hours before, Robert Cunningham, the first Baron Rossmore, was now dead. More haunting still, having heard the strange lamenting wails in the early hours, one of the servants explained that she had come into his room around 2:30 to investigate the noise, only to find the Baron writhing in bed, clearly in the agonizing throes of death. Like Lady Fanshawe over a century and a half prior, Sir Jonah Burrington, unable to discount those terrible screams, calling to his friend in the night, knew that the Banshee had come to call. Sir Jonah Burrington's account of the Banshee that signaled the demise of 1st Baron Rossmore, while chilling, is a strange anomaly in the grander lore of the foreboding Irish spirit. Those familiar with Celtic and Gaelic mythology would know that banshees, unlike other quote-unquote normal ghosts, aren't likely to be found weeping for the souls of just anyone. These mournful spirits, it seems, prefer to adhere themselves to a select few families prominent within the pages of Irish history. The infamous Lucky Five include the Kavanagh, O'Grady, O'Neill, O'Connor, and O'Brien clans. These surnames have since become the most common throughout Ireland. The significance of these families can be found in ancient Irish mythology, in which their original family members are cited as being the pure-blooded descendants of the Milesian peoples, who conquered Ireland thousands of years ago, purportedly ousting the three pagan gods that ruled it. If the Banshee's unusual conduct finds itself exclusively lamenting the imminent death of one of these select five families, then what business would the spirit have in mourning the loss of Robert Cunningham, the 1st Baron Rossmore? I guess. But around this same time, with waves of Irish immigrants making their way to the so-called New World in the 18th and 19th centuries, tales of the Banshee would soon start sprouting up in lands far from Irish soil. One such account comes to us from the days of the American Revolution, in what was then the fledgling colony of North Carolina.
All right, lad. This will be the last one.
All right.
Damn.
Having some trouble there, Mr. Warner.
Oh, well. Bones are old and withered like mine. You won't be laughing, boy. Now, you know where you're
Supply.
6-pounder. Lots of them. Just to get going.
Well, what about you, Mr. Warner? Your redcoats find out about your aid to the Continentals.
There, you mind that. Stay with the general till things quiet down. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Along the banks of the Tar River, we find David Warner, a rough man with a well-known hatred of the British, tending to his grain mill, preparing yet another shipment of goods by Continental Army encampment. Despite his young assistant's pleas to flee in the wake of approaching British forces, Warner, a proud patriot, refused to abandon his mill to the king's soldiers. An Irishman known to keep a high temper and a fighting spirit, rarely one to shy away from speaking his mind. It was this sort of inhospitable attitude towards the British that would set in motion a grisly crime. Sometime later, British troops would indeed arrive at the mill, a small patrol of 5 knocking on Warner's door in search of provisions. As armies of the time largely lived off the land as they trekked through the region, an intact grain mill would certainly be a vital asset to British forces in the area. Despite the British troops initially presenting a civil disposition, their mood gradually changed as Warner deliberately ignored their requests, pretending as if they weren't even there. Calling out to a worker inside the mill, he's reported to have said, "Try to save every ounce of it, my lad, and we'll deliver it to General Greene. I'd hate to think of those British hogs eating a single mouthful of gruel made from America's corn." Upon hearing this, any appearance of civility the soldiers were willing to maintain immediately vanished. They restrained Warner, now marked as an enemy sympathizer, and subjected him to a brutal beating with their fists, boots, and rifle butts. Finally, they dragged the battered patriot to the edge of the flowing Tar River and began to deliberate on the traitor's fate.
Well, that wasn't terribly smart, was it then? Wouldn't expect much more from a rebel. You have passion, I'll give you that. Tell me, if you, a patriot, happened across a traitor to the cause, what fate should they meet? Tar and feather? Hanging? Maybe a swim in the river, perhaps?
Alright, he's had enough, yeah?
What?
You don't know when to leave well enough alone.
You said it yourself. All those who stand against His Majesty deserve to die a traitor's death. Something funny now.
You can do what you want, lobster. Drown me if you'd like. One way or the other, this war will be the death of me. But rest assured, if and you do kill me, the Banshee will get you. She'll scream and scream and bring you to the depths of hell, I swear to you.
What was he on about?
Just more. Paddywhack, superstitious rubbish. Why don't you tell your Banshee we'll be sending the rest of your rebel friends your way very soon. Stand him up. I hope you're a strong swimmer, Mr. Warner.
Standing Warner to his feet, having tied both his hands behind his back and tying several heavy rocks around his feet and neck, one of the soldiers, a man bearing unnaturally evil eyes and a cruel mouth, egged them on, at which they shoved him off the embankment. But as soon as Warner's body plunged into the flowing waters of the Tar River, a shrill, mournful scream echoed across the river, causing the 3 men to then flee back to the mill. That night, however, would bring about an even more terrifying ordeal for these murderous men.
Cowardly sots, aren't they?
What the bloody hell is that?
British soldier's commander and accompanying officers had arrived at the mill, making camp and bedding down for the night. As the full moon hung in the sky and the rain crow announced a coming shower, a thick layer of fog began to creep its way across the river towards the encampment, the majority of its men now fast asleep in their tents. It was then that a terrifying sound shattered the peaceful Carolina night. A woman shrieked and wailed into the darkness, her tormented cries waking some of the officers and spurring the sentries on duty to investigate. Her sad, passionate lamentations drew the soldiers' attention to the river's edge, where they then witnessed an incredible sight. Materializing out of the river's looming fog was a woman. Her eyes, red from crying, were shrouded by a traditional veil, further aided by a head of beautiful flowing hair. The officers, transfixed by the haunting sight, watched the spectral woman as she wept and sang eerie songs of pain and loss. After several moments, the woman was once again overtaken by the fog, seeming to vanish into thin air as her screams echoed from somewhere further down the river. The British officers, terrified and dumbfounded, found themselves at a complete loss of words for what had just occurred. The terrifying supernatural experience brought about a feeling of supreme repentance in the three British men who had thrown poor David Warner to his death into the river earlier that day. The three of them immediately confessed their crime to their commanding officer. Infuriated at the account of their heinous crime, their lack of human decency, and no less their actions unbefitting a soldier in the British Army, he handed them all a brutal punishment. These three men would spend the remainder of the war, if not the remainder of their lives, whichever came first, replacing the now dead Mr. Warner and fulfilling his duties at the mill. As the story goes, this sentencing sealed their fate. Every day, they were made to work within the sweltering confines of the mill, churning out sacks full of grain for their comrades on the front lines. And every night, they were tormented by the banshee's cry. Then one night, she appeared in the doorway of the mill, beckoning two of the men to follow her into the looming fog. Transfixed by her otherworldly beauty, they obeyed, following her into the darkness, then down to the river, where they threw themselves in, never to be heard from again. The final soldier in the trio, a man with evil eyes, would eventually go mad, unable to block out the banshee's incessant screams. Racked with terror and guilt, he would aimlessly wander the woods around the mill in the night, calling Warner's name, begging forgiveness for his terrible crime. It was only the banshee that answered him. One day, his body was found, floating in the Tar River, in the exact spot where David Warner had been drowned. To this day, it is said that the banshee still haunts that lonesome stretch of river where the mill once stood. On August nights, when the moon is new and the rain crow calls for rain, the banshee will rise out of the mist and scream in the night, forever lamenting the tragic, senseless killing of David Warner. Although not at all the only one, as with the previous British men being tormented by this lamenting banshee, there is another banshee in America, recorded of Ghosts and Spirits by Rosemary Ellen Guiley. This story comes from Martown, West Virginia, a town of Spanish immigrants who arrived in the early 19th century. According to the lore, a banshee, a shrouded figure who rode atop a horse, first appeared to the founder of the town, Thomas Marr, who arrived in 1886, along with his West Virginian wife, Mary. The banshee had come to announce Thomas Marr's death. The Marrs ran a farm, and like many people, they'd fallen on hard times during the American Civil War. After the war, Thomas got a job as a watchman on a bridge in Martown. On several occasions, Marr told his wife he had spotted a shrouded rider as he traveled to and from work. He could not know his gender, though he thought it was a woman. The mysterious figure and horse always vanished as he approached them. Then, on February 5th, 1976, he went to work one night and never returned. While Mary waited for him, the shrouded figure rode up to the farmhouse, pretending kneeling, announced that Thomas was dead. The manner of his death is not known. When Mary later died at the age of 90, it is said that the shrieks of a woman were heard near her house, where her corpse was laid out, and the sounds of rattling chains came from the attic. So where exactly did the Banshee come to be so prevalent in Irish culture? With written reports of Banshee sightings stretching as far back as the early 1300s, it's difficult to determine where such tales first took root in Gaelic and Celtic history. For many historians and cultural experts, the spectral Banshee can trace its origins to a unique Irish and Scottish funeral
shit out of me.
known as keening. Practiced as far back as the 8th century, keening refers to a traditional form of vocal lament for the dead, a ritualistic art performed at the wake or graveside in mourning of someone who's recently passed. While primarily being a raw expression of sadness for a loved one's departure, the ancient Celts and Gaels believed that such displays played a role in freeing a person's eternal soul from their physical body, helping them to transition to what they dubbed the other world. Though rarely practiced in the modern era, those who have heard the emotional lamentations of traditional keeners speak of its eerie, unearthly sound, an unnerving mixture of song and intense emotion brought on by grief. The keeners themselves were typically elderly women within the community, their deep connection to spirituality and the supernatural serving to guide those affected by the loss through the turbulent grieving process. However, if one such community didn't have such a figurehead, they could simply go about hiring a keener as a sort of independent contractor. In fact, it seems that this professional mourner occupation was quite common, with competing keeners sometimes coming to blows over who could attend the services of the highest-paying client. If the client in question was of poorer standing, the payment for the keener's services often came in the form of alcohol, such as whiskey. As the Catholic Church gained influence in
Get him
Ireland,
drunk enough, cried anything.
mourners came under great scrutiny. In the eyes of the Church, the idea of paying someone to weep and pray at the funeral of a complete stranger was inauthentic and thus disrespectful to the solemnity of death. With many keeners themselves now driven by the promise of alcohol or money, many Irish began to turn on the practice, seeing the newer generation of keeners as perverting the image of once noble and beloved spiritual leaders. Perhaps it was this radical change in public opinion that eventually brought about this mysterious legend. Or perhaps it was the unscrupulous actions of the keeners themselves that brought about an unnaturally, indeed hellish, punishment for their greed and bickering at the graveside. Once revered in life for their graveside service to the dead, their own spirits were now cursed to lament from beyond the grave, their cries serving as an ominous warning to those who would soon join them. And so, the legend of the Banshee was born. Across Scottish and Irish culture, the Banshee is known to present itself in many unique forms, though she's a spirit more often heard than seen. The most common physical manifestation, it seems, is that of a haggard old woman. If seen, she is reported to be dressed in tattered clothing, her weathered face masked by a funerary veil or by locks of knotted gray hair. Often found near the vicinity of water, the Banshee is most commonly depicted as performing one of two actions: combing her long, unkempt hair in between periods of pain sobbing, or, as is reported in periods of war and conflict, washing the blood-stained uniforms of men soon to perish in battle. In some renditions, however, the Banshee presents itself as a beautiful young woman with fiery red or pure white hair, her lamentations carrying a soft, ethereal tone. In more extreme cases, however, the banshee appears as the wandering apparition of a headless, naked woman, cradling a bowl filled with blood in her arms. Of course, the true terror of the banshee rests not in her appearance, but in her signature wailing. It is said that in times of war, the banshee's cries were so feared that soldiers, upon hearing her telltale screams, would immediately abandon their posts, often running right into the swords and arrows of their enemy. Indeed, once the cry of the banshee was heard, there was no escape. For what mortal man can hope to outrun death? Hey guys, thanks for sticking around for what would amount to a minimal after action here, considering there's
Oh, I still got 500 slots to fill. Bigfoot stories.
Deep in the wilderness of Northern California lies a failed government project.
Yeah, you can blow up the gas pumps.
Well, there was a couple reasons. From what I understand, it was also military access, kind of behind the scenes. That's what it was being put in for. But it also.
Footsteps coming, and I just it sounded bigger and bigger, and it's just blackness going by. I just pulled the sleep back over my head, just try to quit my heart so loud. I was like, because the thing sounded big. Just steps. Snow was clean, no tire marks, no nothing. Couldn't go no further. We saw some footprints going up. Friend Carrie noticed there was toes in his prints.
Join us on this journey across the entirety of the so-called corridor.
But as we're right next to some kind of point of interest, I don't want to do that because I don't want to get in trouble for doing that. Harvesting robots and the goodies on the insides of the robots, not really frowned on, but I think you're supposed to stay away from doing stuff that's kind of out of hand with, you know.
So where I find myself right now is the site of the infamous Patterson-Gimlin film, captured in 1967, which is arguably one of the most controversial pieces.
I thought that was going to be like a good Bigfoot. It's not. Somebody doing a documentary.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the horror hut. Place was holding its breath. The woman behind the counter, Darlene, I guess from the sign, came over with a menu, but I didn't need to look at it. I just wanted coffee, something to keep me awake. Just coffee, please, I said. She gave me another too-white smile and headed back behind the counter. I glanced around, feeling uneasy for reasons I couldn't quite explain. There were maybe 4 other people in the diner, all sitting at different tables. None of them were eating. In fact, they weren't doing anything at all. Just sitting there, staring ahead, their eyes blank. I tried not to make eye contact with them, but it was hard not to notice. One man sat in a booth across from me, his hands resting on the table, completely still. His eyes didn't move, didn't blink. He was staring directly at me. I shifted in my seat, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Darlene came back with my coffee, setting it down in front of me with a soft clink. I tried to give her a polite smile, but it felt forced. The whole place was off, like stepping into a dream where nothing quite makes sense. "Where are you headed?" Darlene asked, lingering by my table. "Just passing through," I said, taking a sip of the coffee. It was bitter and lukewarm, but I didn't care. I just wanted to leave. She nodded slowly, like she knew more than she was letting on. Not many folks come through here this time of night. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded and glanced out the window, hoping the conversation would end. The diner's parking lot was empty except for my car, and beyond that was just darkness. No other buildings, no streetlights. Just the road disappearing into the black. I started to feel trapped, like the walls were closing in on me. The silence in the diner.
Paranoia, paranoia, paranoia.
I glanced back at the other customers, and my stomach turned when I realized they were all looking at me. Every single one of them. Their faces were blank, but their eyes were fixed on me, unblinking. I looked down at my coffee, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But when I looked up again, they were still staring. "Everything all right, hon?" Darlene's voice made me jump. She was standing behind the counter, her hands resting on it as she watched me closely. Too closely. "I'm fine," I said, my voice a little shaky. "I think I'll get the check." Her smile didn't falter, but something changed in her eyes. She didn't move. "You sure you don't want anything to eat? We make a great pie." "No, I'm good, really," I said, standing up quickly. I grabbed my jacket, ready to leave. But when I turned toward the door, my heart stopped. The door was locked. I hadn't noticed it when I came in, but now there was a heavy chain looped through the handles, secured with a padlock. I turned back to Darlene, my mouth dry. "Why is the door locked?" She didn't answer right away, just kept smiling at me like...
Because they're all fucking cannibals or something, because they live out in the desert like a bunch of fucking wackos.
Lots of strange folks out on the road at night. I took a step back, my pulse racing. "I think I'd like to go now." Darlene tilted her head, her smile never leaving her face.
Go where?
"You haven't finished your coffee." I looked around, desperate for a way out. The other customers hadn't moved, still sitting there like mannequins, their eyes locked on me. My hands were shaking, but I tried to keep my voice steady. "Unlock the door." Darlene didn't move. Instead, she walked over to the counter, her heels clicking on the tile, and picked up a phone. She held it in her hand, watching me. I'll just give our friend a call. He'll want to know you're here. I didn't wait to hear the rest. I bolted for the back of the diner, hoping there was another exit. My heart was pounding in my chest, my mind racing. There had to be a way out. There had to be. I ran past the kitchen, the smell of grease and old food hanging in the air, and pushed open a door that led to a narrow hallway. At the end of it, I saw a door marked exit. I nearly cried with relief as I sprinted toward it. But when I reached it and pushed on the handle, it didn't budge.
Nothing happened.
The door was locked, just like the front. Panic set in, real and sharp. I pounded on the door, hoping maybe someone outside could hear me, but I knew it was pointless. There was no one around for miles. I turned around, my back against the door, trying to catch my breath. That's when I heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming down the hallway. It was one of the men from the diner, the one who had been sitting closest to me. He was walking toward me, his face blank, his eyes fixed on mine. Darlene says you should come back, he said, his voice flat, emotionless. I backed away, my hands fumbling for something, anything to defend myself with. But there was nothing. Just a dead end and a locked door. He kept coming, his eyes never leaving mine. I didn't know what he was going to do, but I wasn't going to wait to find out. I ran past him, back into the diner, hoping maybe I could smash a window or find something heavy to break the lock on the door. But when I got back to the front, Darlene was waiting for me, her smile gone now, replaced with something colder, darker. She was holding a set of keys in her hand, dangling them in front of her like bait. "You're not leaving until he gets here," she said, her voice low. "You might as well sit down." I felt the room spinning, my vision narrowing. Who was he? What did they want with me? I didn't care. I just wanted out. Without thinking, I grabbed a chair and swung it at the window, shattering the glass. The sound was deafening, but I didn't stop to look back. I climbed through the broken window, cutting my hands on the shards, and ran to my car. The gravel crunched under my feet as I fumbled for my keys, my hands slick with blood and sweat. I jumped into the car, started the engine, and peeled out of the lot, not daring to look back. As I sped down the highway, the diner's lights disappeared into the distance, swallowed by the darkness. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up. I had always liked small-town fairs. There's something about the smell of fried food, the bright lights, and the noise of the crowds that makes you feel like a kid again. This year, I was traveling for work, and I found myself in one of those towns that barely shows up on a map. It just so happened they were having their annual fair, and since I didn't have much else to do, I decided to check it out. The fairgrounds were on the edge of town, a big open field with a few rides, game booths, and a stage where a local band was playing. It wasn't as flashy as the big city fairs, but it had its own charm. There were families with kids running around, couples holding hands, and groups of teenagers laughing and shoving each other near the bumper cars. I bought a ticket at the gate and wandered in, figuring I'd grab something to eat and maybe try a few games. As I walked past a booth where a man was calling out for people to win a stuffed bear, I noticed him. A man standing off to the side, just outside the main crowd. He wasn't doing anything, just watching. His face was pale, almost sickly, and he wore a long coat that seemed too heavy for the warm night. His eyes were fixed on me. It was the kind of stare that makes you uncomfortable, like he knew something about me that I didn't. I shrugged it off, telling myself he was probably just some guy zoning out, and went to get a corn dog. I spent the next hour or so wandering around the fair, trying out some of the games and watching the rides. I even went on the Ferris wheel, which gave me a good view of the whole place. It was nice, peaceful even. But every now and then, I caught sight of that man again. He wasn't close, but he was there. Always just far enough away that I couldn't really make out his face, but I knew it was him. The coat, the way he stood, arms hanging at his sides. Watching. It started to get to me after a while. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was following me. I told myself it was just paranoia, that it was a small fair and it made sense to see the same people more than once. But as the night went on, every time I turned around, he was there. Not saying anything, not getting closer. Just standing still, staring. I tried to lose myself in the crowd, moving between rides and booths, but no matter where I went, he was there. I tried going to the windows, he was waiting near the exit, staring at the teenagers who seemed to be leaving. I started to get this tight in my chest. It wasn't cold. Teenagers had thinned out. The fair was winding down. Stage, watching the band. Until it was just me and the rides in the distance. That's when I started thinking, only this time, it wasn't just watching. He was moving toward me. I stopped walking, my heart pounding. He was coming straight for me, his hands shoved into the pockets of his coat. His face was still hard to see in the dim light, but I could see enough. His eyes were locked on me, his mouth set in a grim line. I turned and walked quickly in the opposite direction, trying to keep my pace steady. I didn't want to run, not yet, not until I was sure. But I could hear him behind me, his footsteps crunching in the dirt, getting faster. I glanced over my shoulder, and that's when I knew. He was running. I broke into a sprint, dodging between the booths and trying to head back toward the entrance. But the lights from the fair seemed farther away now, like the whole place had shifted while I wasn't looking. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were moving through water. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. I turned a corner and found myself in a part of the fairground that hadn't been set up with booths or rides. It was just empty space, dark and quiet. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and I slowed down, trying to listen. I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore, but I knew he was close. I looked around, trying to find a way out, but there was nothing. Just shadows and silence. Then I heard it soft at first, like the wind moving through the grass. But it wasn't the wind. It was his voice. You shouldn't have come here. The words were low, almost a whisper, but they sent a chill down my spine. I didn't know where he was, but he was close. Too close. I started backing up, my eyes scanning the darkness, trying to find him. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. He was standing just a few feet away, half hidden in the shadows. His face was twisted in a sneer, and his eyes were wild. I just want to go, I said, my voice shaking. I don't want any trouble. He didn't answer, just took a step toward me. I stumbled back, my hands shaking, and nearly fell. I had to get out of there, but every direction I looked seemed like a dead end. The fair was just a distant blur of lights now, too far away. He took another step, then another. His hands came out of his pockets, and I saw the glint of something metal in the dim light. A knife. I didn't think. I just ran. I don't know how long I ran for, but it felt like hours. My legs were burning. My lungs felt like they were going to burst, but I kept going. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps pounding the ground, getting closer. I rounded a corner and saw the lights of the fair again, the sound of the band echoing in the distance. I wasn't far now, but my legs felt like lead. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain, ignoring the fear. I had to make it. I burst out of the dark, back into the main area of the fair. There were still people around, still enough light and noise to make me feel like I had a chance. I kept running, not stopping until I reached the entrance. The ticket booth was empty now, and the gates were wide open. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was still behind me. I got to my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the keys out of my pocket. I fumbled with the lock, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, half expecting him to appear out of the darkness. But he didn't. I got in, started the engine, and drove. I didn't stop until I was miles away, the lights of the fair lawn behind me. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. Maybe he was just some local who didn't like outsiders, or maybe he was something worse. But I didn't care. I was safe now, and that was all that mattered. But I'll never forget the look in his eyes, or the way he whispered those words, like he was daring me to run, like he knew I wouldn't make it out. I was driving through this stretch of nowhere when I realized I wouldn't make it to the next town before dark. I had been on the road for hours, and everything around me was just open highway and fields. I spotted a sign for a motel up ahead, just before the sun dipped below the horizon. It wasn't like I had many options, so I took the exit and followed the road for a mile or so before I saw it, this old, beat-up place that looked like it hadn't seen a renovation in decades. The sign buzzed, flickering a weak neon vacancy. The parking lot was mostly empty except for 2 cars parked near the office. One of the headlights from one of the cars was cracked, hanging loosely, like someone had backed into something but never bothered to fix it. I parked and walked into the front office, which smelled like stale cigarettes and cleaning chemicals. There was an old man behind the counter, eyes glued to a tiny TV with the volume turned too low to hear. I rang the bell, and he looked up slowly, like I had interrupted something important. "Need a room?" he asked, his voice rough, like he didn't talk to people much. "Yeah," I said, hoping I didn't sound too uncomfortable. I just wanted a place to crash for the night. One night. He didn't say anything after that, just took my cash and handed me a key. The key wasn't even one of those modern key cards, but an actual metal key attached to a worn leather tag with the number 5 stamped on it. "Room's around the corner," he said, already looking back at his TV. "Checkout's at 10. I nodded and left the office, walking across the parking lot to room 5. The motel was a single-story building, maybe 10 rooms in total. The place was quiet, but there was something about it that just felt off. The walls looked like they'd been patched up.
They always look odd, because they're small town fucking places. And they're spooky and creepy as fuck.
No one noticed. I unlocked the door to my room and stepped inside. It smelled like old carpet and mildew, but I wasn't expecting much from a place like this. The bed was an old double, the kind that creaked when you sat on it. There was a small TV on a dresser, a couple of lamps, and a bathroom in the back. It wasn't clean, but it was
Creepy old towns with the weirdos.
I dropped my bag by the door and sat on the bed, trying to shake off the unease that had crept up on me since I pulled into the parking lot. I told myself it was just because I was tired. It wasn't like I hadn't stayed in worse places before. After a few minutes, I decided to take a quick shower. The water pressure was terrible, and the hot water ran out after a few minutes, so I didn't stay in long. When I came back out, I thought I heard something, a faint thud coming from the room next door. I paused, listening. It was quiet again, so I figured it was just the walls being thin. I turned on the TV, trying to find something to watch, I settled on some old black and white movie that was barely audible over the buzzing of the old TV. It was around midnight when I started hearing the noises again. At first, it was soft, like someone moving around in the room next door. But then it got louder. There was a scraping sound, like furniture being dragged across the floor, followed by a series of loud thuds. I turned off the TV and listened, feeling that same unease creeping back. I tried to ignore it at first, telling myself it was just the old building settling or maybe someone moving around. But the noises kept going, and they started to sound wrong. Like someone was trying to be quiet but wasn't doing a good job of it. Then I heard something that made my skin crawl, a faint, muffled voice. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it was coming from the room next door. I told myself to mind my own business, that it wasn't anything to worry about, but something about it felt off. It wasn't like an argument or anything like that. It was more like someone was whispering to themselves. I couldn't help it. I got up and went to the window, pulling the curtain back just a little to see if I could spot anything outside. The parking lot was mostly empty, just my car and the two others I had seen when I pulled in. Everything else was quiet. Too quiet. I went to the door, pressing my ear
Quiet.
against
Too
it.
quiet. Too quiet for a small town like that.
Something else. It was faint, but I could hear it like a soft
It means the children of the corn are worshiping one who walks behind the roads.
was coming from near the dresser, but there was nothing there. I crouched down, listening closely, and that's when I saw it just under the edge of the dresser, partially hidden by the wood. A small hole, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. I leaned closer, and that's when I saw the tiny lens. A camera. My heart stopped. There was a camera hidden in my room, aimed directly at the bed. I felt sick. I backed away quickly, my pulse racing. Someone had been watching me this whole time. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know what to do. Should I leave? Should I confront the guy at the front desk? But then I thought about the noises I had heard. What if it wasn't just me? What if the person in the room next door had been caught too? I needed to find out. I grabbed my phone, turning on the flashlight, and crept out into the hallway. The door to the room next to mine was slightly ajar. I could feel the tension in the air, like something was about to snap. My breath caught in my throat as I reached for the door, pushing it open just enough to peek inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. The room was a mess. Furniture was overturned, the bed sheets torn off, and in the middle of the floor, there was a camera on a tripod facing the bed. But there was no one there. The room was empty, but it felt like someone had just been there, like they had left in a hurry. I turned to leave, my heart pounding in my chest, but as I stepped back into the hallway, I heard the faint creak of footsteps behind me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Someone was there. I turned slowly, and that's when I saw him. The old man from the front desk, standing at the end of the hall, staring at me with cold, dead eyes. He didn't say anything, just stood there, watching me like he had been waiting for this moment. My mind raced. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to run, but my legs felt like they were made of lead.
Hell yeah, bounce the fuck out, homie.
I bolted for my room, slamming the door behind me and locking it. I grabbed my bag.
Like he's not gonna have a master key.
Things as quickly as I could. I wasn't staying here another second.
Derpa 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 derp.
My heart racing. But when I reached for the handle, I heard it again, the soft humming, coming from somewhere inside the room. I froze, my hand hovering over the door. Slowly, I turned around, and that's when I saw it. Another camera, hidden in the vent above the bed. I felt like I was going to be sick. I was trapped. Whoever was watching me wasn't just in the next room, they were everywhere. I didn't wait to find out what was going to happen next. I yanked the door open and ran. I didn't look back, not even when I heard the door to the room next to mine creak open behind me. I ran to my car, my hand shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. But I did. I started the car and sped out of the parking lot, the tires screeching on the pavement. I didn't stop until I was miles down the road, far away from that place. I don't know what was going on in that motel, and I don't want to know. But I'll never forget the way that man looked at me, or the feeling of being watched. I've stayed in plenty of motels before, but after that night, I don't think I'll ever feel safe in one again.
It's 'cause the world's full of creeps and disgusting perverts.
I was passing through this small town, just trying to get back home. I had a project I wanted to get started on before the weekend was over, replacing some old flooring in the guest room, and I was missing a few things. Nails, some wood glue, and a new utility knife. Simple stuff. But when I saw the hardware store sign off the main road, I figured it wouldn't hurt to stop. The place didn't look like much, just a small, rundown building with a weathered sign that said Smith's Hardware in faded letters. There were a few pickup trucks parked outside, and one of those plastic open signs hanging crooked in the window. I parked my car.
Okay, so it does auto load the Pokemons
The moment I walked in, I noticed
and
how
the
it was.
other cards.
It makes you feel like you're the only person in the world.
If your inventory's full,
As I stepped inside, and I glanced around.
in your number one slot. So that's kind of cool.
The lights were dim.
Oh.
There was this faint smell, like old wood and something metallic. There was a man behind the counter.
Metallica.
In his late 50s. He had thinning hair and wore a stained apron that looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. His eyes snapped up as soon as I walked in, like he had been waiting for me. He didn't say anything right away, just watched me as I wandered down one of the aisles. I tried to shake off the weird feeling.
Take it off. Take it off.
A pack of nails, some with glue, and a decent-looking utility knife, and headed toward the register. As I approached the counter, the man finally spoke. "You working on something?" His voice was raspy, like he'd been smoking too much, but there was something in his tone that rubbed me the wrong way. Too eager, maybe. "Yeah," I said, setting the items down. "Just replacing some flooring at home." He nodded slowly, like he was considering something. "That old knife you got there, it won't last long. You're better off with a heavier one, something that'll cut through the tougher stuff." I glanced at the knife. It looked fine to me. This should work for what I need. He stared at me for a second too long, then gave a slow smile. "Well, suit yourself. Just don't come back complaining when it breaks on you." I didn't respond, just waited while he rang up my things. I could feel his eyes on me the whole time, like he was sizing me up, like he knew something I didn't. It made my skin crawl. "That'll be $22.50, he said, finally looking away. I handed him the cash, and as he gave me my change, he spoke again. "You doing the work yourself?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, keeping my answer short. I didn't feel like getting into a conversation with this guy. He nodded again, like he approved. "I could come by, give you a hand if you need it." I laughed, thinking he was just making small talk. "No, thanks. I've got it covered." But he didn't laugh. His smile stayed, but it was wrong, like it didn't belong on his face. "No trouble at all. I know my way around this kind of stuff. Been doing it for years. You'd be surprised how many
Creeper, he's a creeper.
I could save you some time. I shook my head, trying to be polite but firm. Really, I'm fine. I'm just doing a small job. He didn't seem to hear me. Where's your place? Just outside of town? I could swing by tonight, get it done quicker. That's when I started to feel really uneasy. He wasn't just being friendly. There was something else going on here, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. His insistence, the way he kept leaning forward, as if he was trying to get me into something. I appreciate the offer, I said, taking a step back from the counter, but I'm good. I grabbed my bag of supplies and started to head for the door. But just as I reached it, I heard him call after me. You sure? I'm happy to help. I could follow you back right now. I turned, my hand on the doorknob, and gave him
Follow me back to my house. You'll never go anywhere else again.
Thanks anyway. I didn't wait for him to respond.
Fuck shit.
I pushed the door open and stepped out into the
Good way to get your head blowed off.
As I walked to my car, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting him to be standing in the doorway, watching me. But the door was closed, and the parking lot was empty, save for the 2 trucks. I got into my car, tossed the bag onto the passenger seat, and started the engine. I couldn't shake the weird feeling in my gut. It wasn't just that the guy was being pushy. There was something more to it, like he knew something I didn't, like he was waiting for me to slip up somehow. I pulled out of the lot and got back on the main road, heading toward home. I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind. It was just a weird interaction. Small towns were full of weird people, right? But as I drove, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see one of those trucks following me.
Creepers and creepers. Small towns full of creepers.
There were plenty of trucks in this part of the country. But as I kept driving,
I get tired of humping on the sheepers.
Just far enough to not seem obvious, but never too far behind. My chest tightened, and I felt my palms start to sweat. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just someone heading in the same direction. But I didn't like it. Not one bit. I decided to test it. I turned off onto a side road that I knew led to a dead end. If the truck followed me down there, then I'd know for sure. Sure enough, it did. I felt a cold knot in my stomach as I watched the truck in the mirror. It was the same one I'd seen parked outside the hardware store. There was no mistaking it.
That's when you pull the old shotgun out of the back window and step
I told
out.
myself that I just needed to get to the end, turn around, and drive past him. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe he'd just keep going. But as I approached the dead end, the truck sped up, closing the distance between us. My heart was racing now. I didn't know what this guy wanted, but I wasn't going to find out by sticking around. I pulled to the side of the road and threw the car into reverse, my hands shaking as I backed up as fast as I could. The truck kept coming, getting closer and closer until it was just a few feet away. I floored the gas, spinning the car around and speeding back toward the main road. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if he was following me again. I just kept driving, my knuckles white as I gripped the steering wheel. Eventually, I made it back to the highway. I didn't stop until I was miles away from that town, my heart still pounding in my chest. I don't know what that guy wanted, or why he was so insistent on following me home. But I'm glad I didn't find out. Something about the way he looked at me, the way he spoke, it felt like he had other plans.
That's why people need to learn how to use and bear arms.
And now, whenever I need supplies for a project, I make sure to stop at a big chain store, somewhere crowded, somewhere safe. was driving back home after visiting my parents. It wasn't supposed to take that long, but I'd underestimated how much gas I had left. I wasn't anywhere near a highway, just driving through a bunch of back roads, and when I saw that gas light flicker on, I knew I'd better stop somewhere before I ended up stranded. I'd passed a few small towns along the way, so I figured I'd find something soon. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, I saw a small gas station up ahead. It wasn't much, just 2 pumps in a tiny building with a flickering neon sign that said open. The place looked old, run down, but I didn't have a choice. I pulled in, parked next to one of the pumps, and got out of the car. There was no one else around. The air was still, and the place seemed too quiet for a gas station. I filled up my tank as quickly as I could, keeping an eye on the dark windows of the little building. I didn't like it there. I don't know why, but the whole place made me feel off. When I finished, I realized I needed to go inside to pay. There was no card reader at the pump. Just my luck. I took a deep breath and walked toward the building. The glass door squeaked as I pulled it open, and I stepped inside. The first thing that hit me was the smell, like old cigarettes and something else, something metallic. The second thing was the guy behind the counter. He was staring at me before I even made it all the way in. He was tall, with greasy hair and a yellowing t-shirt that clung to him like it hadn't been washed in days. His eyes were too wide, like he didn't blink enough. He didn't say anything as I walked up to the counter, just watched me the whole way. "I'm just paying for the gas," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He nodded, but he didn't take his eyes off me. "Where are you headed?" His voice was low, rough, like he smoked a pack a day. I didn't want to get into a conversation.
It's the same guy from the hardware store.
"Long drive, huh?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Not a lot of people come through here this late." I shrugged, handing him my card. I just wanted to pay and leave. "Yeah, well, just passing through." He took the card, but he didn't run it right away. He just held it in his hand, staring at me. "You traveling alone?" That question made my skin crawl. I didn't like how he asked it, like he already knew the answer. I forced a smile, trying to act normal. "Yeah, just me." He finally swiped the card, but he was still watching me too closely. "Not always safe for a woman to be driving alone at night," he said, his smile still there, but it wasn't friendly. "You never know who you might run into." I didn't respond to that. I just wanted my card back so I could leave. My heart was starting to race, and I could feel the urge to run, but I stayed still, hoping I could get out of there without making things worse. He handed me the receipt, but before I could grab it, he spoke again. "Where are you headed from?" I took the receipt, slipping it into my pocket. "My parents' house," I said, keeping my answer short. He nodded slowly, like he was thinking about something. "That far?" Must have been a nice visit. I didn't reply, just gave him a tight smile and turned to leave. As I reached for the door, I felt his eyes on my back, that heavy, uncomfortable feeling you get when someone's staring too hard. I pushed open the door and hurried back to my car, my heart pounding in my chest. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I pulled out of the gas station, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw him standing in the doorway, watching me. His smile was gone, replaced by this blank, unsettling look. I drove down the road, trying to shake off the
Creepy
feeling of unease,
looking
telling myself
weirdos.
I was just being paranoid. But after a few minutes, I checked the mirror again, and that's when I saw the headlights behind me. At first, I thought it was just another car, someone else traveling through the area.
Oh,
But as I
and
kept
have
driving,
pistols.
the car stayed behind me, too close.
I gotta steal his pistol.
The road, it followed. My stomach dropped when I realized it was him. It had to tried to stay calm, telling myself I was just driving the same route, that it was a coincidence. But the longer it went on, the harder it was to believe that. He was following me. I was sure of it. I sped up a little, hoping he'd back off, but he didn't. He stayed right on my tail, so close that his headlights filled my car with light.
Almost $5 million.
On the steering wheel, and I started looking.
$5 million.
There were no other cars around, no houses, no signs of life, just a dark road stretching out in front of me. I tried to think. What was I supposed to do? Call the police?
40 million.
But I didn't even know where I was. I hadn't seen a town in miles, and I didn't have a signal on my phone. I spotted a small side road up ahead, barely visible in the dark. I didn't know where it led, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from him. I made a sharp turn, my tires squealing on the asphalt, and took the narrow road, hoping he wouldn't follow. But he did. The headlights swerved behind me, and my heart raced as I realized he wasn't going to give up. I pressed down on the gas.
People also need to teach their kids and other people how to drive defensively, how to get away.
I couldn't keep driving forever, and there was nowhere to go. My mind was racing, trying to figure out a plan, but all
How
I
to
could think about was getting
evade
away from him.
creepers.
The road started to curve, and up ahead, I saw a sharp bend. I slowed down just enough to take the turn, but he didn't. His car skidded, the tires screeching as he lost control. For a split second, I saw his headlights swing wildly, and then there was a loud crash as his car slammed into the trees. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept driving, my heart pounding, my hands gripping the wheel so hard they hurt. I didn't know if he was hurt or if he'd come after me again, but I wasn't taking any chances. Eventually, I found my way back to the main road. I drove for miles, not stopping, not slowing down, until I finally reached a small town with a 24-hour diner. I pulled into the parking lot, my hands still shaking as I parked the car. I sat there for a long time, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I didn't know who that guy was, or what he wanted, but I knew one thing for sure: I was lucky to get away. I never took that route again. I've lived in the same small town for years. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other's names, and nothing much happens. There's only one post office, an old brick building on the edge of town. I've used it for years, never thought twice about it. It's just one of those places that fades into the background until it didn't. About 6 months ago, I started noticing something strange. The post office would be closed during regular hours, sometimes for a whole day. I'd show up to mail a package or pick something up, and the doors would be locked, lights off. No sign, no explanation, just closed. The first couple of times, I shrugged it off. Everyone needs a break, right? Maybe the postmaster was out sick or something, but it started happening more often. I checked the hours posted on the door, and I knew I wasn't going crazy. They were supposed to be open, but the place was locked up tight. People in town began to notice too. I'd hear them mention it at the grocery store or at the diner, asking each other, "What's going on with the post office?" No one seemed to have any answers. The postmaster, this guy named Don, wasn't exactly the chatty type. He'd been working there as long as I could remember. He was always polite, always did his job, but something about him was a little off. He didn't smile much, and he rarely made eye contact. Still, it never struck me as anything more than a guy who didn't like his job. One day, I needed to send some important documents out. I had to get them in the mail that day, no exceptions. I drove to the post office at around 10 a.m., well within the open hours. But again, the doors were locked. This time, though, it wasn't dark inside. I could see lights on, and there was movement. Someone was in there. I knocked, but no one came to the door. I knocked again, harder, and then I heard muffled voices. It sounded like at least two people, maybe more, talking inside. I pressed my ear against the door, trying to hear, but the voices were too low to make out what they were saying. I knocked one more time, and finally, the door creaked open just a crack. Don was standing there, blocking the entrance. He didn't look surprised to see me, but there was something off in his eyes. He stared at me for a moment before speaking. His voice slapped. "We're closed." "Closed?" I said, pointing at the sign. "It says you're open." He didn't even glance at the sign. "We're closed." I was starting to get frustrated. "I just need to send a package. It'll take 2 minutes." He didn't move. "Come back tomorrow." I tried to look past him, but he stepped in front of me, blocking my view of the inside. The voices I heard earlier were gone now, like they'd stopped the second I knocked. That's when I noticed something strange. There was a streak of what looked like
Oh,
dried
for
mud on his
fuck's
shirt,
sakes.
smeared across his chest like he'd been in a hurry. His hands were shaking slightly, too. "What's going on in there?" I asked, my voice more firm this time. "Nothing," he said, but there was a tension in his voice that hadn't been there before. He glanced behind him, just for a second, but it was enough. "You should go." At that point, something clicked in my gut, and I knew something wasn't right. But before I could say anything else, Dawn stepped forward, pushing the door shut in my face. I heard the lock click into place, and then there was silence again. I stood there for a moment, just staring at the door. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Why was the place locked? Who was inside with Dawn, and why were they trying so hard to keep it hidden? I walked back to my car, my heart beating faster than it should have been. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Dawn standing at the window, watching me. It sent a chill down my spine. Something was wrong.
Hi,
I wasn't
Gluggy.
allowed to let it go.
How are you?
I went back. This time, I didn't go during normal hours. I waited until after the post office was supposed to be closed. If Don was up to something, I figured it might be easier to catch him off guard. I parked a little way down the street and watched the building for a while. There were no cars, no signs of life. It looked completely deserted, but I didn't believe that for a second. After about an hour, I saw movement.
Another day in paradise.
And Don stepped out, looking around like he was checking if anyone was watching. He didn't see me, tucked away in my car, and I watched as he locked the door behind him and walked off down the street. Once he was out of sight, I got out of my car and hurried toward the post office. I didn't have a key, but the door wasn't as secure as I thought it would be. It only took a few minutes of fiddling with the lock before I managed to get it open. The moment I stepped inside, the smell hit me. It was thick, heavy, like mildew and something rotten. The air was stale, like no one had been inside for days. But I knew that wasn't true. I'd seen Don here just hours earlier. I walked through the lobby, past the empty counters, and toward the back of the building where the mail was usually sorted. The lights were on, casting long shadows across the floor. As I moved deeper into the building, I heard something muffled sounds, almost like whispers. It was coming from a room down the hall. I crept closer, trying to stay quiet. The door to the room was cracked open, and I could see a dim light inside. I pushed the door open just enough to see what was inside. What I saw made my stomach turn. There was a man tied to a chair in the middle of the room, his head slumped forward. He was covered in dirt and blood, his clothes torn and filthy. He wasn't moving, but I could hear faint breaths coming from him. Next to him, on the floor, was a shovel covered in fresh dirt. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to get out of there, had to call the police. But as I turned to leave, I heard the door to the post office creak open. My blood ran cold. Dawn was back. I froze, my mind racing. I couldn't let him find me here. I glanced around the room, looking for a place to hide, but there was nowhere to go. The only thing I could do was stay quiet and hope he didn't come this way. I heard his footsteps getting closer.
Oh, what is going on with this server?
To himself, a low, tuneless sound that made my skin crawl. I pressed myself against the wall, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I could see his shadow in the hallway, long and dark. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he'd hear it. But after what felt like an eternity, he moved on, his footsteps fading as he walked down the hall. I didn't waste any more time. As soon as I was sure he was far enough away, I slipped out of the room and made a run for the front door. I didn't look back. I just ran, my heart racing, my mind spinning with what I'd just seen. I didn't stop running until I was back in my car, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened.
Call the state police,
I
idiot.
called the police, told them everything I'd seen. They came, asked me questions, searched the post office. But by the time they got there, the man in the chair was gone. The room was empty, clean like nothing had ever happened. They found Don later that night, trying to leave town. He didn't put up a fight when they arrested him. Turns out, he'd been involved in some kind of smuggling operation, using the post office as a cover. The man I'd seen tied up was one of his partners who tried to back out of the deal. They never found the guy, though.
Buried under the post office, that's why.
I've always loved jogging in the park near my house. It's small, nothing fancy, just a loop that winds through some trees and a small pond. Quiet, peaceful, usually empty in the early mornings when I go. I like it that way. It's my time to clear my head before the day really starts. I'd been running there for years, so I never felt uneasy about it. Until that day. It started like any other morning. I woke up early, put on my running shoes, and headed out. The sky was still gray with just a bit of light coming through, but I liked that running while the town's still half asleep. The park was empty when I got there, just how I liked it.
Oh, somebody put their base way down here at the end, huh?
And started my usual route. I remember thinking it was colder than usual, or maybe it was just the wind picking up through the trees. Either way, it felt like a typical morning jog. About 10 minutes in, though, I got that weird feeling you get when you know someone's watching you. I glanced around but didn't see anyone. There's usually no one else around this early, and I shrugged it off, trying to focus on my breathing. But as
Shrug
I
it
came around
off.
the curve in the
Shrug it
path,
off.
something caught my eye. Off to the side, just past the tree lean, I saw a figure. He was standing between two trees, not moving, just watching. I slowed down, thinking maybe it was another jogger or someone walking their dog. But there was no dog, no movement. Just a man, standing there, staring right at me. I tried to play it cool, picking up my pace again and telling myself it was no big deal. Maybe he was just some guy taking a break, or maybe he was lost. But something felt wrong. He didn't move, didn't look away. I glanced back over my shoulder as I ran, and he was still there, standing in the same spot, watching me. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it was hard to focus. My legs felt heavier, my breath quicker. I kept running, but I could feel my heart pounding harder than it should have been. The trees felt like they were closing in on me. The path ahead seemed too long. I just wanted to finish my run and get back to my car. When I got to the far end of the loop, where the trees thinned out near the pond, I looked back again. This time, he wasn't in the same spot. But he wasn't gone either. He'd moved. He was closer now, about halfway down the path, still just standing there, still staring. My stomach dropped. I wasn't imagining it. He was following me. I forced myself to keep running, even though my legs felt like they were turning to lead. I just wanted to get back to my car, get out of there. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if I should confront him, if I should call someone, but all I could focus on was putting one foot in front of the other. As I neared the end of the loop, where the parking lot was, I started to feel a little bit of relief. The lot wasn't far now, and once I was in my car, I'd be safe. I could lock the doors, drive home, forget this ever happened. But when I got to the parking lot, that relief vanished. My car was sitting there, same as always, but something was wrong. The tires, they were flat. All four of them. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining it, that maybe I was too freaked out to think clearly, but no. They were definitely flat. Someone had let the air out. I stopped dead in my tracks, panic hitting me like a wave. My eyes darted around, searching for anyone else, but the lot was empty. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the parking lot now, just a few yards away. He wasn't hiding anymore. He was walking toward me, slowly, deliberately, like he had all the time in the world. I froze, my mind screaming at me to run, but my feet wouldn't move. He was getting closer. I don't remember making the decision to run, but suddenly I was sprinting, heading for the park entrance. My phone was in my car, my keys too, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from him. I didn't look back, didn't check to see if he was following. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The entrance wasn't far, but it felt like it took forever to reach it. I burst out of the park and onto the street, not stopping until I was a good distance away. I turned back then, gasping for breath, but he wasn't there. The park entrance was empty. For a second, I thought maybe I'd lost him. Maybe he wasn't following me after all. Maybe he was just some guy, and I'd overreacted.
No.
Standing just inside the park, barely visible through the trees. He wasn't chasing me, but he wasn't leaving either. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go back to my car, and I couldn't stay here. There were no houses nearby, no one to ask for help. I was completely alone. I started walking, not sure where I was going, just trying to put as much distance between me and him as I could. My mind was racing, thinking about all the stories you hear, all the warnings about going places alone. I'd always thought they were exaggerated. Nothing like that ever happened around here. But now, it was happening to me. I walked for what felt like hours, checking over my shoulder every few seconds, but I didn't see him again. Eventually, I reached a gas station on the edge of town. The clerk looked up as I walked in, probably noticing how disheveled I looked, but I didn't care. I walked straight to the counter, my hands shaking as I asked to use the phone. The police arrived a little while later. I told them what had happened, how the man had been watching me, how he'd flattened my tires. They asked me if I'd seen him do it, if I knew who he was, but I didn't have any answers. I'd never seen him before in my life. They offered to take me back to my car, and I agreed, though the thought of going back there made me feel sick. When we got to the park, my car was still sitting there, the tires flat, just like I'd left it. But the man was gone. There was no sign of him anywhere. The police looked around, but they didn't find anything. No footprints, no evidence, nothing. They changed my tires for me, told me to be careful, and sent me on my way. I drove home in a daze, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I didn't feel safe until I was back in my house, with all the doors locked and the windows closed. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching. I've always been interested in my family's history, and after years of listening to old stories from relatives, I decided to dig a little deeper. I had traced my family back to a small town, one that wasn't far from where I lived. My great-grandfather had grown up there, and I thought it might be interesting to learn more about his life and the town itself. I didn't expect much. Just thought I'd spend a quiet afternoon going through some old records. The town wasn't exactly a tourist destination. It was quiet, almost too quiet, and seemed like the kind of place where not much ever happened. The main street had a few shops, a diner, and the library where I was headed. The library was small, tucked between two other buildings, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. Inside, it smelled like old books and dust. There was a single librarian sitting behind the desk, a woman who looked like she had been working there forever. She glanced up when I walked in, but didn't say anything. Just watched me as I made my way over to the records section. I wasn't sure where to start, so I grabbed a few old newspapers and started flipping through them. Most of it was just local news, nothing exciting. I was about to give up and leave when I found something strange. It was a small article buried in the back of a paper from the 1950s. It mentioned a missing person, just a brief note about a man who had disappeared without a trace. There wasn't much information, just a name and the date he was last seen. I didn't think much of it at first. Missing persons happen everywhere, even in quiet towns like this. But then I found another article, and another, all about people who had disappeared over the years. The more I looked, the more I found. It seemed like every few years, someone would just vanish. The articles were always short, always vague. No follow-up, no explanation. Just gone. I went back to the librarian, carrying a few of the articles with me. When I asked her about it, her expression changed. At first, she acted like she didn't know what I was talking about. But when I showed her the articles, she got defensive. Said it wasn't something people around here talked about. That made me curious. Why wouldn't they talk about it? I wasn't asking for much, just wanted to know if there was any more information. Maybe there had been a string of kidnappings or something, and they didn't want to scare people. I figured there had to be more to it than just these little notes in the paper. But the librarian got this weird look in her eyes. She leaned in close and told me I should stop looking into it. Said I was digging into things that were better left alone. I thought she was being dramatic, trying to make it sound more mysterious than it really was. But there was something about the way she said it that made my skin crawl. I went back to the records, ignoring her warning.
Ought not to be digging holes where there should not to be no holes.
It was full of information on local missing persons cases. Dozens of them going back decades. Names, dates, descriptions. All of them were locals. All of them disappeared in or near the town. As I read through the file, I started to notice a pattern. The disappearances weren't random.
Doctor Who!
Some time of year, late summer, just a few weeks apart. And they all happened in the same general area, a part of town that was mostly abandoned now. I didn't understand what I was looking at, but it felt like there was something more to it.
You got a blue diamond out of stopping here at least.
I decided to ask the librarian again, this time pushing for more answers. When I brought up the file, she looked genuinely angry. Told me I needed to leave, that I shouldn't be snooping around in things I didn't understand. She said it was dangerous, that people had been hurt before because they didn't listen. I didn't know what to make of it. Why was she so upset? It was just old news, nothing more than that. But the more she talked, the more I realized she was scared. Not angry, scared. She kept glancing around like someone might be listening, her voice dropping to a whisper as she told me to leave town, to forget what I'd seen. I didn't leave. I should have, but I didn't. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was on the verge of uncovering something. Something important. I decided to go to the area where most of the disappearances had happened. It was only a few blocks away, and I figured it couldn't hurt to take a look. The area was run down. A few boarded up buildings. No one had lived there in years. As I walked through the streets, I got this feeling like I was being watched. Every time I turned around, there was no one there, but the feeling wouldn't go away. It was like the whole place was holding its breath, waiting for something. I found an old house that matched the description in one of the articles. It was one of the last places a missing person had been seen before they vanished. The door was locked, but a window around the back was broken, so I climbed in. The inside was just as run down as the
Yeah,
outside.
'cause that's a
Dust
genius
everywhere,
idea.
old furniture covered in sheets. I don't know what I was expecting to find, but the house felt wrong. I can't explain it. It was just a house, empty like all the others, but something about it made my skin crawl. It was too quiet, too still. I started to leave when I heard footsteps outside. At first, I thought maybe it was just someone passing by, but they didn't go away. They got closer. Slow, deliberate steps, coming right toward the house.
It's coming right for me.
I crouched behind an old couch, hoping whoever it was would just leave. But they didn't.
Oh, I gotta
The door
pee.
creaked open, and I heard someone step inside. I couldn't see them from where I was hiding, but I could hear them walking through the house.
I gotta pee.
They were moving slowly, like they were looking for something. Or someone. I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing, praying they wouldn't find me.
Oh,
The
I
footsteps
need
got closer,
to.
then stopped.
I will be right back, chat.
I thought for sure they had found me,
I-
that any second now they'd reach down and grab me. But after a moment, the footsteps moved away. I listened as they walked through the house, then out the door. I waited a long time before I moved, just in case they were still outside. When I finally got up, I made a run for it, climbing back out the window and sprinting back to the main street. I didn't stop running until I was back at the library. The librarian was waiting for me. She must have known I would come back. She didn't say anything, just shook her head and handed me an envelope. I didn't open it until I got back to my car. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was old, yellowed with age, and the handwriting was hard to read. But it was a list of names. All the names I had seen in the missing persons file, plus a few more. At the bottom of the list was a note, scrawled in shaky handwriting. Leave. Before you're next. I didn't need any more convincing. I left town that day and never went back. I don't know what's going on in that town, and I don't want to know. But I'm sure of one thing, the people there know exactly what's happening. And they don't want anyone else finding out. I hadn't been back to that town in years. My mom's family was from there, a small place out in the middle of nowhere. It was one of those towns you'd never hear about unless you knew someone who lived there. After my grandparents passed, we stopped. There wasn't much reason to go back until the funeral. It was my great aunt who died.
Ooh, that knee's starting to hurt. I can feel the pressure changing.
A nice woman, from what I remembered, but we weren't close.
Gonna be a storm rolling in. I can feel it.
Family was family.
Gonna be raining before long.
So I drove her there, a couple of hours from where we lived, and found myself in that tiny town again. The funeral home was old.
I can feel it.
Sign hanging out front.
I can feel it now.
It hadn't been updated in decades, but that didn't seem unusual for
Any beasties growling out there?
Everything moved slower here.
Getting ready to pounce on me when I go out.
And how quiet it was, even for a funeral day. Not many people were walking around, and the streets felt deserted. I figured everyone was either at work or attending the service. We went inside, signed the guest book, and took our seats in the back. The room was small, maybe 30 chairs lined up in rows facing the casket at the front. There was a soft murmur as people talked in hushed voices, but no one seemed too upset. Most of the people there were older, and I guess they'd known my great aunt for years. My mom whispered that a lot of them probably grew up with her. The funeral director was standing by the casket. He was tall and thin, dressed in a black suit that looked too big for him. His hair was slicked back, and he had this strange smile on his face, like he was trying too hard to be polite, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Something about him made me uneasy, but I told myself it was just the weird atmosphere. As the service began, I tried to pay attention, but my eyes kept drifting toward the casket. The lid was half open, just enough so you could see the body inside. It wasn't something I liked to look at, but I couldn't help it. My great aunt was there, dressed in a pale blue gown, her hands folded neatly on her chest. She looked peaceful, but something about it felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but the longer I stared, the more certain I became that something was wrong. Her face. It didn't look right. I leaned over to my mom and whispered, "Does she look different to you?" Mom glanced over, squinting. She shook her head, but I could tell she wasn't really looking. She just thought I was being sensitive. It was a funeral, after all. People don't look the same once they're gone. I tried to tell myself that, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the woman in the casket wasn't my great aunt. After the service, people started lining up to pay their final respects. I stood with my mom, waiting for her turn, but my eyes kept flicking toward the funeral director. He was watching the line, smiling that same forced smile. When we got to the casket, I hesitated. My mom stepped forward, placing a hand on the edge of the casket, whispering something under her breath. I just stared at the body. It wasn't her. I was sure of it now. The face, the hands, even the way the gown fit, it was all wrong. This wasn't my great aunt. I turned to the funeral director, trying to catch his eye. He noticed me staring and came over, still smiling. "Everything all right?" he asked, his voice smooth but cold. I swallowed hard. "That's not her." He tilted his head, his smile fading for just a second before it came back, whiter this time. "I assure you, that's Mrs. Hargrove. We've taken great care to prepare her for today." "No," I said, my voice shaking. "That's not her." My mom tugged on my arm, trying to pull me away. "Stop it," she whispered. "You're making a scene." But I couldn't leave it alone. The more I looked, the more certain I became. I turned back to the funeral director. "Who is this?" His eyes narrowed, and the smile vanished completely. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "This is not the time for that. You need to be respectful." I glanced around. No one else seemed to notice what was going on. They were all still lined up, paying dug into my skin, and I gasped. "You've seen too much," he whispered, leaning in close. "It would be best if you stayed quiet." I pulled back, trying to shake off his grip, but he held on tight. "Let go of me," I hissed. He didn't budge. His eyes were cold, almost lifeless, as he stared at me. "You need to stay quiet. Understand?" My mom noticed now, her eyes white with confusion. "What's going on?" she asked, stepping closer. "Nothing," the funeral director said quickly, his grip still tight on my arm. "Just a misunderstanding. Your daughter's a bit upset, that's all." I yanked my arm free, my heart pounding in my chest. "We're leaving," I said, louder this time. The funeral director stepped back, his smile returning, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Of course. I'm sure you'll feel better once you've had some time." My mom grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the door. I could feel the funeral director's eyes on me all the way out. As soon as we were outside, I turned to my mom, trying to explain, but she just shook her head. "You're being ridiculous," she said. "It's a funeral. Emotions run high." I knew she wouldn't believe me, but I couldn't let it go. That wasn't her in the casket. I didn't know who it was, but it wasn't my great aunt. Something was wrong, and the funeral director knew it. He was hiding something terrible. We got into the car, and I told my mom I needed a minute. I sat there, staring at the funeral home, my hands shaking. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't prove anything. No one would believe me. But I knew what I saw. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The funeral director was standing in the doorway, watching us. His face was blank now, no smile, no expression at all. Just watching. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about that body in the casket, the cold look in the funeral director's eyes, the way he grabbed my arm. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was in danger, that he wouldn't let this go. A few days later, I got a call from my mom. She'd heard from one of her cousins that the funeral home had been shut down. The state had gotten involved after some complaints, and they found evidence of something. She didn't know the details, just that the place was under investigation. I never found out what happened to the real body. I never went back to that town, and I don't plan to. But I can't stop thinking about it. About what the funeral director said. "You've seen too much." I don't know what he meant by that, but I have a feeling I was lucky to get out when I did. I went to the local barber shop last week, just looking for nothing fancy, just a cleanup, and I figured it would be a good way to start the weekend. I'd been to this place a few times before. It was an old shop, kind of rundown, but that's the charm of a small town, right? The kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and you'd usually end up talking to someone you hadn't seen in years, no matter when you walked in. I didn't recognize the guy cutting hair that day, but that wasn't unusual. They seemed to have someone new there pretty often. This guy had gray hair and a weathered face. He looked to be in his 60s, maybe older. He was quick and quiet at first, just asking how I wanted my hair cut, nothing more. I told him short on the sides, the top a little longer, and sat back, trying to relax. At first, he worked fast, his scissors snipping away, and there was that steady buzz of the clippers. That things felt off. "So, you've been living here long?" he asked, out of nowhere. I answered, "A few years now. Moved here for work, settled down." He nodded, but not really interested in my answer. paused for a moment, running his fingers through my hair bands. You know, people understand once they come, he said, almost slowly. I didn't think much of it at first, figuring it was just small-town banter. It's the same thing. Really, people like to talk about how everyone who comes here ends up staying. But the way he said it was strange. Like it wasn't just an observation, but a statement about something more. I chuckled lightly. Yeah, I guess people get comfortable. Pretty quiet place here. His hand stopped for a moment, and I felt his eyes on me through the mirror. He looked at me like he was sizing me up. Quiet is right. Real quiet. Almost like the place keeps people, you know? He went back to cutting, his voice soft but sharper now, like he was speaking. I didn't know how to respond, so I just nodded and said, yeah, I guess. There was a pause. I glanced around the shop, and it suddenly felt a bit too still. There wasn't anyone else there. The door, which was usually left open for fresh air, was closed. I assumed maybe someone had closed it to keep out the wind, but it struck me as odd that I closed and close it. He kept cutting, but his tone turned a little darker. You ever wonder why people don't leave? I shrugged. Not really. I mean, it's a nice town, I guess. What's not to like? He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was one of those smiles that felt like it had some hidden meaning behind it. It's not the town that keeps people. It's something else. Something people don't like to talk about. I looked at him through the mirror, my stomach tightening. I was starting to feel uncomfortable, but I didn't want to make it obvious. I am a robot. I didn't know what his deal was. He didn't seem dangerous at first, just strange.
Doesn't just sound like any robot, sounds like R2-D2.
What do you mean by something else? His scissors paused for a second, and then he set them down on the counter. He turned to face me. You're not from here, are you? I felt my heart skip a beat. Ah, like I said, I've been here for a few years now. He stepped closer, his eyes never leaving mine, and his voice dropped even lower. You know what happens to people who try to leave? I froze for a moment, not sure if he was messing around or if this was going somewhere I didn't want it to. My mind raced. I didn't think he was joking anymore, and the way he was looking at me sent a chill down my spine. People try to leave all the time, I said, keeping my voice steady, but my hands were starting to shake. His face hardened. No, they don't. I glanced toward the door, but I noticed the key hanging on the wall behind him. It was hanging from a hook right next to the door, and I realized the door was locked. It had been locked the entire time I'd been there. I shifted in the chair. Is there a reason the door's locked? I asked, trying to keep my tone casual, but my nerves were already starting to fray. He smiled again, but this time it wasn't comforting at all. It was almost like he was daring me to speak again. You ever wonder why no one ever leaves? The air felt thick suddenly, and I was starting to panic. My palms were sweating. I stood up, pretending I was just going to check my phone, but I was really trying to figure out how I could get out of there. Look, man, I'm just here for a haircut, I said, trying to sound calm. I don't know what you're talking about. I need to go. I reached for the door handle, but it didn't move. I tugged harder. The handle was jammed, stuck in place. I tried pulling it harder, but it wouldn't budge. My heart started pounding. I felt the blood rush to my ears. The barber was standing just behind me now, watching me with that same unnerving smile. No one ever leaves once they come, he said softly, his breath warm on the back of my neck. We all stay here. We're part of the town. No one ever leaves. I turned around, trying to stay calm, but my legs were shaky. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I asked, my voice trembling. He didn't answer right away. He just kept staring at me, like he was studying my face. You're not going to leave either, he said. We've got things here. We don't let people leave. It's better that way. I felt trapped, and my mind was racing. I could feel the weight of the situation settling in. I had to get out. I couldn't let this guy, this freaky old barber, keep me here. There was something wrong with this place. I should have known it when I first walked in. I should have left the moment he started talking like that. I backed up, away from the barber, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I reached into my pocket, trying to find my phone, but my hands were shaking too badly to hold it steady. I couldn't let him get close. Why won't you just let me go? I shouted, but my voice cracked. He didn't say anything. He just took another step closer, still smiling like he was enjoying this. In a panic, I ran to the back of the shop, trying the back door. It was locked, too. I could hear the barber's slow, deliberate footsteps behind me. I didn't have a choice anymore. I couldn't think of a way out. I had to do something.
Yeah, defend yourself, dumbass.
And turned to face him. The look in his eyes sent a jolt of fear through me. I rushed at him, swinging the comb toward him, desperate to push him back. For a second, I think I caught him off guard. He stumbled, and I bolted past him, out the door. I ran into the street, my heart racing, not stopping until I was far enough away. When I finally got home, I locked every door and window. I still don't know what he meant about no one leaving, but I haven't gone back to that town since. Every time I think about it, my hands still shake. I still remember how he said no one ever leaves. And I don't know if it's just a creepy threat or if there's something darker going on in that town. I moved to a small town last spring. It was the kind of place where everyone seemed to know everyone, and people looked at you a little longer than usual if they didn't recognize you. But I figured that was normal in a place like that. I'd come from the city, and I was used to being just another face in the crowd, so the change felt different. The air was cleaner, people said hello on the street, and I thought it would be a good place to settle down. A few months after I moved in, I heard there was going to be a town meeting at the community center. They held these meetings every so often, and it seemed like the kind of thing I should start attending if I wanted to really be a part of the town. I hadn't met too many people, so I thought it would be a good chance to introduce myself. The flyer said it was a newcomer's night where they welcomed people who'd moved to the area recently. I got there early and found a seat near the middle. The room was small, with folding chairs set up in rows and a table up front where a few people from the town council were sitting. There was a podium, too, and a few sheets of paper scattered on the table, probably some kind of agenda. The lights were bright, and there was a strange buzz coming from somewhere. I couldn't tell if it was the lights or maybe just my nerves. More people started coming in, most of them chatting in low voices. I saw a few familiar faces from the local shops, but I didn't know anyone well enough to say hi. As I looked around, I noticed something odd. The people who had been sitting near me were getting up and moving to different seats, away from where I was. I thought maybe I was just being paranoid, but as more people filled the room, it became more obvious. They all seemed to keep their distance from me. The meeting started with a man named Gary at the podium. He looked like the kind of guy who had lived there his whole life, heavy set, with a beard that hadn't seen a razor in months. He welcomed everyone, especially the newcomers, and talked a bit about the town's history. It was the usual small town stuff, old buildings, festivals, air got thicker. Someone from the back spoke up, a woman with gray hair, wearing a faded cardigan. She didn't look at me when she spoke, but her voice carried through the room. "Don't you think we should talk about the incidents?" she said. Terry didn't seem surprised. He nodded slowly and glanced over at the other council members, who were all looking down at their hands or their papers. He turned back to the woman and said, "I think it's fair to address that, Ruth. It's on everyone's mind." I didn't know what incidents they were talking about.
Volkova.
Was explaining it. There were murmurs from some of the others, and I felt more ice drifting in my direction.
Polkova? Polkovo?
There was a man a couple of rows.
I don't know where Polkovo is on the map. I don't know the town names.
This time a man in his 60s, his voice sharp. "We've had our share of problems since folks started moving in," he said. "Things disappearing, people not feeling safe in their own homes." I wanted to stand up and say something, to ask what this had to do with me, but I couldn't find the right moment. The more they talked, the more the room seemed to close in. It was like they weren't having a meeting anymore. They were having an argument, but I wasn't sure with who. It was like they were all arguing at me without actually saying it. Someone else chimed in, a younger woman with dark hair tied back. "Maybe it's time we started asking who's really a part of this town and who's just passing through," she said, her voice tight. She didn't look directly at me, but her words were pointed enough. Terry cleared his throat and tried to keep the meeting on track, but it was no use.
I saw the alien ship here. Was that they were coming or they were going?
Complaints about newcomers and strangers, they called them. Someone mentioned the old house on Birch Street that had been broken into a few weeks ago, and another person mentioned finding their dog wandering far from home one night. I felt my stomach twist. It wasn't just the accusations, there was something else in the way they talked. It was like they had already decided who was to blame for whatever had happened, and they didn't need any proof. I didn't know anyone here well enough to have done anything to them, but that didn't seem to matter. They kept hinting around it, like they didn't need to say my name out loud for everyone to know who they were talking about. I finally found the nerve to speak up. "I'm sorry, I don't understand what this has to do with me," I said. My voice sounded small in the room. Nobody answered right away. Terry looked like he was going to say something, but then he stopped. The older man who had spoken before turned around in his chair, fixing his eyes on me. "We know you're new here," he said slowly. "And maybe you don't know how things work in a small town, but people pay attention. What are you trying to say?" I asked, standing up from my seat. The room went quiet. Too quiet. Everyone was staring now. I could feel sweat on my back, my hands starting to tremble. Terry spoke again, his voice soft, almost like he was trying to calm a child. "We're just saying, maybe you should keep an eye on your behavior," he said. "People are watching, and we notice things. Little things that don't sit right." I felt trapped. The door to the hall was on the other side of the room, and I wasn't sure I could make it out without someone trying to stop me. I could see people starting to shift in their seats, leaning forward just slightly. It felt like they were closing in. I turned on my heel and walked straight for the exit, not waiting for Gary or anyone else to say another word. I pushed open the doors and didn't look back, my heart pounding in my ears. I didn't know what had just happened in there or why they were acting like that. I hurried to my car and locked the doors as soon as I got in, starting the engine and driving away. The next day, I started packing up. I didn't need to be told twice. I wasn't going to stick around and find out what happened next. As I left town, I saw some of the people from the meeting out on their porches or standing by their cars, just watching me drive away. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept going, and I haven't gone back since. car broke down late in the afternoon. I was about halfway through my road trip, somewhere in a town I didn't even catch the name of. I'd been driving for hours, and the engine started making a knocking sound. I thought it was the kind of thing I could push through, just get to the next city or even a rest area, but after another few miles, it just died completely. I coasted under the shoulder and sat there for a minute, just staring at the dashboard, hoping it'd start right up again, but it didn't. The engine didn't even turn over. I was stuck. There wasn't much around, just a small auto shop down the road. It was the only place I'd seen for a while. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but I couldn't get a signal. I remember feeling that sinking feeling in my stomach, realizing I'd have to walk through there. It wasn't far, maybe a quarter mile, but I felt exposed out there on the open road with nothing but fields on either side. The sun was getting low, casting long shadows across everything. I reached the shop, and it looked like it had been there forever, one of those places that seems frozen in time. The paint was peeling off the walls, and there was a sign out front that looked like it hadn't been updated in years. There was a man behind the counter, older, with a scruffy beard and a stained blue jumpsuit. He glanced up when I came in. Car trouble? He asked, though it was pretty obvious. I told him what happened, and he said he could take a look but wouldn't be able to get any parts until the next day. He offered to tow my car back to the shop for a fee, and I didn't have much choice, so I agreed. We took his old tow truck back up the road, and he hooked up my car without saying much. Back at the shop, he had me pull up a chair in the waiting area while he started checking under the hood. The place was cluttered, like 100 projects had been left half-finished. There was a faint smell of oil and metal, the kind that gets in your nose and sticks. I sat there, just hoping it wouldn't be a big fix. After what felt like an hour, he came back.
It's never a quick fix.
Something about a blown head gasket, though he wasn't clear on the details. He said there was no way he'd be able to fix it until tomorrow at the earliest. I was stuck there for the night. You can sleep in here if you want, he said, like it was nothing. Got caught in the back, not the best, but better than the car. I didn't like the idea, but the town was so small, I doubted there was a motel around, and I didn't see any other options. I asked him how much...
Small towns like that? Yeah, there's a no-tell motel somewhere around there.
Depends on what I gotta do, he said. We'll figure it out in the morning. I didn't feel right about it. Something about the whole thing seemed off, but I told myself I was just tired. I went to the cot he'd set up in the back, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises, little clinks and clatters from outside. I told myself it was just him working on something, but it didn't sound like tools. It was more like footsteps, and sometimes they seemed too close to the window near where I was lying. After a while, the noises stopped, and I finally drifted off. I woke up suddenly to a faint scraping sound, like metal on metal. It was coming from the direction of my car. I got up and walked out to the shop floor. The man was standing by my car, his back to me. He was working on something, but I couldn't see what it was. When I got closer, I noticed he'd taken one of the wheels off and had the hood propped open again. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice sounding too loud in the empty shop. He didn't look up. "Thought I'd get a head start," he said. "No harm in getting things ready for tomorrow." Something wasn't right. I mean, who works on a car in the middle of the night like that? I stepped closer, trying to see what he was really doing, and I saw that he had my car battery out and a few other parts laid out on a cloth. It didn't look like he was fixing anything. It looked more like he was taking it apart. "I thought you said it was too late to work on it," I said, and that's when he finally turned to look at me. His eyes were dark, like they were set too far back in his skull, and there was something in his expression that made my skin crawl. "Go back to bed," he said, his voice low and steady. "You don't need to be out here." I felt a jolt of fear run through me, but I forced myself to keep calm. I mumbled something about being restless and backed away, heading back to the cot. But I didn't go back to sleep. I just sat there, my heart pounding, listening for more sounds. I didn't know what his deal was, but I knew I wasn't going to stick around to find out. When I was sure he wasn't looking, I crept back out to the shop floor and checked my car. He'd taken out more than just the battery. There were a few other parts missing, stuff I didn't recognize. It looked like he was making sure it wouldn't be able to start again. I glanced back toward the office and saw him coming out, wiping his hands on a rag. I ducked down behind the car just in time. He walked right past where I was hiding, muttering to himself. He went over to a cabinet and pulled out a tool I didn't recognize. It had a long handle and a sharp edge, and he gripped it like he knew exactly how to use it. I didn't wait to see what he was planning. I crawled around to the other side of the car, trying to stay out of his line of sight. My hands were shaking, and I didn't know if I could make it to the front door without him noticing. I was halfway there when I heard him say, "Where do you think you're going?" I didn't look back. I ran for the door, yanking it open and bolting outside. I heard his footsteps behind me, the door slamming shut. I took off down the road, my lungs burning, not even sure where I was going. I just knew I needed to get away from him.
Whoop!
I saw some lights up ahead and realized there was a diner about a mile down the road. I kept running, even though my legs were screaming at me to stop. When I finally reached it, I burst through the doors, gasping for breath. The woman behind the counter looked up, startled. "Are you okay?" she asked.
Star Wars kitties.
I didn't even know what to say. I just shook my head, pointing back down the road toward the shop. She called the police, and when they showed up, I told them what happened. They went to the shop, but by the time they got there, the man was gone. The place was locked up like nothing had happened, but they found the tools he'd been using, and my car was still half disassembled. The police didn't seem too surprised when I described the man to them. They said he'd been a problem before, though they didn't go into details. They towed my car to another shop in a different town, where it finally got fixed. I never found out what his real intentions were, and I'm not sure I want to know. I haven't been back through that area since, and I don't plan on it. There's just something about being stranded in a place where no one knows you, where there's nowhere to run, that still makes me uneasy. I decided to take a weekend for myself at a bed and breakfast in a small town a few hours away. I booked the place because the photos online made it look cozy, like the kind of spot where you could just disconnect for a while. The house was one of those Victorian-style places with a big porch out front and lace curtains in the windows. When I arrived, the owner, a woman named Nora, greeted me at the door. She seemed friendly enough at first, smiling and shaking my hand like she'd known me for years. She showed me around, pointing out the dining room where breakfast would be served and the little sitting area that had a couple of armchairs and a shelf of books. She took me up to my room on the second floor. It was nice, just as the picture showed, with a big four-poster bed and a view of the garden out back. She lingered at the door after I'd set my bag down, asking if I needed anything else, then started asking where I was from and if I had come out here alone. Her tone was casual, but the questions felt strange to me, like they weren't just small talk. I told her I was here by myself for the weekend, just trying to get away from work for a bit. She nodded and said she understood. Then she asked if I had family nearby, or if anyone knew where I was staying. I remember feeling a little put off by that.
You always say yes. Even if the answer is no, you always say yes.
Said something about a friend who knew where I was. She looked at me for a second, then just said she hoped I enjoyed my stay and left. That night, I was lying in bed, reading one of the books I'd picked up from the sitting area, and I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my room. At first, I thought it might just be another guest, but then I remembered I was the only one there. Nora had mentioned that earlier. The place was completely booked up the previous week, but I'd come at a slow time. The footsteps were quiet, like someone trying not to make noise, and they stopped right outside my door. I got up and walked over to the door, pressing my ear against it. I didn't hear anything else, just the faint sound of the wind outside. I almost opened it, but then felt stupid for being so jumpy. I figured it was probably nothing and went back to bed, but I didn't fall asleep right away. I lay there, listening, half expecting the footsteps to start up again. The next morning, I noticed that some of my things weren't where I'd left them. I had my phone charger plugged in near the nightstand, and now it was wound up neatly and placed on the desk. I was sure I didn't do that. My suitcase, which I left unzipped, was now closed and buckled up. It was just little things, but they felt wrong, like someone had been in there while I was asleep. At breakfast, Nora acted completely normal, serving me coffee and chatting about the town. I kept trying to catch any hint that she knew more than she was letting on, but she just smiled and kept the conversation light. She didn't mention anything about the night before, or ask if I'd slept well, which seemed strange because that's the sort of thing you'd expect someone running a bed-and breakfast to ask, right? I wanted to bring up what I heard, but I felt ridiculous. If it had been her in the hall, she'd probably just deny it, or maybe even think I was accusing her of something. The second night, I was even more on edge. I locked my door and pushed a chair in front of it just in case. It made me feel a little better, but not much. I left the lamp on and tried to distract myself with more reading, but I couldn't focus. It felt like the room was pressing in on me. I'd been listening so hard for any sound that when I finally heard a faint scraping outside the window, I jumped. It was soft at first, then got louder, like someone was brushing against the side of the house. I got out of bed and moved slowly toward the window. I didn't see anyone, but I noticed that one of the shutters was open. I was almost sure they'd both been closed when I'd come up to the room earlier. I backed away and went back to the chair I'd propped against the door, just standing there, not sure what to do. It was like I was waiting for something, but I didn't know what. Eventually, I did fall asleep, but it wasn't restful. I kept waking up, feeling like I heard something but not being sure if I dreamed it. When morning came, I felt more exhausted than I had before I'd come on this so-called getaway. I started packing up to leave. As I was zipping up my suitcase, I noticed something that sent a chill down my spine. My toothbrush, which had been on the sink the night before, was now in my bag. It was wrapped in a small plastic bag that wasn't mine. I hadn't touched it since I arrived. I went downstairs to check out, and Nora was there, smiling as always. I tried to keep my voice steady as I asked if she'd come into my room at all during my stay. Her smile faded just a little, and there was a quick flash of something in her eyes, annoyance, maybe, or recognition, but it was gone so fast I couldn't be sure. She told me she'd had no reason to go up there and asked if everything was all right. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded and handed her the payment. I was almost out the door when she said, "You left your window unlocked last night, you know." I froze and turned to look at her. There was something in the way she said it, like she knew it would get under my skin. I hadn't told her about the shutter being open. I hadn't even mentioned the window. I forced a smile and told her thanks, then hurried out to my car. As I pulled out of the driveway, I glanced back at the house and saw her standing on the porch, watching me go. She had that same smile.
Creepy weirdos.
About it now, like it was more for her than for me. I drove straight home and didn't stop until I was well out of that town. For the rest of the drive, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something I hadn't noticed while I was there, something she'd done or said that I missed. I kept going over every little detail in my head, wondering what could have happened if I hadn't left when I did. I'm not sure what her deal was or what she was trying to do, but I've never stayed at a bed and breakfast again. There's just something about staying in a stranger's house that doesn't sit right with me anymore. I was driving to a small town on my way back from a long drive, somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I'd been on the road for hours and started to feel a headache coming on. Dehydration and just sitting too long. Some headache pills the doctor had given me, but I never get it filled, and then I could make it hours home without I pulled into this small restaurant in the corner of a quiet street. It looked old-fashioned. There were only 2 cars in the bar, and I didn't see anyone inside it. Just the light windows. I hesitated before going in, wondering if the door was still open. It was locked and a little the shelves had the usual stuff over the counter. Toiletries, but it all a while. It was at the back, and behind me was a man in a wheelchair, probably in his 60s, with thin glasses that sat crooked on his nose. He didn't look up right away. He was scribbling something on a card. Excuse me, holding up a folded prescription slip. Could I get this filled? He looked up then, and his eyes locked onto mine for a second too long before taking the paper I handed him. He took it from me and scanned it over, then nodded slowly. Sure, he said, his voice low and gravelly. I'll get that ready for you. Might take a few minutes. We don't get many people coming in this time of day. I just nodded while he disappeared into the back. I thought I heard some clattering back there, like bottles being knocked over, but I figured he was just digging around to find the right meds. I picked up a magazine and flipped through it, but the pages were yellowed and old, so I put it back. After a while, the pharmacist came back out and set a small paper bag on the counter. He had this weird little smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes, and I didn't like the way he was looking at me. Here you go, he said. That'll be $15. I handed him a 20, and he put the change on the counter without counting it back to me. When I reached for the bag, I noticed the label on the bottle inside wasn't the medication I had been prescribed. It was some other name I didn't recognize, and I pointed it out to him. This isn't what I asked for, I said. This isn't the right medication. His smile stayed fixed in place, but there was a slight shift in his expression, like he was annoyed that I even brought it up. It's the same thing, he said. Just a generic version. Does the same job, probably even better. I was pretty sure it wasn't. I wasn't about to take something I didn't recognize, especially not from a place that didn't look like it got much business. I'd rather have what was on the prescription, I insisted. I'll wait if you need more time. His face hardened then. It's the same thing, he repeated, this time with a bit of a bite to his words. I know what I'm doing. Been doing this a long time. He kept his hand on the bag as I reached for it again, like he wasn't going to let me take it unless I agreed to what he was saying. I just prefer what I was prescribed, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Or maybe I'll just get it filled somewhere else. His hand tightened around the top of the paper bag, and he leaned across the counter a little. You're not going anywhere until you take what I gave you, he said, and his voice was low and steady, almost like he was trying to threaten me without raising his voice. A chill ran through me. I didn't know if he was just some old guy with a bad temper or if something was seriously wrong here, but I wasn't about to argue with him anymore. All right, fine, I said, taking the bag from him. I'll just take this and be on my way. As I backed away from the counter, I saw his eyes following me, watching every step I took toward the door. The moment I pushed the door open, I heard him say, "Take it as soon as you can. It'll work better that way." There was something off about the way he said it, like there was a hidden meaning behind the words, and I didn't wait around to find out what he meant. I got to my car and tossed the bag onto the passenger seat, started the engine, and pulled out of that lot as fast as I could without peeling out. When I was a few miles out of town, I finally took the bottle out of the bag and looked at it closer. It wasn't even close to what I had been prescribed. The label didn't match anything I'd heard of, and when I searched the name on my phone, I couldn't find any results for it. No information at all, like it didn't exist. The pill color was different too, a pale blue instead of the white ones I'd been prescribed. I wasn't sure what I'd just been given, but I knew one thing: I wasn't about to swallow any of it. I pulled over and tossed the whole bag into a trash bin at the side of the road. Then I just sat there for a few minutes, trying to shake the feeling that I'd just escaped something that could have gone very wrong. I don't know if it was some kind of scam, or if the guy was testing something out on me without saying it. Maybe he was trying to see if I'd even notice he gave me the wrong thing. All I know is, the whole time I was there, he acted like he knew something I didn't, like he was waiting for me to do exactly what he wanted. And when I didn't, his whole demeanor shifted, like he had a plan that didn't go the way he expected. I ended up calling my doctor and telling him what happened. He seemed just as confused as I was and said it was a good thing I didn't take the pills. He told me to just come into the office and get a new prescription. I didn't mention the name of the town or the pharmacy because, to be honest, I wasn't even sure if I remembered the name right. It was just a blur after that. I just kept driving until I felt like I was far enough away from there. I still get a chill when I think about that guy's eyes, the way he stared at me like he was trying to figure out if I was going to play along or push back. And the way he held onto that bag, like he wasn't going to let me leave without it, still gets to me. I haven't stopped at a small town pharmacy since. I just don't trust them anymore. I was just passing through this small town on a weekend trip. I had some time to kill and spotted a little bookshop tucked between two old buildings. It had one of those withered signs swinging over the door, Townsend's Books, and the front window was crowded with dusty stacks of books and faded posters. It looked like the kind of place where you might find something interesting, a hidden gem or an old classic you'd forgotten about. So, I went in, figuring I'd browse for a bit and maybe pick something up to read. Inside, it was dim, and it smelled like old paper and damp wood. The shelves were crammed close together, and there didn't seem to be much order to how things were arranged. There were books stacked sideways, some leaning against each other, and a couple that looked like they'd been shoved back in a hurry. It was quiet too, so quiet that I could hear my own footsteps on the creaky floorboards. I didn't see anyone behind the counter when I walked in, but a little bell over the door had jingled, so I figured someone must have noticed I'd come in. I started wandering through the aisles, looking at the spines of the books. Most of them didn't have any kind of organization, and some didn't even have titles on them, just blank covers. It was a bit strange, but I was curious, so I kept browsing. I must have been walking around for a good 10 minutes or so before I spotted a section in the very back, tucked away behind a tall shelf that seemed like it was almost meant to hide it. There was a handwritten sign over it that said Private Collection. It wasn't big, just a small area with a few shelves and a narrow table. The books here were different. Some looked really old, with cracked leather covers and yellowed pages, but what caught my eye were these thin little booklets, almost like journals. They didn't have any titles on them, just scrawled writing on the front. I picked one up and flipped it open. The pages inside weren't printed, they were handwritten. The writing was messy and shaky, and it wasn't really stories or poems. It was more like thoughts or ramblings. A few sentences on one page would be about someone following the writer. Then the next page would be about seeing strange shadows in the woods outside town. The more I read, the more it felt like the person who wrote it wasn't right in the head. I put it back and picked up another one. This one had more notes like that, except these talked about people in town, saying they were watchers or keepers. I didn't know what any of it meant, but it made my skin crawl, like I'd stumbled on something I wasn't supposed to see. Just then, I heard a floorboard creak behind me, and I turned around to see the shopkeeper standing there. He was an older guy, maybe in his late 60s, with white hair and a mustache that hung down past his lip. He had this thin frame, and his clothes looked old-fashioned, like he hadn't updated his wardrobe in decades. But the way he was looking at me, it was the way his eyes didn't blink, didn't move away. They were fixed on me in a way that made me feel pinned in place. "Find something interesting?" he asked. His voice was calm, too calm. I fumbled to put the little booklet back on the shelf and shook my head. "No, just browsing," I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out shakier than I meant it to. He took a step closer, and his eyes flicked to the booklets, then back to me. "Not many people go back there," he said. "That section's meant for the locals." "I didn't know," I said, starting to back away. "I was just curious." "Curiosity brought you here," he replied, taking another step. "Now you're part of it." I didn't like the way he said that, like there was some kind of hidden meaning behind the words. I took another step back, but he moved quicker than I thought an old man could, stepping right in front of me and blocking the way out of the little section. His thin frame didn't look like much, but there was something in his stance, the way he squared his shoulders, that told me I wasn't going to just push past him. "I should be going," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I didn't mean to." "You don't leave. Not now," he interrupted, his voice dropping lower. "You've read what's in there. You're part of the community now." I didn't know what he was talking about, and I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. I took a step back and tried to move to the side, but he reached out and grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in harder than I thought he'd be able to. "Let go," I said, trying to pull away, but his grip tightened. I felt a surge of panic then, like cold water pouring over me. The way he was holding onto me, it wasn't just a grip to keep me from moving, it felt like he was trying to drag me somewhere. "I'll call the police," I said, louder this time, hoping to scare him off. "Just let me go." He didn't let go, but I saw a flicker in his eyes, like something had shifted in him. His lips curled into a smile, and he said, "No need for that. You won't be needing a phone where you're going." That was it. I yanked my arm back as hard as I could and managed to break free from his grip. I didn't look back. I just ran straight for the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and every step I took felt like it took a year to get me closer to the exit. I expected him to come after me, to grab me from behind and pull me back into that dark corner. But when I reached the door and shoved it open, he was still standing there, just watching me with that same smile. I sprinted to my car, fumbling for the keys in my pocket. My hands were shaking so much it took me 3 tries to get the key into the ignition, and the whole time I kept looking back at the shop. He was still standing there, just inside the door, watching me with that same blank stare.
Knew it. I knew it was gonna do that to me.
So fast I nearly ran off the road. I didn't stop driving until I was at least a few towns over. I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd somehow followed me, or that he'd put something on my car, but when I finally pulled over at a rest stop and got out to check, there was nothing. Just me, my car, and the empty road behind me. I don't know what that place was, or what he meant by community. I don't know if the things in those booklets were real or just the ramblings of someone unwell. But the way he looked at me, the way he said I was part of it now, it was like he was convinced that I'd crossed some kind of line, and there was no going back. I haven't been able to get the image of his face out of my head, or the feeling of his hand gripping my arm like he'd never let go. I don't know what he was planning to do, but I'm sure of one thing: I'm never setting foot in that town again. If you ever find yourself passing through, don't stop. Just keep driving. I was out of town for work, passing through this small place I'd never heard of before. Needed to grab some groceries for the week, so I stopped at the first store I found. It was this old-looking grocery store, not a chain, just a local place with faded signs and flickering lights in the parking lot. The kind of store that seemed like it had been there forever, but still wasn't too run down. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was just there to get some basics and get back on the road. It was quiet inside, not many people around, just a couple of customers scattered through the aisles. I didn't notice anything strange at first. Just grabbed a basket and started going up and down the aisles, looking for what I needed. But a few minutes in, I started to feel like something was off. I kept seeing this guy, mid-40s, kind of scruffy looking, with a baseball cap pulled low over his face. At first, I didn't think anything of it. Figured he was just doing his shopping too. But then I noticed he'd end up in almost every aisle I was in, just a few feet away from me, always looking down at his phone while pretending to look at the shelves. I tried not to get paranoid, but it kept happening. I'd go to the next aisle, and a minute later, there he was again, just close enough that I could tell it wasn't a coincidence. I started picking up the pace, not even grabbing anything, just walking through each aisle to see if he'd follow. And he did. Every single time. I stopped in the frozen foods section and tried to stay put, standing there for what felt like forever. I was staring at a row of TV dinners, waiting to see if he'd show up again. I was almost convincing myself it was just my imagination when I saw him step into the aisle. He didn't even pretend to shop this time, just stood at the far end, leaning on his cart, watching me. He had this strange little grin on his face, like he knew something I didn't.
Creeper, creeper, you know the dude's a creeper.
I didn't even care if I didn't get everything I needed. I just wanted to get out. But as I walked up to the checkout lanes, I noticed the cashier, this young woman, was staring at me with wide eyes, like she was scared or something. There was no one else in line, so I went up to her, set my basket down, and tried to act normal. "I'm ready to check out," I said, but she didn't move. Just kept staring at me, her hand hovering over the register keys. Before I could say anything else, I heard a click behind me, and I turned to see one of the other employees, this older guy in a dirty apron, pulling down the metal gate over the entrance. He locked it with this big padlock and then turned to face me with this blank look, like he didn't even care that I saw him do it. I took a step back from the counter. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, but I could hear it shaking. Nobody answered. The girl behind the register just kept looking at me with this frightened expression, and the older guy stood there like he was waiting for something. Then I saw the man with the baseball cap again. He was standing at the end of the last checkout lane, leaning against the wall, still with that little grin. He started walking toward me, slow and steady, like he wasn't in any hurry. I backed up even more, knocking my basket over. The groceries spilled out, but I didn't care. I was looking for another way out. There was a side door by the produce section, the kind that employees probably used. I bolted for it, but as I got close, I saw another guy in an apron come out of the stockroom and block the door, crossing his arms and giving me this blank stare, just like the other one. I didn't know what to do. My heart was pounding, and my throat felt tight. It didn't make any sense. It was just a grocery store, but it was like they had all decided I wasn't leaving. I turned back toward the checkout lanes, and the guy with the cat was still coming toward me, still at that same slow pace. I tried to reason with him, even though I didn't know what I was reasoning against. What do you want?
Creepy people. That's what they are.
Why won't you let me leave? Nobody said anything. The only sound was the soft squeak of the guy's shoes as he got closer. I grabbed a can from a nearby display and threw it toward him, not even really aiming, just trying to make him stop. It clattered to the floor, and he paused, just for a second, then kept walking. I glanced back at the other side door, the one near the frozen foods. It was my last chance. I sprinted for it, not caring who got in my way. The older guy moved to block me again, but I pushed past him, hard, and managed to reach the door. I hit the metal bar with my shoulder.
Am I taking off? Not quite yet.
I was outside. I didn't stop to see if they were coming after me. I just ran.
Quite yet.
I ran past the parking lot and into the street, not even thinking about my car, just needing to get away from that place. I didn't look back until I was a few
More
blocks
robots
away,
to shoot
standing
for a
in front
bit.
of some random diner, gasping for breath. The street
It's
was
how it's
quiet.
Monday morning.
No one had followed me. I waited there for a while, just trying to calm down, but my heart wouldn't stop racing. I didn't know what that was, what they had wanted, or why they'd locked me in. I felt like I'd stepped into some kind of trap, but I didn't know what for. Eventually, I walked back to where I'd parked my car. It was still there. Nothing seemed out
Creepers.
of place, but I
World
couldn't
is
shake the
full
feeling
of
that I was being watched.
creepers.
I kept looking around, expecting to see one of them, the man in the baseball cap or one of the employees, just standing there, watching me again. But there was no one. I got in my car and drove out of that town as fast as I could. I don't know what was going on in that grocery store or why they did what they did.
Not quite yet,
The
Will.
way they looked at me, the way they acted like it was all just normal to them. It was like they'd done this
Not
before.
quite yet.
Like it was just a matter of time before someone else came through.
It's only been 7.5 hours.
My gut when I think about it.
I'll probably play for another hour, hour and a half.
I haven't been back that way since, and I don't think I ever will.
Do like 8 or 9. I mean, as long as I don't break the 12-hour mark, I'm good. Anything over 12 hours, and YouTube won't really let me
I was driving through this
upload anything over that.
I wasn't planning on staying or anything, just passing through. But I saw this little church and felt like I should
They're all the
stop.
same fucking stories, though.
I was passing through a small town and I freaked out because everybody fucking creepy.
Because everything's like fucking Deliverance. I mean, I did a couple of 12 hours, what, past week before. One of them was over 12 hours. I had a problem getting that VOD loaded in. I did manage to get it forced download onto YouTube, but that kind of sucked doing that, though. I hate having to force an upload. You know what I mean?
This was during our school's winter break. It was the day after Christmas.
But
I had
like
a part-time job.
anything under, 4 or 5 hours,
and it felt like
that
pretty much
shit
every kid at my school
downloads
also
to my
did.
PC and then uploads to
Being so young,
YouTube
though,
super
every
fast.
paycheck made me feel like I was rich,
So,
so I always agreed to work whenever they needed me. I thought it wouldn't be that busy this day, because everyone would be staying home with their families still.
plus, I
But
want to
nothing could be
be
more wrong.
awake long
At
enough
dinner time,
that
all
I
the
can
food
run
machines
over
were
to
and we were getting tons of deliveries.
Maverick Country Store
My job was
and
to
maybe
read
get
receipts
like
or
a
do
breakfast
deliveries
burrito.
around
Because
8.
I'm
My manager
getting
told
kind
me
of
to do
hungry
deliveries. I did a quick one,
and I want
then picked up
something to
another
eat,
from the
but I
counter
don't
and
want
got back
something
on the
that's
road.
gonna
It was a single pizza
like
to be
cause
delivered within
massive
20 minutes
acid
or so.
reflux.
At least the roads weren't
So one of
busy.
their
They
breakfast
were actually pretty
burritos
dead,
full of
like
potato,
barely anyone was
that'll
outside,
soak up
which
a
was
bunch of
very
the
odd for
stomach
the
acid
atmosphere.
that I got
The
going
exact
on right
opposite.
now.
Snow was lightly falling down, really only visible under the streetlights. It was so peaceful,
Morning,
I
Broken.
actually drove the speed limit and tried to
How
slow
are you?
down, knowing what waited for me back at work. Eventually, I got to the customer's house, though. It wasn't really in a neighborhood. It was directly off the side of the road, with its own long gravel road leading up to it. The house was surrounded by snow-covered trees and had over-the-top Christmas decorations all over their house and front yard. They hadn't plowed their driveway, though, which made it difficult to find a place to park without getting stuck. I did the best I could, then got out with their order. One thing I noticed when walking up to their house was that while all the outdoor lights and decorations were turned on, not a single
Shooting
light
robots.
inside was on, at least from what I could see from the front of the house. But as I walked closer, I realized there were shoe prints in the snow going up to the front. I figured it was the owner, obviously. When I got up to the porch, though, the shoe prints didn't go up to the door. They went around to the side of the porch. I thought that was weird, but hey, it was none of my business anyway. I knocked on the door. It was pretty cold out there, so after 30 seconds, I knocked again.
Oh, nice.
It was quiet outside, just a low breeze and falling snow, and yet I still heard nothing inside the house. I double-checked the receipt to make sure I needed the payment, then knocked
Oh,
for a third
and
time. I mean, the shoe prints in the snow were fresh, so they had to be home. Getting frustrated
can't
and starting to
remember.
shake, I knocked one last time, very loudly, probably shaking the whole house. Still, nobody
I mean, I
answered.
don't have to have a
After
canteen,
that,
but
I gave up. I left and went back to
never
my
hurts.
car.
Never hurts to
And
have a
tried to turn it
canteen.
on, but it wouldn't start. The
This
engine
is
was
DayZ.
I swore under my breath as I tried relentlessly to get it going.
DayZ, heavily
Getting more
modded
frustrated every
with
second.
Halo armor and spaceships and
Then I happened to glance up and saw a person standing outside.
robots and
They were
alien
completely clothed up,
invasions.
boots, jacket, snow pants, everything. I got out of my car.
You know,
Hey,
the
did you find
usual
me?
kind of thing that I
I've been
play.
knocking on your door for 5 minutes. They didn't say anything, but began walking toward me. It took me a few seconds to realize
Your
something
belly's
was
so
wrong.
full.
I got back in my car. The way they
That's a
kept
good
their face,
feeling,
not
though.
working or anything, gave me the impression
Full
that
bellies
I
are
was
good.
asleep. And that's when I started to panic. I began dialing
Sell that.
911,
I don't have
and
to
they approached my window.
haul that around with
When
me.
the officer asked what my emergency was, they started speaking. He had a low, deep voice and kept asking if I needed help. How the hell would he know that? That only confirmed my suspicions. I told the officer what I could and how to get where I was. The man outside started getting impatient, moving faster and looking around.
I have lots of jelly beans.
It was
Oh, those
absolutely
are
terrifying.
health
Sitting
food store.
helplessly in my tiny car with this likely dangerous man outside and only a thin window between us.
Yep.
I kept trying to get the engine running,
Lots of
praying
fun.
for it to work.
Can't sell the health
Then
fucking
started reaching
shit.
into his pockets, looking for something, but I could see the panic in his face when he couldn't find whatever he was looking for. He then punched the window a few times, trying to break it, before running back to the side of the house like he was going to get something. 2 minutes passed as I sat there trying to decide whether to wait for the cops or leave my car and try to make a run for it. Then I saw the flickering blue and red lights in my mirror, and at the same time, the man showed up on the side of the house, holding something in his right hand. He saw the lights and instantly took off. I'm sure it doesn't need too much explaining as to what happened that night, but that man didn't live there. The owners were gone for the holidays, but the man had plugged in their decorations in the outlet outside the house to make it look like they were home. While I was on the porch, he tampered with something.
There's survival aspects to it, but you have to survive the environment.
Honestly, I didn't really understand it. Likely, the man planned to kidnap me.
If you're not wearing like Halo armor or something, you're dead. You're dead.
Nothing's for certain, of course, but that seems like the most likely case. Anyway, I stopped doing deliveries after that night.
You don't have to have any hours in the game. You can play it any way you want. DayZ's whatever you make of it.
I work from home, thankfully, so I didn't have to deal with the awful weather too much, aside from going to the grocery store and whatnot. Some of the days it was pretty bad. Heavy snow.
It really is. It's whatever you make of it, whatever you can get out of it. That's what it is, you know.
Was really poor and not making for the best experience. Around 6, my connection had cut out completely. I ended up just having to call it a night from work. The sun had already set by then.
Yeah, that's the shitty part. When the mods don't get along with one another.
But while I was out there, I noticed a person standing near the road. They were just standing there, not doing anything, which is fine, but also strange in this kind of weather. I didn't stay out there long enough to really think about it, though. I hurried inside and warmed up, drying my dog's paws off and bundling up under some blankets on the couch. I turned on the news to play in the background, just in case there were any major updates or possible blizzards coming in. Only a few minutes went by when my dog suddenly perked up, and a few moments later began.
PvE just means it's player versus the environment.
So I couldn't see outside. I got up and walked over to the door. There was a guy.
And PvE servers are all different kinds of environments.
As if they'd been walking around for a couple minutes already. He went back and forth again, before walking to the side of the house and disappearing. After a minute, I went back to the couch. My dog, Gracie, was laying down again and didn't seem alarmed anymore. I wasn't really sure what to think about that guy walking around outside my house. It was odd, for sure, but enough to call the police over. Probably not. I just kept an eye on Gracie to see if she heard him again. The rest of that night, though, there wasn't anything else. I took Gracie out one more time around 10, and it was even colder and snowy outside, so surely nobody could be out here anymore. I then went upstairs to my bedroom and got ready, then hopped in bed and fell asleep. Actually, I'm not really sure if I'd fallen asleep yet, or was just about to, but I remember opening my eyes to seeing Gracie standing at the bedroom door. She was just staring at the door, head tilted up and tail under her arm. I don't know what I expected to hear, but it was quiet. I put my hand on the doorknob, about to unlock and open it, when other side twisted the handle. I stared in fear as it slowly moved back and forth. Someone was on the other side trying to open the door, and I was just moments away from unlocking it.
Ah, got a pistol back.
At first, I tried to stay quiet, but as the person started to get more aggressive with trying to open the door, I realized they already knew I was in that room. I ran to the
Daisy is whatever you make of it.
as I tried to look for some kind of weapon to defend myself with. It seemed like after I started moving around, though, the person fell quiet, not trying to open
Whatever you make of it, that's what it is. If you don't make anything out of it, or you can't use your imagination with the game, you know,
I want to say I waited 10 minutes for
that's up to you. I mean, they have RP servers, they've got PvE servers, they got PvP servers, they got a mix PvP, PvE, and RP all mixed together. Certain aspects only. They got KOS, they got no KOS, they got servers with massive amounts of rules. They got community servers that are completely vanilla. So, I mean, it's whatever you want to make of it. Whatever you decide to do with it, that's what it is.
I'm a 25-year-old female. It was a couple weeks before Christmas. I lived in a small
Probably
apartment
sell
in
a
the
couple of
city,
those
but worked at an office
mags.
further out in the suburbs.
Don't
My
really need
shifts were all over
four
the
of them.
place, sometimes being early mornings and sometimes being late nights. This was one of those later nights where I got out at
Go
11.
in a garbage
I was the
can.
last to leave the office, so I locked
I really
the door
like
and then
these
walked out
garbage
to the
cans,
snow
but they
in my car.
despawn stuff
I got
a
to
little
the
too
snow for a
fast.
while because there was about an inch or so on the ground. I wiped off my windshield, then let my car heat up and began the long drive home. I drove slowly, as the roads weren't plowed yet, so there was still a good amount of snow on them. A couple times my car lost traction, just for a split second, sending me into a mini panic.
I have to
before
see
it
if I
could
can
get back under
get
control.
a mag
It was
for
a
this
constant battle,
FN42.
trying to drive slow and
This
carefully,
should
but
be
not so slow that it would take
somewhat
2
better.
hours to get home.
Then I can get rid of
20 minutes into
some of the
my
stuff
car
that I
lost
have.
traction again and just wouldn't stop sliding. I slid into a snowbank on the side of the road.
I don't
landing
want
8
red
feet
armor.
into a ditch.
Blech.
It actually happened very slowly, enough that I don't think there was any damage, but there was no way out. I threw my hat back.
That was a quick
and
10 mil.
My car had basically sunk into this ditch and was covered in snow, almost up to the doors. I put my face in my hands, just frustrated at the inconvenience. I knew I was going to have to call
I don't know if I could sell these. We can try to sell them at the
some headlights came down
black
the road,
market.
slowing down and stopping right next to me. It was a regular-looking silver truck. They rolled down the window. "You need any help? I can tow you out if you need it." Yeah, that would be great. I'd really appreciate it. It was hard to pass up on saving on a $200 towing fee and possibly waiting for hours. He said to give him 5 minutes to get his tow hitch from his garage. Then he quickly drove off. Nearly freezing already, I got back in my car. I wasn't expecting them to have to go back home to get what they needed when they offered to help me. It seemed like a bit of an inconvenience just to help some random person. From our short interaction, though, it was hard to tell if I could trust them or not. Maybe they weren't even going to come back at all, or they were going to come back, but not to help me. I think the longer I sat there and waited, the more unsure I felt. Should I call roadside assistance just in case? I feel like I really put myself in a bad position. I jumped back in my seat, startled by loud knocking on the side window. There was someone standing out there, staring in at me. It was a man with 2 thick jackets on and a scarf covering most of his face. I cracked the window down, assuming he
52
was going to
million.
shoot me as well. He
Getting
didn't
there.
say anything. He just looked at me. From the bit of his face showing, his skin was very pale, like he'd been out in the cold for a while. I'm okay. I've got help on the way. They should be here any minute. Thank you, though, I said, trying to get him to leave me alone. He still didn't acknowledge me. I honestly wasn't too sure on what to do, until I heard a click. He tried to open the door. It took me a moment to realize that that's what I heard, and before I could react and roll up the window, he stuck his arm through the crack and unlatched the lock. I tried to grab the door, but he swung it open and leaned into the car. I tried pushing and kicking, but the guy was way bigger than me, pretty much just grabbing my arms and dragging me across the front seat, out into the snow. I was doing everything I could to wrestle my way out of his grip, but he slowly was forcing me further away from the road, into the woods. Just as I was running out of fight in me, headlights lit up the entire area, blinding both of us. A man yelled from the road.
Hey, you know what?
He ran straight to the woods, fading away.
Nobody's gonna put a gun to anybody's head and make them stay here and watch me play these modded servers. You know? If they don't like it, don't have to stay. Not gonna beg anybody to stay, and I definitely won't force anybody. Won't guilt anybody into it.
Gave his witness statement. I really don't know what would have happened if he hadn't gone out of his way to help me. I probably wouldn't even be here right now to tell my side of the story.
Yeah, I mean, it's a This is a Daisy community. I mean, it's what I started with was Daisy, streaming Daisy. I play other stuff, and I get plenty of people coming in. You know, like the weird little game demo that Will suggested. And I saw a whole bunch of new faces in here, or a whole bunch of new names, I should say. And it was because I was playing the demo for that game, you know. That's one of the things that I'm known for, is playing on all the weird servers. I go out and I find weird shit to play on, you know. This one happens to be right up my alley. I love sci-fi. I like the fact that they have alien invasions on here, and it's lots of robots. It's a lot of fun. I like shooting robots. I like shooting robots almost as much as I like shooting zombies. I mean, they both die the same way. It's the same animation either way. But yeah, this one I like sci-fi. I love sci-fi games. I'm thinking maybe after Christmas time we'll probably head back over to Space Engineers for a while, and we'll play on there, and I might even do some creative on there and try to build some spaceships. Smaller spaceships, nothing bigger. We were talking about that earlier already. I'm not gonna build the Enterprise or anything like that, but Maybe like the Millennium Falcon or a TIE Fighter or something. See if we can build one to fly around in. Do it in creative mode. I think I have Star Citizen, but flying the ships on that, oh god, such a pain. I would definitely have to practice for that. And see, this is black market right here. That little column is all that's there, and there's no doorway to get up to black market. That's why you have to have a ship. And you have to, they make you pack your vehicle. If you don't, and you get too far away from your vehicle, I think it despawns. So you have to go in here, do your thing, and then teleport back to the regular trader or to one of the other spots like Black's Castle or wherever. Let's see. Okay, so I can sell that here, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is first tier black market, possibly second tier. Oh, tier five. Tier five. 20 grand a mag. The mags got cheaper all of a sudden. Buy two of those. We'll see how those work. Ooh, suppressed. Yeah. Hello. Okay, we're going to give that a go too. It's an SMG. What? What tier is that? 4V, 5V? Ooh. Tier 5. So this is the best gun we've gotten so far. Highest tier, anyways. Uh, let's see, let's move that there. I'm gonna have to throw out some other stuff. I'm gonna grab one more mag for this because they're like 300 round mags. Buy another of those. Yeah, 300 round mags. Woo! Probably burn through those pretty fast. But now I can get rid of a couple more items because we got lots better stuff. And I got that shotgun too, so shotgun kick ass. We'll probably get rid of this. And maybe those two. And then we'll keep the shotgun and the other one. Because those are both black market guns too. Oh yeah. Still on the same server that I was on. Yeah. I just got a new gun. Just got a new SMG. Sexy, sexy. And this is the highest tier gun that I've gotten so far. So, yeah. So from here, we'll go back. I'm gonna get rid of all these. I'm gonna drop all those in a share barrel and get rid of them. And then I'm gonna sell these other guns off. I don't really need. They're all low tier guns. I'm gonna keep the higher tier guns for shooting stuff. Oh, where am I going? Need a fast travel ticket and deposit my money and fast travel back. I'm not keeping them. I can get all those, the guns that I'm going to sell. I can go right down to Zeleny and get those back. No problem. Oh, there goes another one of them. That's like a 2-seater or 4-seater ship. I mean, I would keep a lot of those guns, but I don't really need them. So, well, you make all your money by shooting all the robots and doing the crafty stuff. And like making the gems and getting the higher tier. You get the higher tier guns so that you can get rid of like the dragons and go after the aliens and do all that shit without getting your fucking teeth kicked in. You know what I mean? So we'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. Those, and these aren't really that high a tier gun. I mean, they're not. I could buy them and not even bat an eye, you know. These aren't super expensive guns. They're not high tier weapons by any means. And is that share barrel? I think the share barrel's up here. Yeah, right there. To get rid of all these because I can't sell them. So I'm just going to give these away to whoever needs them. And it sucks you can't sell the Bryans. Poor little Bryans. Can't get no home. I've got lots of these fucking health injectors. I just... You can't sell them, so I'll just give them away. I got a whole fucking pouch full of them. Whole pouch full of health injectors. I don't need any more. Those are just, they're taking up too much space. Ammo. Ammo, which I don't need. And it sucks that I can't buy the shotgun ammo. Blood. That battery there. There we go. We'll put our some key on there. Shotgun. That's something that I should probably bring up to them is, hey, you can't buy this shotgun's ammo. What's up with that? Why can't I buy the shotgun ammo? You know, only have 13 rounds. Plus the, what, 7 that I have in there? 6 or 7? rounds. Oh, 10 rounds. So I've got a total of 23 shots with the shotgun, but I mean, it's a pretty brutal shotgun. Not gonna lie. Pretty nice. Lightsaber swinging kitty. Threw my money in here, yeah. Good, good. Have just dopers. Beep. Beep. Gee. So we're kind of saving up. Probably get the 1,000 slot box to attach to our armor. Kind of expensive, but worth it. That way, when we start harvesting the really big shit, we'll in my eye. Sorry. As I say, oh, we start getting bigger shit like the dragons, or we go after the dragon that it attacks certain places. We'll be able to harvest the heads and shit like that because they are pretty good sized, I'm sure. Wish I knew where all the orange boxes were. There's got to be more than just one, right? Gotta be. Gotta be way more than just one. The amount of orange key cards that you can get, there's gotta be way more of those orange crates sitting around. I think maybe I should look at their Discord too. They probably have some information on that somewhere. Like, hey, you can find these in this area, in this area, in this area. Oh, yeah.
Beep. Jack the monkey.
Uh-huh. You are dead. So quiet. Yeah, loud pistol is. Dirty Harry, these boys. Boop. Fuck it. Skin him. Skin him good. How do you skin a robot? They ain't got no skin.
Got the monkey.
Take that, bearers of valuable nuggets. Come and get it. Right in the side of the head. 2,500 rounds in this gun, too. That it? Is that everybody? Is that everybody from this area? Checking. Swoop up all the parts. Ooh, yeah. Oh, it put him in there, didn't it? Working on it. We're working on it. We're getting him in there. We'll get him back. We'll get him back. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Over here. Over here. Smile. Wait for the flash. Make my money. Pew, pew. Thing that bothers me is that little screen on the side. Little halo screen. Ugh. See if that draws any more of them over. It might not. While we're waiting.
Dr. Monkey.
Like the little head flip from the robots. Disable the robots. Where's everybody? Guess you guys take off. I don't know where they all went. Got all of them? Make my money. Oh shit.
I am a robot.
That damn robot. See that? He was waiting out there for me, fucker. Oh, you know what? Surprise! Just because I don't get to use that one very often. I like the fact that they stole R2-D2. Well, they stole his voice. Um, Got the monkey. Give me all your nuggets. I need all your nuggets, homie. And your Pokemon cards. My question is, why do the robots have Pokemon cards? Do they collect them? Do they collect them as well? Do they know they're valuable? Do they trade them? Do they have Pokemon battles? These are burning questions that everyone should ask themselves. Do robots play Pokemon? Alt has OCD. Ooh. Oh, I can't put a scope on. Oh, I can't put a scope on that either. Dang it. Oh, I didn't put it back on that gun though. Actually. Okay, we're not gonna go crazy with the OCD shit. No matter how much I kind of want. Come here, little robots, fill up my inventory. Fill up my inventory, yeah. He did. He's dead too. He's dead 3. 3 little dead robots. 4. I see your shadow out there. Come on, you little shitbirds. Is that everybody?
Birdies, I hear birdies. Smile. That's the ticket. Flop. Benny and the Jets. Benny, 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 Benny and the Jets.
Just in case. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, we're 9 hours. Better head out. I'll best head out back to the trader. Sell all this crap off. Sell all my stuff off. Fly my little fighter back.
Something strange was lurking in the swamps of South Carolina in the summer of 1988. In fact, what emerged from the Scape Ore Swamp that summer was something that would shake the entire town of Bishopville. It all started with a young man named Christopher Davis, who was just trying to get home from his late-night shift at a fast food restaurant. What he encountered that night would kick off a series of events that would bring national attention to this small southern town and introduce the world to what became known as the Lizard Man of Scape Ore Swamp. But his experience is far from where our story ends. In fact, it's just the beginning. You won't want to miss this one. On June 29, 1988, 17-year-old Christopher Davis was driving home from his late-night shift at a fast food restaurant right near Bishopville, South Carolina. The roads were dark and empty, winding through the dense woods that surrounded the Scape Ore Swamp. And then he got a flat tire. For Christopher, this really sucked. He was exhausted after a long shift of flipping burgers and dealing with angry, obnoxious customers, and now he had to change a tire in the middle of nowhere. And so he's pulling over to the side of this pitch black road, and the only light he has is from his headlights and the moon overhead. He wasn't really worried at first since he knew how to change a tire, but there was just something about that stretch of road that really made him uncomfortable. Swearing a couple of times to himself over the situation, once he got his jack and spare tire from the trunk, he began the tedious process of jacking the car up and taking off the tire. The air at this point was thick and humid, and the only sound was the chirping of insects in the swamp nearby. He had just finished getting the donut tire on and was tightening up the last few lug nuts when he heard this sound behind him. It wasn't a lot of noise at first, but it grew in intensity over the next few minutes. Started from left to right and moved off a bit, which really bothered Christopher. He suspected that someone might be out there hiding in the swamp wanting to mug him. And so the likelihood of a person hanging around here waiting to mug someone didn't seem very likely. And in fact, the noises sounded like they were coming from something larger than a person. At this point, his knees were starting to burn from crouching, and then Christopher heard this very loud splash sound off to his right side, the same side where he last heard the noises in the swamp. Christopher turned to see what had stepped out of the swamp, and what he saw made his entire body go cold. Something massive was moving toward him through the darkness, and at first his brain couldn't really process what he was looking at. It was roughly man-shaped, but much bigger, and it was running directly at him. Christopher jumped into his car, slammed the door shut, fumbling with his keys as he tried to regain control of his body, but before he could even process what was happening, bam! Something heavy landed on top of the roof of his car with this violent shake. And as this happened, Christopher was still looking down, fumbling with his keys. The movement caused him to look up, and he saw these disgusting, long, grotesque fingers with black, razor-sharp claws curling around the edge of his roof. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped, and within only seconds, this grotesque-looking face would peek out from the roof and peer down at him through the windshield with these glowing red eyes. Now, at that moment, Christopher felt like he was going to die, that whatever was on his roof was going to break into his car and tear him to pieces. He regained enough control to jam the key in the ignition and floor the gas pedal, all while keeping his eyes on this thing that was inching itself closer to the driver's side door to get to him. The sudden jump from sitting still to moving nearly 60 miles an hour threw Christopher back into his seat, and he could hear his tires screeching as he accelerated. He was having heart palpitations and he could hardly breathe, and the only thing running through his head at this moment is, I've got to survive, I've got to get this thing off my car. Whatever it was causing his car to sway dangerously, and Christopher could hear its claws kind of scratching and digging into his roof as it tried to maintain its grip. The sound was like nails on a chalkboard, but much worse. And each time he looked up, he could see these grotesque long fingers still curled around his roof, and occasionally those same eyes would peer down at him again. And so Christopher began violently jerking his steering wheel left and right, just causing his car to fishtail across the road. He could smell the odor of burning rubber, and this thing's weight would shift with each turn, and he could hear it growling and scratching above him as it struggled to hold. He was going so fast now that the trees on either side of the road were just a dark blur. Then Christopher did something that was either really brave or really stupid. He slammed on his brakes as hard as he could, and the sudden stop caused his car to almost fully nosedive, and he heard this horrible screech as this thing's claws dragged across the roof, and then whoosh, bam! This massive thud as this thing finally lost its grip, rolled off the front of his car, and hit the pavement. He didn't even wait to see what happened next. He just floored the gas pedal again, and his tires spun for a moment before they caught grip. As he sped away, he could see the thing in his rearview mirror. It was already back on its feet, and even though it was getting smaller and smaller in his mirror, it was running back to him, trying to catch up. All Christopher could see in the mirror was this black shape that was getting larger and larger, and these two hot red coals that glowed, which he knew were its eyes. He looked back on the main road and floored it as hard as he could, not caring that he was doing well over 90 miles an hour. In fact, he didn't slow down until he reached the main road, and even then, his hands were shaking so badly he could barely keep the steering wheel straight. And the whole drive home, he kept checking his mirrors, terrified that at any moment he'd see those red eyes again, or that it would suddenly try to rip him out of the car through the driver's side door. When Christopher finally pulled into his driveway, he just sat there for a long moment, trembling, breathing heavily, and he put his hand over his heart, worried he was going to have a heart attack. And so he's just counting his heart rate. Even though he was safe at home, he couldn't bring himself to turn off the engine. He kept thinking, what if that thing followed me home? But despite that possibility, he decided that he would turn off the car as fast as he could and make a run for it. And in one fluid motion, Christopher practically ripped the key out of the ignition, jumped out of the car, and ran to the door as fast as he could. Because it was early in the morning, he tried his best not to slam the door, but that didn't go well. Once inside, Christopher's father, who was up, immediately knew something was wrong. He was getting ready for work and saw just how pale and shaken his son looked. When his father asked what had happened, Christopher just broke down and sobbed. He told his father everything. Normally, his father might have dismissed such an outlandish story, but there was something different about this. His son was genuinely terrified. More importantly, there was physical evidence. Christopher's father called his boss and explained to him that he would be late and that his son wasn't feeling well. A few hours later, when the sun came out, Christopher and his father went out to examine the car, and what they found was disturbing. There were deep scratches all over the roof, and the chrome on his mirrors was completely mangled. The right side of his car had bizarre three-finger scratch marks that looked like they'd been made by something with immense strength. His father stood there staring at the damage, not saying a word, and after examining the car, Christopher's father went back inside and immediately called his boss at the steel mill where he worked. Christopher's father had never missed a day of work in the 7 years he'd been there. Still, his son had clearly just experienced something so far removed from what you and I consider normal. He was still very shaken, sitting at the kitchen table with his hands wrapped around a cup of coffee that he hadn't touched, staring into space. After his father finished on the phone with his boss, he made several more calls. First, to the sheriff's office, and then to friends who might know something about strange animals in the area. He even called the local newspaper, figuring that if something dangerous was out there, people needed to know about it. And he kept checking on Christopher, who was still too rattled to sleep, despite being exhausted from his night shift and what had just transpired. A short time later, Sheriff Liston Truesdale from the Lee County Sheriff's Office arrived at their home. And after speaking with Christopher for about 10 minutes, he was initially skeptical, but as he walked around the car and saw the sheer volume of damage, let's just say he quickly changed his tune. These weren't the marks you'd see in a car accident or vandalism. They were very different. And in all his years with law enforcement, these marks were not made by any animal he was familiar with. However, folks, this was just the first chapter. 2 weeks after this initial encounter, Tom and Mary Wayne woke up on the morning of July 14th, 1988, like any other morning. They rolled out of bed, stretched, and went to start their morning ritual, which was to make their coffee and let their dog, Beamer, a basset hound, out to go potty. After Wayne turned on the coffee pot, he let Beamer out in the backyard and bickered back and forth with his wife because he had forgotten some important papers he needed for work in his car. He slipped on his boots and stepped out the front door, and Wayne froze as he slowly stepped closer to his vehicle, which was now very visibly damaged. Their car had been vandalized sometime in the middle of the night. And as he stepped closer to inspect the damage, he couldn't quite understand what had happened. Mary was still inside and yelling at Wayne to grab the papers, angry that he wasn't responding to her. She stepped out the front door, and like her husband, her entire demeanor changed once she saw the carnage. The car was pretty mangled with deep scratches and strange tooth marks. And worst of all, parts of it looked like it had been chewed on by some large animal. Both Wayne and Mary called the police to report what had happened, but neither they nor the officers who came to take statements could explain perhaps the strangest detail of all: three-toed footprints left in the mud surrounding the vehicle. Even more terrifying is that these footprints came from the swamp. At this point, the entire town of Bishopville exploded with panic. Everyone was paranoid that the lizard man was stalking around, waiting to claim its next victim. But even with all the media attention surrounding this bizarre event, strange sightings and sounds were still reported throughout that entire area of the swamp. On the morning of July 29th, that same year, George Holloman, a construction worker who had been in the area for about 6 years, arrived at the construction site early, around 5:30 in the morning, to draw water from the well for the day's concrete mixing. At this point, the sun hadn't quite come up yet, and there was this thick fog hanging over the swamp that made visibility pretty poor. And so George is standing there at this old well, which is about 50 yards from the edge of the Skateboard Swamp. He's lowering down this bucket on a rope. And the morning was exceptionally quiet, with the only sound coming from the pulley, which made this kind of creaking noise. Because the task was so mundane, George's mind started to wander, and he began thinking about some of the errands he had to run after work. Now, as George was drawing up his third bucket, he started getting this really uncomfortable feeling. You know that feeling you get when something's not right? It was like that.
Something's
but
watching
after
you?
looking around and scanning his surroundings, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. But that feeling in his gut wouldn't go away. While going back and forth in his head, convincing himself he was okay, he noticed how still everything around him had become. More so than it had been when he first arrived. Now, in the direction of the swamp, there was this faint splashing sound. It became louder and louder, and as George could make out, it was the sound of something large quickly moving through the water. And in a brief moment, George had a terrifying realization that whatever or whoever was causing the splashing was headed in his direction. Then, from close by, he heard what sounded like heavy footsteps in the mud. They were getting closer and closer to where he was standing. Now, at this point, George is thinking maybe it's a bear. He'd had problems with bears in the area before, specifically one large black bear near his property that kept getting into the trash night after night. And that brief moment of reassurance in his head was all he needed to feel brave enough to turn around, expecting to see a very large black bear, I don't know, maybe 40 yards out. But what he saw instead made him drop the rope and stumble backwards, because standing there no more than 15 feet away was this massive creature. It was at least 7 feet tall, covered in dark green scaly skin, and as George scanned this thing from bottom to top, he became paralyzed when he locked right into these soulless eyes that were glowing with a very intense red. This creature looked intently at George and studied him like he was a slab of meat. And then it curled its lips back and narrowed its eyes, revealing to George rows of alligator-like fangs and black gums. It took great pleasure in George's acceptance of the end of his life. And it made this horrible sound that was somewhere between a hiss and a growl. Now, when this thing took a step toward him, George finally snapped out of paralysis, and he turned and ran as fast as he could toward his truck, which was parked not too far away. As he was running, he could hear this thing pursuing him. The footsteps behind were so heavy that the ground shook, and just as George reached his truck and yanked open the door, he felt something swipe at his back. He dove into the cab, slammed the door shut, jammed the key in the ignition, and started the engine. And this thing is just slamming into the side of his truck so hard that his entire vehicle is just rocking back and forth. And George is panicking. He gets in the driver's seat, he floors it, and as he's speeding away, he can see in his rearview mirror that this thing is now chasing his truck for roughly a couple hundred yards before it finally just gives up and vanishes into the swamp. When George finally got the courage to return to that same work site later that morning with other workers, they found that he wasn't lying. They found the well rope had been completely shredded, and those same three-toed footprints were all around the well, and these deep
Be
scratches.
right back, chat. Don't let us crash.
Been running. However, what validated George's story was 4 parallel gashes on the side of his truck that matched the same pattern found on Wayne's and Christopher Davis's car. The thing is, George had been one of the people who initially thought the whole Lizard Man story was just a bunch of nonsense. I mean, he worked hard, minded his own business, and wasn't the type to think to make up stories or seek attention. In fact, he was initially reluctant to even report this story, but afterwards, he became one of its most credible witnesses, and he even agreed to take a polygraph test, which he passed with flying colors. The police weren't sure what to make of his experience, but it would coincide with another account that would happen only days later. One warm evening in early August of 1988, teenagers Rodney Knopf and Shane Stokes were out on a double date with their girlfriends, Sarah and Michelle. The four of them had just left the Bishopville Drive-In Theater after watching Big
Lizard Man,
and they were taking a long way home, driving down these back roads that wound through the outskirts of Skateboard Swamp. And so they're cruising along in Rodney's dad's Chevy Nova, windows down, the radio blasting, and they're just enjoying the night air. Rodney was driving, and Shane was in the passenger seat. The two girls were in the back, and all talking about the movie they had just seen. At this point, everyone had heard about the Lizard Man, and in fact, earlier that day, Rodney and Shane had been joking about how all these out-of-towners were showing up with their cameras and guns, hoping to catch this thing and claim, that $1 million prize. And the whole thing to them was just a fat joke. The headlights were the only source of light, and they were coming up on this sharp bend in the road, and so Rodney slowed down to take the turn, and that's when Sarah, who was sitting behind Shane, suddenly screamed. Standing there, right at the edge of the headlights' reach, was this massive figure. And when I say massive, I mean it was so tall that its head was above Rodney's headlights. The creature was just standing there, and as the car's lights hit it, everyone in the car got a really good look at what they were seeing. It had this muscular, lizard-like body, but covered in those dark, shimmering, wet scales. Its arms were incredibly long, hanging down past its knees, and ended in these same three-fingered, black-clawed hands. Now, despite the initial shock they encountered from seeing it, looking into its eyes was like an out-of-body experience straight to hell. They were these large, red, glowing orbs, and when the headlights hit them, they reflected like a cat's, but much bigger. This thing didn't move at first. It just stood there staring at them, sizing them up, and deciding if they were worth pursuing. Breaking the stillness of the moment in a single fluid motion, this thing dropped down on all fours, and in 3 massive bounds, it crossed the entire road and disappeared into the swamp on the other side. Rodney, who had slammed on the brakes when they first spotted it, now floored the gas. The Novus tires spun on the asphalt before catching grip, and they took off down the road. The girls were screaming. Shane was yelling at Rodney to go faster, and Rodney was focused on getting them all out of there as quickly as possible. Rodney had never sweat so much in his life. He felt like he was on the verge of a complete and total mental breakdown. As they're speeding away,
$4
Shane
million.
looks in the side mirror, and he could see this thing moving parallel to the road. Whatever this was, they didn't just leave these teenagers alone. It was now playing a game of cat and mouse with them, keeping pace with the car, going about 45 miles per hour. And every few seconds, the girls would scream louder as they caught these red flashes in the darkness that would get really close to the passenger side, and they knew it was its eyes. They didn't stop until they reached the sheriff's station. Inside,
59 million.
Tomlinson was just about to end his shift, but the moment these 4 teenagers burst through the door, he knew he wasn't going home anytime soon. They were messed up, practically falling over each other, trying to tell their story. At least some of them were. All 4 of them were white as sheets. The girls were beyond hysterical at this point, and Rodney couldn't stop shaking and had trouble speaking. Deputy Tomlinson had been dealing with the Lizard Man for weeks at this point and was very put off by the psychological and physical state these kids were in. Despite being questioned individually for hours, all of their stories matched up perfectly. Deputy Tomlinson decided to drive out to the location where they'd seen this thing. And so, about an hour later, he's out there with Rodney and Shane. The girls refused to go back, of course, scanning the area since it's now early morning. And what they found was disturbing. There were these massive 3-toed prints in the soft dirt on both sides of the road, exactly where the teenagers said this thing had crossed. More so, parallel to the road in the forest was this path of destruction.
Main trader.
Branches, debris, and those same 3-toed prints showing something large had been running alongside the road. Deputy Tomlinson measured the stride length between the prints and calculated that whatever made them had been moving at speeds of at least 40 miles per hour, easily, if not faster. Now at this point, something was clearly happening around the Skateboard Swamp area that was greatly affecting the residents of Bishopville. The very next day, a man named Kenneth Orr, an airman stationed at Shaw Air Force Base, was driving down Highway 15 at around 2:30 in the morning. All of a sudden, he saw something large moving in his headlights. Now, his first thoughts were deer, so he started to slow down, but then this thing stepped out into full view, and obviously, it wasn't a deer. What he saw matched the descriptions of all previous witnesses exactly. However, instead of fleeing, he decided to take matters into his own hands and attempt to kill it. Quickly thinking, he veered off to the side of the road, and without ever taking his eyes off this thing, he reached
Okay.
under his seat,
I'm gonna use the restroom.
and as he jumped
I'll
out of
be
his vehicle,
right back.
this thing charged
Keep
at him,
listening
but
to the
he
Lizard Man
successfully fired off
of
3 shots
Skateboard
as the
Swamp.
car got close. Bam, bam, bam! It screamed and howled in pain as it fell to the ground and squirmed and writhed and scrambled back onto its feet and fled into the swamp. He heard it screaming as it got farther away. Wherever he shot it, he blew off parts of this thing's scales and flesh. And so Kenneth scooped up the bloodied scales, ran back to his truck, and stuck it in a brown paper bag. From there, he rushed to the sheriff's office as fast as he could. With confidence that he'd solved this mystery, he walks in and just drops the brown paper sack right there on the counter with an incredible claim. He said not only had he encountered the Lizard Man, he'd shot it. And while Kenneth's story seemed pretty extreme at first to most law enforcement at the time, the scales and blood were carefully packaged up and sent to a lab for analysis. However, there were multiple red flags with Kenneth's story. First, deputies took his claim very seriously and went to check out the scene where Kenneth claimed the shooting took place. They couldn't find any blood trails or signs of a struggle. The second red flag is 2 days later, under questioning about the weapon, well, not only did Kenneth not have a permit for his pistol, he admitted the truth. He had made the whole thing up. He cut small shapes that resembled scales from green vinyl pool liner, and then, using his own blood that he took from a syringe, yeah, this guy's that dedicated, coated the scales, threw them in a bag, and, well, here we are. The deputies were very confused by his dedication to putting so much effort into this hoax, but he just said that he wanted to keep the Lizard Man story alive because of the attention it was bringing to the area. And it's really no surprise to any of us that afterward, Kenneth was arrested for filing a false police report and, well, carrying a pistol without a permit. But despite Kenneth's over-the-top hoax, legitimate sightings were still pouring in. In fact, they continued well into the fall of that year. After the fall of 1988, the sightings of the Lizard Man seemed to suddenly stop. It was like someone had flipped a switch. The creature that had terrorized Bishopville all summer just somehow vanished. There was speculation that maybe all the attention, the monster hunters, the media coverage had somehow driven it deeper into the swamp. Others thought maybe it had just moved to a different area. But the truth is, nobody really knew why the sightings stopped just so abruptly. In the mid-1990s, Robert Cooper was driving home from his job at the Army Corps of Engineers. It was about 6:30 in the evening, and the sun was just starting to set over the South Carolina landscape. Robert had been working late, finishing up some paperwork on a dam inspection, and all he could think about was getting home to his wife's famous meatloaf that she always made on Thursdays. And so he's driving down Highway 34, about 15 miles outside of Bishopville, when movement in his eye, and so he's driving down Highway 34, about 15 miles outside of Bishopville, when movement in his peripheral vision catches his attention. At first, he thought it was probably just a deer. They were always active at dusk, and he'd already dodged 2 of them on this drive alone, but when he glanced over his right, what he saw made him slam on his brakes so hard that his coffee mug flew off the dashboard. Running alongside his car, keeping perfect pace with him, was something that he would later describe as half man, half dinosaur. This thing was massive, easily as tall as all previous descriptions. What he saw reminded him of the velociraptors from Jurassic Park. Its head was shaped like a lizard's, but much larger. Robert had spent 22 years in the Army Corps of Engineers and prided himself on being very level-headed. He found himself dumbfounded and frozen. His hands gripped the steering wheel so tight, his knuckles were white. And as if things couldn't get any worse, it turned its head while running and looked directly at him through the driver's side window. Robert was so frightened by its face that he never forgot it, and had sleeping problems for years following that evening. After the incident, everything went quiet again. Sometimes the sheriff's office would receive frantic calls from witnesses who were nearly attacked or spotted something near the swamp, but nothing concrete ever came of it. Then, in the summer of 2004, on a hot afternoon, a teenage girl named Jenna Brandt was fishing with her younger brother at the Scape or Swamp. It's something they did almost every weekend. Jenna was sitting on this fallen log right near the water's edge, thinking about how she needed to get home soon to finish her history homework. Unfortunately, due to her bad choices this school year, she was stuck with summer school while others got to enjoy their summer vacation. Fishing out at the swamp took her mind away from that, and her home life wasn't exactly the best. Despite how this was a getaway for her, at least usually, the swamp didn't seem as inviting as it had been any other time. The water was unusually still, and Jenna remembered because normally there were ripples from fish or turtles, but it was like everything had gone quiet. And without any warning, something massive erupted from the water, and Jenna saw this huge lizard-like humanoid dripping with swamp water emerge, and it lunged directly at her with these long, clawed arms outstretched. Jenna barely managed to scramble backward, falling off the log and onto the bank, and its claws grazed her ankles, nearly grabbing her, but she managed to kick away, leaving 3 long scratches that would later require stitches. Her little brother, who had been about 20 feet away, started screaming, probably saved her life because it distracted this thing long enough for her to get up and run. Her parents were very emotionally and physically abusive towards her after returning home with her brother and explaining what happened. And it wasn't until she was older that she had the opportunity to tell this. In that following year, Margaret Henderson was sitting on her porch in Newberry, South Carolina, drinking her evening tea and doing her crossword puzzle like she did every night after watching Wheel of Fortune. The air was thick with lots of humidity.
Wheel of Misfortune.
Sensor lights suddenly clicked on. Now, at first, Margaret thought it was probably the neighbor's dog again. It was always setting off her lights, but when she looked up from her puzzle, she didn't see the neighbor's dog. Instead, standing at the edge of her property were 2 strange creatures, both very tall, with those same glowing eyes that had become synonymous with the lizard man. Margaret was completely paralyzed with fear, and these things started sizing her up, and she could hear this breathing noise. It was this strange, raspy sound accompanied by these weird clicking noises. After about 30 seconds, they slowly started to approach her porch. Margaret's legs felt like lead, but somehow she managed to get up and run inside, slamming and locking her door behind her. Through her window, she could see their red eyes moving in the darkness, and she was thinking, oh my gosh, they're trying to figure out how to get in my home. She ran to her kitchen phone, dialed 911 with trembling fingers, but by the time the police arrived 15 minutes later, they were gone. What they did find, though,
Purge
were 3
masks.
toe footprints in Margaret's flower bed, 2 distinct sets of them. Her motion sensor lights, which were mounted on solid metal brackets, had been bent and twisted like they were made of aluminum foil. Margaret wasn't some attention seeker either. She was a retired school teacher who lived in that house for 32 years. She'd seen plenty of coyotes and deer around her property because not far away were pear and plum trees. And so when the police interviewed her, she just kept saying over and over again, they were working together, they were hunting me. The police weren't sure what to make of it, and they never found any other evidence around her property. Fast forward to 2008, Bob and Dixie Rawson woke up one Sunday morning in Bishopville to find their minivan absolutely destroyed. When I say destroyed, I'm not
robots.
This vehicle looked like it had been attacked by an angry mob of some wild rabid animals. Bob walks out to his car that morning, coffee in hand, ready to head to church. He just stops dead in his tracks in total shock. The entire front end of the van was mangled. There were these massive claw marks all down the sides, and the hood looked like something had just flat out attacked it. The grill was also torn off, and there were pieces of metal scattered around their driveway. Bob began to search for any clues he could that would answer his question, who or what was responsible. But in the 15 or so minutes he spent looking around his destroyed van, he kept smelling this awful odor of blood and death. Even though he looked around, he didn't see anything, but decided that maybe if he searched the field next to his property, it would lead him to some clues. After a few more moments, Bob walked off about maybe 40 yards into the field, and he found the source of the odor. There, on the ground, were the mangled, bloody bodies of a dead cow and a coyote. The conditions these animals were found in were so disturbing that Bob nearly vomited himself. Whatever had been responsible for his vehicle's destruction had clearly torn both of these animals to shreds. They had to have had incredible strength to rip the bones off of these animals. And so he pulled the handkerchief from his pocket, covered his nose after whacking a couple more times, and walked back to his driveway and inside his home, where he would call the local sheriff at the time, a man named E.J. Melvin. After the sheriff's department came out to investigate, they took a statement and tried to just explain it away as a coyote attack or something dismissible. Or perhaps it had been the work of a domestic dog. The damage to the vehicle was far too extensive to have ever been caused by any dog, and apparently the damage was so significant that the media, which caught wind of this story, specifically CNN, decided to come out to the property and do an entire piece on it. They went as far as interviewing the Rossins, and they showed footage of the damaged vehicle. And of course, just being a news outlet, they totally ran with the whole Lizard Man of Scape or Swamp thing. You know, they just really pushed that narrative. And while this resurgence of the Lizard Man story kept Bishopville abuzz for a month or two, everything died down again. No more sightings were reported. Tragically, in 2009, Christopher Davis, who was 37 years old at the time, was murdered in his home after an apparent drug-related incident. Even stranger is that a 19-year-old man went to the police and turned himself in only days after the murder. Additionally, the only reason his murder received really any coverage was because he was the witness to the Scape or Swamp Monster all those years ago. What exactly was stalking the swamps and backroads of Bishopville, South Carolina? Despite all the skepticism and attempts to debunk these encounters, we're left with some pretty compelling evidence. The consistent descriptions across multiple witnesses who had never met each other, besides the teenagers of course, the identical three-toed footprints found at various scenes, and casted by the sheriff himself, there are similar patterns of damage to vehicles that no known animal could have caused. And the fact that many of these witnesses, like George Holloman and Robert Cooper, were highly credible people who had nothing to gain from making these stories up. The thing is, the Lizard Man wasn't just seen by teenagers out late at night or people who might have been drinking. We're talking about construction workers, engineers, and ordinary people going about their daily lives. These sightings have spanned decades from 88 all the way up to 2008. Now, skeptics might just say it was all mass hysteria or even misidentified bears or elaborate hoaxes, but that doesn't explain every piece of the puzzle. Today, the swamps around Bishopville remain largely unchanged. The same dark waters and dense vegetation that concealed whatever stalked Christopher Davis that night in 1988 are still there. Locals will still tell you that if you're driving those back roads late at night, you might want to keep an eye on your rearview mirror, because you never know when you might catch a glimpse of those eyes coming up behind you. Unfortunately, the truth behind the Lizard Man of Scape or Swamp remains a mystery. And because you guys made it this far into the episode, I want you all to comment below Swamp Thing, so that way I know.
No, this is still Dimensions. Found a Bitterroot map server. Is called Alien Invasion. Is PvE. Hoping to give it a run this week. Nice. Gonna put that in there. Oh. Actually, you know what? How you doing, Maddie? By the way. Oh. Collectibles. Oh shit. Epic card. That card. Drop there. Oops. There. My back. Okay, everybody. Thank you for coming in, hanging out. Gonna look to see who's on that maybe we can trade. Or we can run up to the trader and sell that shit off. Is anybody out there? It's kind of weird. Well, we can always run back to trader and sell off our body parts and see if somebody else pops on there pretty quick. See if someone pops in. You never know. Somebody might jump on there. Give somebody to trade. Good, my friend. Hope you have been well. I enjoyed the Lizard Man story. About an hour. An hour from where you live, really? You have any stories of your own? You ever run into anything creepy like that out there? You have any backwoods stories like that? Run into creepy cryptids out there? Hear any weird shit? You've seen beer? I've seen beer too. Normally I see beer in stores though. Yeah, I'm autocorrect. Sci-Fi invasion. Oh. Oops. Spell that. ONPN. Those. So all 5 of those. But also bear. Yeah. Yeah, we have bear problems here too. We have beer problems here too as well. Well, see, that would be a problem for some people. Or there are people like me. Only takes one to put me on that bad road. And I don't want to be back on that bad road. You know what I'm saying? Bad place for old Salty. Won't be on that bad road. Bad roads are bad roads. Ooh, we made it. $60 million. That, oh, that. Craft cop, bring it. Well, maybe if you put some mango in that. Ugh. mango pineapple. That'd probably be alright as a drink. Or like mango blueberry or something. Or coffee. I don't know if you do coffee in your bar, but I like a good strong cup of coffee. Good strong cup of coffee. Okay, we're gonna send everybody over to silence. I think she does Phasmo on Mondays. She might be doing something else. Oh, ooh, she's doing The Last of Us. So I'm gonna send y'all over there. And she's just starting this, so let's go show her some support and some love and chill out with her for a little bit. I may disappear for a little bit and go get a breakfast burrito, but till Thursday, I love y'all. Thank you guys for hanging out and chilling with me and listening to creepy cryptid stories and horrible Reddit stuff and listening to me make fun of those ones. People on Reddit are just dumber than dirt, and they just shouldn't show how stupid they are. But anyway, till next week, I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out. We might look around for some more demo shit to play. Till I see you again, have a wonderful start to the week. Remember, guys, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Bye.